It was the nice subtle way of telling us not to make fun of the Raiders too much and Tom, because everybody can hear us, right?
Something to that effect.
Everybody can hear and see you.
So we can't talk about our favorite TV shows? No? Okay.
Yeah.
I've been watching a lot of all the midwife.
How's it going, Mr. Mayor?
Hey, Jack. All right, we are going to go ahead and get this thing started. Welcome, everybody, to this Tuesday afternoon City Council meeting. I'm going to call the meeting to order here at 1:30. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes. Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Councilmember Fleming.
Here.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Here.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
And I am here as well.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
All right, thank you, Stephanie. Council, just as a reminder, keep your audio on mute unless you are asked to speak or are speaking at the end of each item. You also can mute yourselves, though I know Stephanie and Dina are quick with that button as well. Staff are going to stay muted unless they are doing the presentation or answering questions from us. And for members of the public who've joined the meeting, they'll be participating as attendees. Your microphone and your camera will be muted, and only the panelists are going to be viewable during today's meeting. If you're calling in from a telephone and choose to speak during the public comment portions of today's agenda, for privacy concerns, the host will be renaming your viewable phone number to us as resident and the last 4 digits of your phone number. City of Santa Rosa is very committed to creating a safe and inclusive environment where we want people to openly participate in our meetings, but that means that we will also not tolerate any hateful speech or actions, and we will be monitoring that everyone is participating respectfully, otherwise we will remove people. Madam Clerk, would you like to go over how the public might better engage with us in today's meeting?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. After each agenda item is presented, the mayor will ask for council comments and then open it up for public comment. The host in Zoom will be lowering all hands until public comment is open for that agenda item. Once the mayor has called for public comment, the mayor will announce for the public to raise their hand if they wish to speak on the specific agenda item. If you are calling in to listen to the meeting audibly, you can dial *9 to raise your hand. The mayor will then call on the public who have raised their hands. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes, and a timer will appear on the screen for the council and the public to see. Once all live public comments have been heard, the meeting host will play voicemail public comments. If you provided a live public comment on an agenda item, but also submitted an email, e-comment, or recorded a voice message public comment, your email, e-comment, or voice message public comment will not be duplicated, read, or played during the meeting. Additionally, there are 2 public comment periods on today's agenda to speak on non-agenda matters, items 13 and 17. This is a time when any person may address the council on matters not listed on this agenda, but which are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council.
All right, thank you so much. And with that, Mr. City Manager, let's go ahead and open up our first study session on item 3.1.
Item 3.1, consideration of a reusable and compostable foodware and litter reduction ordinance. Joey Henowitz, Administrative Analyst, presenting.
Good afternoon. Can everybody hear me? Yeah. Okay, so good afternoon, Mayor Rogers, and congratulations to your appointment and the rest of the City Council. My name is Joey Henowitz. I am an Administrative Analyst in the Transportation and Public Works Department. For those of you that are new to the Council, welcome. And just to kind of give you a little idea of what I do, I oversee the Solid Waste Management Collection Services Agreement with Recology, and I'm also the project manager for the Zero Waste Plan that was recently passed by City Council earlier this year. So I'm kind of all things solid waste. To give you a little bit of background of where this item is coming from, this reusable compostable foodware ordinance, we do understand that the City of Santa Rosa has passed a climate action plan as well as a climate action emergency. One of those components in helping to reduce global warming and GHG emissions is solid waste, specifically in the name of compost materials and trying to divert those from the landfill. We recently passed a zero waste resolution, or zero waste plan, zero waste master plan earlier this year. And one of those main elements, objective elements for us to focus on in trying to help us reach our goal of 75% diversion by 2030, as well as reducing pounds per person per day, which is the amount of pounds per person per capita that each person throws away in Santa Rosa, less than 1 pound per person per day. One of those goals was to institute a foodware ordinance. And so we've been kind of going back and forth a little bit at the subcommittee level, the Climate Action Subcommittee, discussing this option. There was a model that was put forward by Zero Waste Sonoma, which I'll go into more detail as the information progresses. And I was asked to try to come forward with options for a potentially what a compostable, fully compostable foodware ordinance would look like. I will tell you that I have developed an ordinance just so we can kind of take a look at it. It's a living document. I do intend for that to change based off of feedback and any suggestions that the council members have after today. And I also want to let you know that there are some significant potential hurdles or challenges in the current environment, which I will go into detail here after the presentation is over. So we can go to the next slide, please. So a little bit of background. I think it's pretty much obvious for most folks is that the production and management associated with single-use foodware, we use it once and we throw it away. It has significant environmental impacts. Those impacts are listed there in the second bullet. A little more locally here to kind of lay out the degree of why this ordinance could be necessary and why it would help to achieve some of our zero waste goals is a 2011 study of Bay Area street litter, which is running into the San Francisco Bay, found that about 67% of all litter items found, there's 12,000 of them, were single-use food or beverage packaging. Next slide. Bringing that analysis a little bit closer to home, there was an analysis in 2017 performed on the Russian River watershed where they collected over 2,500 litter items. And as you can see, a similar kind of percentage, 60%, of these items found were single-use plastics of some variety, wrappers, plastic bags, styrofoam, food packaging, lid straws, etc. In 2019, our stormwater and creeks cleanup programs removed over 1,000 cubic yards of trash deposited into our creeks here in Santa Rosa. And I've also heard and spoken with some of the stormwater and creek staff who say that polystyrene, also known as styrofoam, is a persistent litter item found along with just plastic food packaging. And styrofoam especially is a significant problem because it often breaks down into very, very small pieces and is almost impossible to retrieve. Next slide. So just some more kind of understanding of the origination of this ordinance is 80% of marine debris originates on land, primarily as urban trash runoff. This marine plastic can cause animal disease and mortality and has been found in human consumption items such as fish, bottled water, honey, sea salt, and more. And there's even some more updated recent reports where they're finding microplastics in the environment, not even in the ocean, but just out in the environment in general, out in the middle of a forest. So it is definitely concerning. The The practice of giving out single-use foodware automatically encourages customers and food vendors to pay little attention to the quantity of disposable packaging that they are receiving and that they're consuming, especially in today's environment where we're getting a lot of to-go foodware given out for folks who can't eat, obviously indoors or inside. This is especially concerning. They're seeing a significant rise in these products, and oftentimes you're bringing this food home. You don't really need, the extra fork, the extra knife. That's a plastic fork, the napkins. Unless you're eating on the run, most of the times folks can bring that stuff home and they can use their own reusable foodware, which is really going to be the most zero waste impact. As I did mention, the City Council did adopt the Zero Waste Master Plan in January of 2020 with a foodware ordinance of some nature being one of the plan's central strategy recommendations. Next slide. So as I mentioned, this ordinance has been being kicked around at the Climate Action Subcommittee level. Just to kind of give you a background on where we've been with this, Zero Waste Sonoma has developed a model ordinance, and I'll go into details about that a little bit later on in the presentation. But we've reviewed that ordinance, and we've been asked by some City Council members to check into how we might be able to go above and beyond that approach that Zero Waste Sonoma has developed, and potentially doing some models that are similar to what Berkeley and San Francisco, Alameda, and the jurisdictions like Santa Monica have done. So we came back to the Climate Action Subcommittee with that follow-up report, and it was directed by the Climate Action Subcommittee to explore and put together a model draft ordinance of what a fully compostable foodware ordinance would look like, and to bring that forward to the full City Council for discussion and review, and that's where we're at right now. Next slide. So as I did mention, Zero Waste Sonoma has developed a model ordinance for jurisdictions to consider, which was titled, I won't read the full thing, it's up there on the first bullet, but the model ordinance does address 5 areas. It does prohibit polystyrene foam foodware from being distributed by food and beverage providers, prohibits polystyrene foam foodware from and specified products, being sold by retail stores. It does require food and beverage providers and special events to use either compostable or recyclable disposable food serviceware. And it requires the food and beverage providers to provide accessories and single-use products like straws, lids, cutlery, to-go condiment packs upon request only. As I was mentioning earlier, you could probably save a lot of diversion and waste from the landfill from simply just instituting that policy right there, where you're only giving it if they ask for it, if the customer asks for it. It does encourage the use of the reusables. Right now, there is some concern with reusables and food safety, especially with the pandemic going on. And so this one is an encouragement. It's not necessarily an action item asking or telling folks that they have to use reusables. Next slide. So as mentioned, there are some jurisdictions like Berkeley, San Francisco, Alameda. Santa Monica is also one of those that have instituted additional foodware measures aimed at increasing diversion and reducing environmental impact. It was mentioned in one of the Climate Action Subcommittee meetings that Santa Rosa could definitely look into the possibilities of enacting one of these or similar features. And so what the ordinance that you will see here explained later on is going to be reflecting elements from these jurisdictions. And the Climate Action Subcommittee favored pursuing an ordinance that looked with the goal of going fully compostable and banning foodware containing polystyrene foam, styrofoam, single-use plastics, and materials containing fluorinated chemicals known as polyfluoroalkyls, also known as PFAS, PFAS. Next slide. So there are definitely some considerations when it comes to compostable foodware. Compostable foodware is still relatively new in the marketplace. And depending on who you talk to, some people think it's great and others don't really necessarily think it's the best thing. So one of the things with the compostable foodware is to make it actually work for the food providers where they can provide these materials to their customer and they're not have to worry about anything leaking or the breakage of a container per se. They do have either a polylactic acid, which is also known as PLA, or a per and polyfluoroalkyls, which are known as PFAS chemicals. These products, they act as a grease and a liquid proofing agent, and they're designed to essentially prevent the greasier liquid or wet-based foods, beverage-based foods from leaking out of food containers. PLA is generally made from fermented plant starch, usually corn or sugarcane. And these products are designed to be biodegradable, but this process can often happen slower than what commercial composters permit in their process. And generally the PLA products do need to be disposed of in a commercial composting operation. They do need to have that hands-on, man-made element where there is somebody looking over that to make sure that the conditions are right. There's enough moisture, there's enough nitrogen, there's enough airflow going through it. And so they do need to be put into those commercial composting operations that'll be able to accept those materials. Next slide. On the other hand, the PFAS chemicals, these are a family of thousands of chemicals that are generally found in common household items such as stain and water repellent fabrics, non-stick products like Teflon, polishes, waxes, cleaning products. Most of the time, these products, the PFAS products, are used in paper products used for the food packaging, and obviously, as I said, they're used for treating water and grease resistance. While there isn't a whole lot of information out there right now, they're currently doing some studies into the potential effects of PFAS. There is some evidence out there that exposure to PFAS can lead to adverse human health effects. And some of these studies indicate that PFAS can cause reproductive and liver and kidney immunological effects in laboratory animals, and some consistent findings in human epidemiology of increased cholesterol levels, effects on the immune system, cancer, and thyroid hormone disruption. So there is some concern, obviously, of allowing these products into go foodware. It can also obviously get into our food stream, into the water, into the ground, and kind of continue that cycle there. Next slide. So this is kind of really important here. This slide is considering whether or not we can go to a fully compostable option. Commercial composters, at least if they want to have the designation of organic compost, they can't sell their compost material and their feedstock as organic if it contains any synthetic materials. And the National Organics Program, which designates that, does consider PLAs and PFAS as synthetic materials. So in effect, if these operations, these compost operations, were to accept compostable materials that have PLAs or PFAS in them, they would no longer be able to resell their compost, which is a significant business detriment, up to about 75% reduction in the retail sale of that compost product. Another important aspect to consider is that these products are currently not accepted and generally are going to be screened out of the composting process where Santa Rosa delivers our material. We do have I wouldn't say handful, we have 3 compost facilities where we deliver our material. Obviously, right now we are working on a hopeful local option here in Sonoma County, but currently we do out-haul all of our compost out of the county. And obviously there are some concerns with that, but that's kind of a whole different conversation. But what the thing here is we would either go to up in Ukiah, Cold Creek Compost, we deliver it to Richmond, and we also are going to deliver it on the weekend, some of our commercial food waste to the facility out in Napa. And not one of these 3 facilities currently accept what you would call these compostable materials. So they would be essentially being screened out from the process. So we decided to go down that route for a fully compostable option. And as I said, we did get the direction from the Climate Action Subcommittee to do our best to explore this fully compostable option, recognizing that we do want to move away from the single-use plastic. We understand the detriments to kind of having everything in our world have plastic on it, so to say, and look for me to provide that direction as what a ordinance might look like that would be fully compostable. So I'll go into some of those details here on the following slides. Next slide. So who would be affected? This applies to all food vendors who sell or distribute disposable foodware. This includes food and beverage providers, retailers, and special events that would have a permit with the City of Santa Rosa. Examples include restaurants, bars, convenience stores, grocery stores, delis, food trucks, et cetera. And the ordinance would also apply to our city facilities, as I mentioned, the special events that require a permit from the city. Next slide. So in the working definition of this model ordinance that I've developed, compliant foodware would be BPI certified. This is a biodegradable products institute. They are an organization that certifies the compostability of products. And so they are a trusted, verified organization that we would be able to trust and verify those products that they are BPR certified, that they are compliant foodware, they are compostable. Would need to be commercially available to food vendors. There are some products out there that are difficult to source just in looking for them. For example, finding foodware that isn't completely PLA-based plastic, that would be, bamboo or fiber-based only. There's not a whole lot of options available out in the market currently, as well as lids. Lids I also found to be difficult for potentially food vendors to procure. So we would need to ensure that if we were going to put this forward, that those products would actually need to be available to food vendors, and if they weren't, then we obviously wouldn't enforce on those elements. Another important point here with the compliant foodware is it would need to be made up of paper or natural plant fibers. And as I mentioned, it would be great if we could go fully compostable without any sort of synthetic lining in them with the PLA, with the cornstarch. It's just, in my opinion, it's just not realistic to ask food providers to go, completely fully fiber-based route, because it's not going to be realistic for them to, put food in there that has any sort of grease or condensation in it and not expect that to leak out. So for the purposes of this model ordinance, the natural fiber-based food or beverage containers with the PLA coating would be considered compliant. But I would just remind you again that unfortunately, with the current situation of where we potentially would be taking these products wouldn't be accepted into the green compost stream to the 3 locations where we currently where Santa Rosa takes its compost. Compliant foodware accessories. So with this, we're talking about, your forks, your napkins, your stir sticks, everything else that would come other than the container. We would be asking that to be made up entirely of paper or natural plant fibers, and that it would have to be commercially available to food vendors. Next slide. So these are just some kind of general pictures, just so you can kind of get a visual look of what, compliant foodware would look like. We do have up in the upper left corner there, a couple options with the container, some cups. You will see that they do kind of have that little bit of a shine and a sheen to them. Kind of looks like my forehead right now, bad joke, but those ones have the PLA lining in them, and so you'll be able to tell, and you can kind of feel it as well if you look into it. That's the coating in there, which actually has the grease and the liquid barrier. You'll see that also in the second one with the container. We have some foodware accessories there with the fork and the compostable, straw, the bamboo fork down below, and then there's some additional options there you can see as well for what a compliant foodware could look like. Moving to the next slide, please. So there are some items within the proposed ordinance that would be prohibited, and food vendors within the city limits of Santa Rosa would not sell any foodware that contains polystyrene, which is the styrofoam, plastic, which includes compostable plastics as well, fully compostable plastics, and products with PFAS. I would just mention that the Biodegradable Products Institute, as of January 1st of this year, no longer certifies products on their website, the BPI certified compostable products that have PFAS in them. And so in that sense, it would make it a little bit easier to implement that policy, letting people know that, this doesn't have PFAS in it if you get it from this site. Otherwise, finding out exactly what products may or may not have PFAS in this current environment might be potentially difficult. Next slide. So kind of give you an idea and a visual look at, what we're looking to potentially prohibit here with this reusable and compostable food ordinance. Upper left, you have your classic kind of clamshell, which is made out of styrofoam. And we definitely want to try to get these products out of our environment. We have some plastic options as well, plastic silverware, and One of the issues that we have as well is, we were looking to allow the PLA line products that are fiber-based, considering that we do think that those potentially could be a better option if we wanted to move that direction than what you see down in the bottom left-hand corner, which is what they would call a compostable plastic. It does need to be kind of put into a commercial composting operation for that to actually break down. There's arguments if we talk to, does it actually break down properly, or does it kind of still maintain its form? That's still to be discussed. But what you see there is it looks almost exactly like a regular plastic cup that you might get in any other sort of situation. And so there's also concern of if we allow, say, compostable plastics, even if they were accepted at the local facilities, there's concern that it could miseducate the public because it looks pretty much exactly the same as any other plastic cup there. And then there's just some other additional examples there that you can see laid out there for you in the slide. Next slide, please. So dine-in foodware, these would be some regulations that we're looking at for folks that are dining in on premises, which we obviously understand it currently isn't happening due to the pandemic restrictions. But food vendors within the city of Santa Rosa shall sell or provide food and beverages for consumption on the premises using reusable, which means that it's durable, it's washable, they can use numerous times, up to a couple hundred different times or more, and foodware and foodware accessories. So essentially, if you're dining in, the requirement would be is that you have to provide folks with a reusable option. You cannot provide a single-use disposable option if you're going to be offering dine-in service. Any other compliant accessories, we're talking napkins, straws, which should be available upon request anyways, stirrers, tray liners. We would be expecting those to be compliant and to be compostable options, which many of those in the marketplace already are, and it wouldn't be too difficult to source those. Another thing that you might think is a small policy shift, but it could make a big impact, is offering condiments in bulk dispensers rather than the prepackaged single-use condiment packs. And I think that kind of speaks for itself. Next slide. So takeout foodware. This is really kind of the crux of this ordinance here, is trying to limit the amount of materials that not only businesses have to buy, but that folks are actually taking home with them. The hope is we can kind of do this culture change where we're looking to do reusable first. That's the top of the zero waste hierarchy. People can really just get the container that they need to get, come home, use their own fork, their silverware, their own napkins, that type of stuff. So what we would be looking here is to provide takeout food in usable foodware, compliant foodware, which I did detail earlier on, or items composed entirely of aluminum. The reason for this aluminum kind of subset is aluminum actually has a high percentage of recyclability, and it also is a material that there are still some pretty good markets for those. So the resale value of that is good enough to where it's easy to get those products moved off and to basically essentially be recycled. Secondly, it was when we're thinking about burritos or wraps and that type of thing, it didn't really make sense for us to have those items be placed into a compostable or recyclable foodware when it's already contained within aluminum foil. So this would prohibit food providers from providing foodware and foodware accessories that are not compliant. So polystyrene foam, plastic foodware, foodware accessories, and foodware containing PFAS. One of the other important things too is the culture change and really kind of getting the message out and communicating with our food vendors that these foodware accessories should only be provided upon request for to-go orders. And if you are having dine-in service, having those available at self-serve stations or even potentially upon request as well, where they have to ask somebody from behind the counter to get that. And then providing takeout bags that are composed of paper only. Plastic bags would not be compliant for this model ordinance. Next slide. So continuation of some kind of takeout food regulations or measures. As mentioned, as we kind of know with the COVID-19 situation, everybody's a lot of times should be staying at home or is staying at home. They have seen an increase in people ordering, to-go food to be delivered to their house. And so, as I mentioned before, it's important that we try to do an upstream implementation to where we capture whether or not folks actually need those materials from the front end, so it's not just automatically provided. So we would be asking for the customers to affirmatively request that they need these additional foodware accessories when they make their order. We would also be encouraged but not required to charge customers receiving any of these foodware accessories 25 cents. It is assumed that the money collected will go towards the purchase of ordinance compliant alternatives, as well as be some sort of a trying to change the culture by folks. If they understand that there's a cost to receive these accessories, they might be more inclined as to decline them and just use what they have at home, which is really what we're hoping for, is that they use reusables. Not quite there yet, especially in the COVID environment, but one of the areas that I do look to expand and potentially come back to council as an addition down the road is to require but not provide credit to customers bringing in their own sanitary reusable food containers. So essentially you bring in your own Tupperware, you get it filled by the restaurant, you walk out, there's no sort of, plastic that need to be used, no extra materials that were made for you. This will incentivize folks to bring their own foodware containers. This is also something that we're very excited about and looking forward to bringing in the future. In today's environment, it's probably a little too early and a little too difficult to really institute something that would be really comprehensive in this fashion. Next slide. So there are some focused prohibited retail sales, and these are really just going to be prohibited polystyrene products. Foodware that is composed in whole or in part of polystyrene foam, as I mentioned, would be prohibited. And then really some of the other items that would be big contributors to this would be coolers, ice chests, or similar containers that you see there in the picture, as well as packaging peanuts or other packaging materials. We would be expecting businesses within Santa Rosa to no longer be utilizing these products and to provide either a reusable product in the form of a cooler, or there are some fiber-based options that are currently available for packaging materials. Next slide. So as part of the zero waste plan, and as City of Santa Rosa wanting to be the leader in the North Bay for zero waste efforts, we obviously want to lead by example. And so we want to make sure that if we're going to be asking businesses to do this, perform these duties, we want to do the same thing in our own operations. And so the following regulations that I've essentially gone over already would apply to city purchases and facilities. I'd even like to push it a little bit further within, this City of Santa Rosa organization, offices, potlucks, birthday parties, etc. That all city facilities shall use reusable foodware. There should be no single-use disposables used by city staff, and compliant foodware accessories would be used by city staff as well. City managed concessions and sponsored events and permitted events would be, we'd be requesting that they use reusable foodware or compliant foodware and foodware accessories. Obviously anything that's not reusable or compliant is prohibited, and we would be looking to obviously institute whatever decisions were made or whatever policy actions were taken into future contracts and agreements that the city has. Next slide. So this is one of the other elements that I found really interesting from some of the, from I think it was the Berkeley ordinance that they've instituted. And to be honest with you, it's something that's actually a requirement of SB 1383, which is an organics law that will be coming into effect as of January 1st of next year, which will be really, really significant for the city of Santa Rosa, which I will be likely returning to council relatively soon to discuss that in more detail. But what we'd be asking is that restaurants that are having a dine-in option for folks who, for solid waste containers would essentially need to provide the 3 separate containers like you have at your house in your residential community. So we'd be asking for a solid waste container, a recycling container, and an organics container, and those should be consistent with Recology's collection program, with a gray or black container for the garbage solid waste, blue for recycling, green for organics. To the extent possible, given space constraints, we would expect all of these to be together in kind of a tripod, and we would be expecting that there would be graphic-rich signage above each waste stream, so that when folks go to throw their items away, that they know what where each item should be going into which waste stream. Next slide. So there are some exemptions. Obviously, food that's prepared outside of the city or packaged outside of the city, we don't necessarily have as much direct control over. So we would be exempting those items, but we would be asking and urging those folks to follow the provisions of the ordinance the best that they can. I did already mention earlier that the non-reusable foodware composed entirely of aluminum, it would be exempt, specifically really for aluminum foil used for burritos and wraps. And then, as I did mention, if the foodware accessories made of the compliant natural fiber are not commercially available as determined by the city, we would not enforce on those requirements until those items may be made commercially available. Products containing PFAS and polystyrene would always be prohibited. Next slide. So there are some polystyrene foam products that we just wanted to make sure that we got it out there, even though it's kind of understood. That would be used for insulating or flotation purposes, or if they're encased in a more durable material and they're reusable, those would be exempt. So for examples would include surfboards, boats, life preservers, construction materials, etc. And then also just for the immediate preservation of the public space, health and safety due to an emergency, disaster, what have you, that the city manager or his or her designee may exempt food providers from the provisions of this ordinance based off of any sort of public health or safety emergency aspect. Next slide. So we would institute a waiver process. And so we want to make sure that if there are folks in the community, food vendors, providers, events, that if they can show to the city that implementing and following the ordinance would create a undue financial hardship or practical difficulty not available generally to most folks in those similar circumstances, that they should have an avenue to potentially get a waiver for that. So they would submit essentially a waiver report where they would detail why this would put them in that situation, and we would act on that no later than 120 days after receipt of that waiver application. And if the waiver was to be granted after investigation, the waiver would be granted for a term of 1 year. And under extraordinary circumstances, an additional waiver of a year would be granted for a total of 2 years. Really special circumstance for that. The waivers would not be granted past a 2-year time frame, and it would be expected that the food provider or food vendor would have to get in line with the ordinance at that point. The city manager, his or her designee, would have the full discretion to verify the waiver, and the decision to grant or deny the waiver would be put in writing, and its determination considered final. Next slide. So enforcement is obviously a big component of this ordinance. We would be requiring compliance as of the effective date. And the effective date that we have, or at least that I've put forward initially for discussion, is going to be January 1st, 2022, so about a year out from now. The enforcement would be administered through our Santa Rosa Code Enforcement Department. In reaching out to the Code Enforcement Division, they did let TPW staff and myself know that, for them to enforce this ordinance, there would be the high likelihood of a need for additional staffing to do that. And so in checking with code enforcement, we were able to find that, full-time code enforcement enforcement position would be sufficient to cover the increased workload of enforcing this ordinance, and would be more of a proactive enforcement program versus a reactive enforcement mechanism, where we would essentially just be responding to citizen complaints, if folks weren't following, the ordinance itself there. Next slide. So the intention of the ordinance is by no means to be more of a stick approach. We really are trying to encourage customers, and we want to work with them to make sure that they understand what would be considered compliant foodware. And so the initial The initial, enforcement would include a written notice of noncompliance and a reasonable opportunity to correct. Food vendors would have 60 days from the written notice date to become compliant. And then entities that are non-compliant after the 60-day period would be subject to a citation penalty schedule, which I'll detail on the next slide, please. So a fine not exceeding $100 for the first violation, $200 for a second violation of the same code provision within a year, $500 for a fine exceeding any additional code violation in excess of 2 of the same code provision within 1 year. If continued willful violations occur at this point and there's any business that just refuses to comply for whatever reason, the city would reserve the right to consider suspending their vendor's use permit. Next slide. So as I did mention, the proposed effective date of the ordinance would be January 1st, 2022. We wanted to make sure to set that out enough time in the future to allow entities to kind of chew on the ordinance, understand it, adapt to the changes that might need to be made within their operation. And also it gives city staff enough time to adequately reach out and communicate the impacts to the impacted business community. Obviously, we are in the middle of a pandemic currently, so considering the length and the unknown length and the impact of COVID-19, it is also suggested by staff, depending on council's purview, is also working with the city attorney's office to potentially align the effective date to the pandemic and to the health order C-19, which is obviously around COVID-19. So essentially, we would come up with some language that would essentially say if COVID-19, if the health order is still impacting the community and there's still these restrictions, we're not really back to normal, that there would be a situation to where we could tie that to when that order, when that was no longer effective. And the proposal would be for that to be 90 days after that. But this is all kind of just being thrown out there as an option. I know that COVID-19 was a concern of the Climate Action Subcommittee and how that might work out if this is the right time frame for something like this. But obviously we don't want to hurt our business community even as much as they've been with this pandemic. And so tying it to a health order or something to that effect, I think would be a creative solution to that concern. Next slide. All right, so obviously it's pretty important. What's going to be the business impact? It is somewhat difficult to really compare apples to apples or understand, currently what businesses are purchasing, what's going to be the dollar-to-dollar impact on their business. From research that I've been able to find, and this initial bullet is actually going to probably be a little bit higher. That did come from one specific article that said that the increase to switch to compostable products is about 8%. I have done just some general kind of, off the wall research of my own, trying to compare apples to apples. Sometimes it's apples to oranges, but I would probably put that in the range of about 10 to 40%. So this is just switching to compostable products. This doesn't include, the overall operational cost. This would just be the cost to switch to compostable products. Initially would be anywhere from probably about 10 to 40% more than, say single-use plastic products that some businesses could maybe be currently using already. The hope is that the increase in costs could be associated with decreases in inventory costs, as I mentioned, by making it really a culture change where the foodware accessories are not just being provided automatically, willy-nilly, just here's your to-go item, you're getting all this extra stuff in your bag whether you like it or not. That would save inventory costs, as well as the hope is, if folks were to really move to a reusable model, it would be a little bit more costly up front, but there would be, numerous savings that could be made over the life of a business if they were to allow and kind of pilot or implement a reusable model. That would have the most significant environmental impact as well as cost savings. We have instituted an option for food vendors where they would be able to potentially charge that 25-cent fee to try to recoup some of those increased costs. And in today's environment, sustainability is important. Climate protection is on everybody's minds for the most part. And so even in today's environment, eco-friendly options can often attract new customers and help retain brand loyalty, as well as another feature for businesses. Next slide. All right, so doing some outreach into the community. We have done some initial outreach. I would say that there's definitely probably some more outreach that could be done. But just to kind of detail what has been done so far from staff is in late October, there was an informational email describing the ordinance and the potential policy options that was sent to the Chamber of Commerce, the Santa Rosa Downtown District, and the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. In early November, scheduled a Zoom meeting with about 8 to 10 members of the Santa Rosa Downtown District of the proposal. And just to kind of let you know of some of the comments that were made by some of the business community members that were there is California is currently essentially promoting single-use items and just single-use disposable items currently for health and safety purposes, COVID-19. There were some concerns about the potential increase in costs, especially in the current pandemic conditions. And when we talked about the reusable option, there was some folks in there that were a little uneasy of the fact of allowing customers to bring in their own reusables for to-go food and beverages. There was some consternation on that. Next slide. November 12th, I did meet with a handful of businesses and business owners in Rosen Village off Sebastopol Road there. It was actually organized by staff member Rafael Rivero in Planning and Economic Development. Some of the comments that we received from that meeting were that food trucks don't have the facilities to provide on-site diners with reusable foodware. They would just want to make sure that there was enough time for businesses to adapt to the regulations. Obviously, it would be important to conduct this outreach in Spanish. And there were a few folks that mentioned that the Press Democrat is a good medium for information sharing. Next slide. November 19th also had a Zoom meeting in today's environment with about 12 to 15 members of the Latino Business Owners Group. This meeting was organized by Marcos Suarez with the Sonoma County Economic Development Board. Similar concerns with this group as well, concern over the cost increases to switch to compostable. There were some just kind of clarifying questions that were regarding the 3-bin system requirements. And then there's some clarifying questions that I was able to answer during the call regarding how the Santa Rosa model might differ from what the Zero Waste Sonoma model has put forth. Next slide. So when we're looking at, fiscal impact, directly the fiscal impact would be to add one FTE to the Code Enforcement Division would cost about $126,000 annually. There would also probably be some additional fiscal impacts in the form of, outreach materials, marketing, radio spots, et cetera, whatever we needed to do as far as the outreach campaign and making sure that all the business owners received the information on the ordinance and then also understood that. And so there would be some materials for outreach materials that would be needed to the purchase. And so due to the likely staffing impacts and other elements that would be necessary to bring the ordinance forward, staff would be planning to come forward with the budget recommendations in the upcoming budget cycle. Next slide. So overall, you might be asking yourself, what's really the point of this? Why do this? Why don't we just continue with where we're going right now? So the policy is designed to promote reusable and compostable food serviceware. We encourage both the reuse of materials and the reduction of pollutants into the atmosphere. The hope is that we will be, diverting some of these products from the landfill, as well as hopefully creating some of that culture change with composting. Really, really important for Santa Rosa and all across the state is for us to really focus on having folks take those compostable materials, that food waste, and put it in the green bin and not just throw it into your trash at home. It does take a little extra effort, but that's really essentially a lot of the main focus of SB 1383, which no longer is an ideal and an aspirational goal. We do have this California state regulation that is very prescriptive and is essentially going to be, if Santa Rosa doesn't follow protocol properly, and this applies to all other cities in California, there is the potential for CalRecycle to find those jurisdictions. So it's something that no longer is the right thing to do. It's going to be required. Looking to reduce the amount of litter discharged to our streets and waterways. It does help us achieve those goals set forth in the Zero Waste Master Plan, which we passed earlier this year. As well as it adheres to the requirements of SB 1383, as I mentioned, and helps support our statewide trash amendment and municipal separate storm sewer system MS4 permit. Next slide. So this is really where the staff, I really want to kind of open it up to hear from City Council. I've already heard from the Climate Action Subcommittee, but obviously wanted to kind of bring you a proposal, an ordinance that you could actually look at and chew on and pick apart and provide suggestions. So I just am looking for your overall thoughts and comments, your input. I do know that the Climate Action Subcommittee had asked staff to move forward with this compostable model. I would just reiterate that this compostable model would go above and beyond the zero waste Sonoma model. And obviously there are significant concerns that, we would be asking folks to go compostable, but the current marketplace and where we take these materials don't currently accept those materials as compost. So effectively, those materials would be being screened out and sent back to the landfill. So there would be some potential questions there as to the impact of that and whether or not, maybe this is the right time to move forward with that. So I'd be interested in your comments on that. How you feel about COVID-19, the timing of it. Are you okay with tying the implementation date to, the pandemic and working with the City Attorney's Office to develop that language? Just overall the implementation timeline, what you guys might, what your thoughts are on that. The level of outreach that you would be looking for city staff to perform, and then the level of desired enforcement. Obviously, I mentioned that for proactive enforcement, we'd be looking for an additional staff member to the code enforcement team. Would you like us to be proactive out there, or would you like us to be kind of a reactive enforcement mechanism where we're responding to, folks in the community letting us know that certain businesses may not be following the rules? And then the next steps would be to obviously kind of discuss this hear all of your feedback, your input, and that this is currently a working ordinance, a working document. So it isn't set in stone. The changes can definitely be made. And my intention would be to hear from you, hear from the public here today, and to take those considerations, take those potential suggestions or changes, and then come back to you at a future date with a more refined ordinance for you to review at a future date. So at that point, I thank you for your time, and I'm here for any questions or comments that you might have.
All right, thank you so much, Joey. So council, if you have a question, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature in the bottom right corner of Zoom. For the public, what we will do is questions from council members first, then we will come to public comment, and then I'll bring it back to the council for their final thoughts and direction to staff. With that, I see Councilwoman Fleming, that you have some questions for staff.
Indeed. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Hanowitz, and all of the work that went into this. I have a couple of questions. One is, is around Recology, and that they currently are unable to process the certain types of fully compostable materials. That's what you're saying?
Well, it's actually not Recology. The Recology is really just going to be the hauler of the material to those sites. It's the actual composting site. So like Cold Creek Compost up in Ukiah, the site in Richmond, and Napa Recycling Facility in Napa. It's the organization, the actual compost locations. Yeah.
And so, what would it take for those types of businesses to be able to accept fully compostable materials, or is there any market-driven interest in, is there anybody who's sniffing around edges for seeing if there's an onslaught of municipalities and local governments doing this, that they would open up a shop that took fully compostable materials?
It's a good question. I'll be honest with you. I was talking with Recology's zero waste manager yesterday about this exact thing. And I think ultimately, I think that there could be something in the future that I would look to work with the composting industry to understand why these materials really aren't accepted. From what I understand right now, one of the main elements is that the commercial composters claim that these materials, they don't break down in the regular cycle. And so effectively it's not broken down all the way when they're ready to, put that compost into production and resale. So they screen out those materials. And I think one of the most important things is that they lose their organic designation. And obviously they have a clear business need or reason to try to maintain that designation because they can sell their compost, upwards up to 75, 80% more than they could if they didn't.
Right, and so that tags on to my second question, which is, and they would lose their organics designation because of the coating materials that you outlined that come along with many of those compostables. I kind of got lost. There's a lot of detail in there about that stuff.
Yeah, so the National Organics Program, for you to be certified organic, you essentially are not allowed to have any synthetic materials in that feedstock. And currently the National Organics Program still considers PLA and especially PFAS as one of those synthetic materials. So anything that has synthetic material in it would no longer be able to be resold as
okay, so your recommendation is that we use, can you be very specific about the type of material that you're recommending become the de facto standard?
At this point, I was really bringing forward a model ordinance where, the best ordinance that I thought would potentially bring us to that fully compostable option. If you're asking me for my recommendation would probably be at this point to maybe wait back and see where the industry can maybe go in the future to go fully compostable, because I have a hard time having the restaurants change to compostable products, pay the increases in cost that might be associated with that, when we know that those materials, in all likelihood, aren't going to be ending up in that green compost stream.
And that there's some question you're saying around the health effects of the coating on those things. I have another question that is around any outreach that might have been done with the county health officer around, people bringing their own reusable products. And if, I understand we're in a pandemic, but I also understand that it doesn't seem that people are getting this pandemic, that people aren't catching COVID in general from touching surfaces. I mean, not that it's not possible, but did you reach out and see what the county health officer's level of comfort with people bringing their own products is in general? Because this got started before the pandemic and then also during the pandemic.
So I have had initial discussions with some representatives from the County Department of Health on this. This was, when I was bringing it up to them, it was really kind of in the very beginning of COVID. And so their initial feedback to me was, no way right now, it's no way we could bring this forward, especially in this environment. They were interested in speaking with me once, the pandemic situation, died down, so to say, and looking at exploring potential options for this and working with the business community to allow that. There is a state law, AB 619, that has effectively, said that, it is okay and businesses would need to accept clean and sanitary to-go containers from the community and, use that for to-go packaging or to-go foodware, excuse me. But there is a lot of industry pushback for they're concerned about safety. And so I think there still needs to be some considerable discussions and some outreach that will need to be done for us to really make that a reality. But my intention is to definitely bring that forward and to include that, moving forward on potential additions and amendments to the ordinance.
And Councilmember Fleming, if I could just chime in, Joey's done quite a bit of research on this. There are not a lot of cities that are already implemented an ordinance like this that includes a bring your own to-go container. I think the challenge we're dealing with is the timing, and I think that's what Joey's trying to demonstrate is the timing of this discussion when we're in such a place of fully disposable. Makes some of this really challenging, but there are other communities, as Joey outlined in the beginning, that have implemented programs that are currently suspended of bringing your own to-go containers.
Mm-hmm. And the other one, and I don't know if the the climate subcommittee considered this or if you considered this, but having a standardized reuse program where people would make a deposit similarly to how one does when you go and buy something from the grocery store. If throughout Santa Rosa, vendors had standardized aluminum to-go ware and you made a deposit and you could take it anywhere. I mean, throughout the city and, clean it. And then,
I don't know who it is.
Excuse me?
Oh, I think that was a mistake. So that is kind of at the crux of what is being done currently. You do see that in some larger cities like San Francisco, specifically around office environments, which may not be going on right now, that are doing this reuse, where you do have that kind of reuse pilot where you bring in your containers, and then the next week you switch them out for your new food. There also are some discussions, and I do know that Zero Waste Sonoma was exploring some potential grant opportunities for a reuse pilot. And so those are definitely things that, are at the cutting edge of the zero waste kind of movement, and stuff that we are keeping an eye out for, but that currently aren't in place here in Sonoma County. But I can assure you that, we're definitely doing our best to try to bring that to the community.
And I was also curious to know if you had a chance to reach out. I've been to certain restaurants in other jurisdictions where they just don't do to-go, disposable to-go stuff. They're like, you can buy a mason jar or some, other inexpensive thing, and you can bring it back, or instead of like, all of this consternation over how it's going to get processed, just stopping doing it and doing what people do. With bags, and when people change their expectations, behaviors follow, and it just kind of becomes the norm. I mean, was that explored at all? Just flat out banning it?
At this point, the flat out ban wasn't considered, just because I guess the thought would be, I'm not really sure what it would leave businesses to be able to utilize going forward. Ultimately, I think what you're getting to is really where we want to move. I mean, my implementation is not to really go compostable, would be to go reusable. It's, in my opinion, it has the most significant environmental impact, as well as I think it would save businesses the most money. And there actually are some case studies from Alameda. They have a Rethink Disposables program where they've essentially been able to do that and show that it has been able to save those restaurants money. And so I think that is something that is going to be one of those upstream solutions, and that's something that I definitely want to look into in the future.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you answering all of my questions.
Of course.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Joey, for a really comprehensive staff report and presentation. It's a very challenging endeavor, and you've articulated well the various challenges, and I'm sure there will be more as time goes on. My question has to do, because a year from now is going to happen really quickly, so it has to do with the citations. And on page 8 of your staff report, you mentioned how you would be notifying the business of a failure to respond to the order. And I'm a little bit concerned about how, I mean, there's always a business that you give them a notice, they say, I didn't get it. And this could get expensive if they were not to get the order. Were you intending on doing a return receipt on some kind of violation, or how would you know that the right person is getting the message that they're not complying?
So I think that's a great question, Councilmember Sawyer, and I think that's something that I could definitely think a little bit deeper on and get back to you in the future a little bit more clearly. But I think the initial intention would be to send that letter, and then my hope with the proactive enforcement mechanism would for there to be an actual face-to-face conversation, because in my opinion, a lot of these things is culture change, and I don't really think a letter is going to change that. And so I'm really a big proponent of actually having that face-to-face conversation and assistance, to where that person shows up and says, this is what you're using. Oh, okay, this is what you should be using. We understand. Oh, you may be confused. It's a lot easier to help out the citizen and the customer if you have that face-to-face contact. So that would be my initial approach, would be to having it be, having the letter being sent out, but then also having there be a follow-up, an in-person follow-up by one of the code enforcement members, or potentially myself or somebody on my team.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I think that there would be a lot of pluses as moving forward in that way, especially with something like a food truck, because an address, unless it's the business license address, and that's going to go to somebody. But I think the face-to-face approach not only guarantees that the right person gets the information, but an opportunity to educate. I think that's a great way to go. That's the only question I had for clarification. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember Tibbetts?
Thank you, Mayor. Joey, this is going to probably seem like a silly question, and I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but I just want to ask it to be sure. When you talk about an 8% cost increase, you're talking about the line item for the inventory, not the overall business.
Correct. Line item for the inventory cost, not the overall business. Yeah.
Okay. And also to be clear, you were talking about we don't currently have the industry for the fully compostable, and you are recommending that we go with kind of a baby step in approach, for lack of a better term. And do you know when the industry will be online? Is there a guarantee that it will be?
There's no guarantees. Kind of as mentioned by Councilmember Fleming, it would be working with the compost kind of industry to understand the detriments of having these materials. It would also be that, these compostable materials with these, compostable polymer, compostable plastics or kind of fiber-based plastics out of cornstarch, it's really kind of brand new. It's cutting edge. I was working with one of the local companies here in Sonoma County that does make these products, and there is the potential for R&D, research and development down the road, where they might be able to design a product that is fully compostable and is acceptable by the compost industry. So there's kind of, you would need to get all those three segments together: the policymakers, which would be the city council, the compost industry, and then also the business community that's making these products. And so I do have, I think that in the future, there definitely could be something that would be feasible and usable for all. It's just right now, it seems like we're not quite there, but it seems like there are companies that are currently looking into that to try to find a product that would be suitable for everybody.
And Councilmember Tibbetts, if I could chime in, I just want to add on to what Joey said, and to some of this is a market issue, right? As the market builds, not only will compost facilities be more likely to expand their offering of what they're willing to take, but we're going to see more and more aggressive behavior from the manufacturing companies that are creating these compostable products. And so I think the more agencies begin to work this direction to more fully compostable, the more not only products are available, but also the more outlets to be able to take those products for composting in the future.
Okay, now, but in the interim, I understand the kind of creating the demand aspect and the benefit of going compost now, but is it safe to say that the environmental benefit of doing that now is that if one of these objects were to fall off the cart and enter the ecosystem, it's going to compose and biodegrade more quickly with less ramifications to the ecosystem?
That is a great question. And, you could probably talk to 10 different people with 10 different answers there, Councilmember Tibbetts. But effectively, with a lot of these compostable products, especially the kind of compostable plastics, and there is the argument with the compostable fiber-based lining, is that they won't break down unless they are actually in a man kind of overseen commercial compost process. So the argument is, if you put it out into the natural environment, it's going to degrade like any other biodegradable product. And so it's effectively, it really would be compostable in the situation of being in a commercial composting process where it's being overseen with the right conditions.
I see. Okay. So it is safe to say that the benefit is more solely focused on demand creation for the industry to follow.
Demand creation, as well as, one of the other benefits is obviously would be reducing plastics, getting plastics out of the environment and getting plastics out of the waste stream. Obviously, the argument that it sounds like you're making, and kind of what I'm understanding as well, is, there may be some unintended consequences with moving that direction, at least in the current environment. It may be a little bit premature, but I still think that there are pros and cons to either way you look at it. But at this point, there might be more concern surrounding it, only because you're hoping that it goes into the compost stream, it's getting screened out, then it needs to be hauled back again by Recology to the landfill, and so it potentially may create additional work or issues for the other industries after it gets out of the can.
Well, that's what I was searching for is, I guess, what's the benefit other than demand creation? And to me, reducing single-use plastics out of the environment is a really important goal. You know, I do think, and I'll make my comments later after I listen to the public, but I do really like your proposal to phase this in after COVID-19. It just makes a lot of sense from a public health and safety standpoint, economics bottom line standpoint for businesses right now. And, you know, this could be, and during COVID, we don't want to be engaged in the death by 1,000 cuts exercise that we hear about so commonly. But this is awesome, Joey. I think it's good stuff.
Great.
All right, Councilmember Sweathelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Joey, for that presentation. Again, I learn more every time I hear different perspectives of it. And one of the things that I think we heard at the subcommittee, which had an impact on me, was the capacity of our current landfill, and specifically when it will be at capacity if we don't do something. Do you remember what those timelines and figures were?
Yeah, we're looking at about 26 years left of available capacity.
And that's if we don't do anything such as what we're discussing today, correct?
Yeah, that's if we continue on the same trend that we are in Sonoma County over the past 5-10 years, correct?
Great, thank you. And then are there any other Sonoma County jurisdictions contemplating this or having anything that we're discussing in place?
Yeah, so Zero Waste Sonoma has been reaching out to all the jurisdictions. There have been a few of the jurisdictions that have passed the Zero Waste Sonoma model, which basically allows for it to be compostable or recyclable. Which essentially would, and encourages the to-go foodware to be upon request and encourages the reusables. Excuse me. Some of the jurisdictions have been Sebastopol, they adopted it. Healdsburg, I believe Windsor adopted it, but they've currently suspended that due to suspended enforcement because of the pandemic situation. So nobody's actively enforcing anything like this currently.
Great. And so it would be helpful for me, making the assumption this item comes back, if we could see, here's the similarities and here are the differences, because I do feel for both businesses and consumers to understand, okay, now I'm in this city and how's it the same and how's it different? Because I think consistency throughout our region would really be a good idea. And then a lot of the outreach you did and a lot of the information about restaurants, dining and taking out was covered. But this would also apply to grocery stores, correct? For like plastic bottles, plastic water bottles. They would no longer, if we pass the similar ordinance for grocery stores or warehouse outlets, they would no longer be able to offer those products. Is that accurate?
Not entirely. So with this one, the focus would be on the actual foodware element of it. So you would have to be receiving food to go. It wouldn't be covering the broad spectrum of plastics in Santa Rosa, which would be a whole separate ordinance and a whole nother lift. But this would only be applying to foods prepared or packaged with the intention of being eaten off the premises. And so, bringing that up, there was one that did come to mind where it potentially could be where it would apply as in Oliver's or Whole Foods, where you get those kind of pre-made to go foods to go. Within the ordinance itself, the way that I brought it forward to you it would apply to those folks as well, but it wouldn't apply to like a Pepsi bottle or a Coke bottle now.
So I guess when we're talking about it, if one of the goals is to not let this enter into, single use enter into our environment, I think all of us, if we've attended any of our grocery stores or large warehouse outlets, you see cases upon cases of plastic water bottles leaving the facilities. Have you entertained potentially including those type of single uses?
It's been entertained. Whether or not we could move forward, I think that would be a much significant larger lift. And the change would maybe have to be made at the state level. Essentially, we would effectively be banning all single-use plastic altogether, which would be a really, really big ordinance and a really big push, and it would probably cause some consternation in the business community. Ultimately, I think that's the goal of where Zero Waste would like to go. But what we've found in other jurisdictions and kind of with other similar cities that are kind of doing some of these things is the foodware component has really been kind of the highest level that they've taken on reducing some of these products. No other jurisdiction has gone to that level that you've mentioned.
I guess I'd be interested in further exploring this based on what Mr. Tibbetts was saying about the business perspective and what Mr. Nutt was explaining too. that if we're just limited to restaurants, the supply and demand from the manufacturer aspect of it, I don't have the data, but I'm guessing some of the large warehouse places where, the aforementioned case upon case of bottled water goes out probably has a bigger impact. And if we're able to get that industry to voluntarily comply due to the impact on landfill and some of the other studies that you said, they pulled out of San Francisco Bay, I know you can't trace it back to, the source, but I would venture to guess a large part of it is from those grocery stores and large warehouse outlets. So if we really want to make a difference, I think that might be, maybe not the first step, but something in the direction that we're going. So thank you. Those are all the questions I had.
Thank you, council member. And actually, just on that note, for the rest of the council, that is a discussion that we'll continue to have at the Climate Action Committee. Tom and Joey and I, we've had some pretty good conversations about the futures of plastics, including what to do with those single-use plastics. And I think to your point, one of the things that we really need to be considering in this ordinance is the idea that microplastics don't break down in compost. They continue to exist and end up elsewhere. And one of my favorite statistics to use in this conversation is to talk about 70% of breast milk that was tested had microplastics in it. So it is a public health issue as well that we need to be getting to. Joey, I wanted to ask you a little bit about an educational campaign around this. In particular, if we have this 3-bin approach for our restaurants, and you mentioned specifically the graphics that'll be on top of the bin to try to teach the community what goes where. Who provides those bins, the graphics, and the educational component? Is that built into our contract with Recology currently?
The infrastructure as far as the bins would not be inside the restaurant. The Recology is required per the contract to provide the bin that would be, the ultimate collection bin outside of the restaurant, so your 2 to 4 yard bin. They are required to provide that to all of the businesses that are required per SB 1383, which I've been working on Recology with. The expectation would be that the businesses would be expected as a business cost to buy the in-restaurant bins, and then the signage would be relatively easy. We have the PDF graphics already that are made by Recology, and so we can make that available where they could essentially, have those graphics already pre-made and printed out, and then laminated, and they could provide those relatively pretty easily for the businesses.
Okay, and do you have any idea what the cost for those bins would be for the restaurant?
I would just be venturing a guess, but I'm thinking $50, $60 for a bin, and depending on how large the restaurant is, and they're really only going to be adding an additional compost bin. They should already hopefully have garbage and recycling, or if not garbage, 2 bins. And so you're probably looking at a couple $100 to be able to do this for a one-time cost.
Okay. Was there any discussion, and I really appreciate, by the way, you bringing forward the FTEs that it would require for us to actually implement, and the cost for the FTE, I think, is really an important component for us to understand. Was there any discussion of, if you do institute a 25-cent surcharge on these takeouts, that you have 1 cent, I'm making this up obviously, 1 cent out of that 25 comes back to the city to help fund the enforcement of the ordinance? Was there any discussion along those lines?
Personally, there wasn't. No, I haven't seen that in any of the other jurisdictions, but per council's direction, if you would like me to look into that, I'm happy to do so. But I haven't had any research or any discussions about that currently, no.
Okay, I think that'd be a good conversation for the council to have after we hear public comment as well. And then just one more question for you, and it's a data question. You mentioned in the beginning that our goal is to get to less than 1 pound of waste per person per day. What is Santa Rosa currently at?
We're at about 2.8.
Right.
Yeah. So we're looking to get about a 10% reduction each year, which is it's a big goal, but we're hoping that we could kind of start turning the tide a little bit with the community.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. That's the last question that I have. Very good, thorough presentation. So we will go on to public comment now. For folks who would like to speak, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature. Dina and our clerk will have a 3-minute timer for folks. You will be able to speak when she allows you to join in, and then we will bring it back to the council after public comment for discussion. First on the list that I see is Sloan. followed by Lizette. So Sloan, if you want to take it away, make sure that you can unmute and hear us, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Can you all hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers and City Council members. My name is Sloan Pagal, and I am with Zero Waste Sonoma. A couple comments today. First, Zero Waste Sonoma fully supports Santa Rosa in going above and beyond the provisions of the Model Polystyrene and Disposable Foodware Ordinance, which was created by our agency. Secondly, I'd like to highlight that PLA line fiber compostable products are not accepted through our collection programs and screened out as landfilled material, which Joey did mention, and it was brought up in the questions. Next, from a litter abatement perspective, compostable foodware is no less likely to become litter than plastic. At this point, while compostable fiber products may degrade more quickly than plastic in the environment, these items will still persist for months or years outside of a commercial compost facility. And finally, although we want to reduce the overall use of single-use plastics, we recognize that Recology is accepting and recycling hard plastic food serviceware and packaging at this time, which is why these products are compliant under the original model ordinance. So again, we think it's great that the staff is proposing an ordinance that goes far above and beyond what we created, and we would love to see some of these changes adopted. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and that concludes my comments.
Great, thank you so much, Sloan. Lizette, followed by Catherine.
Yes, hello.
All right, we can hear you, Lizette. Go ahead.
Sorry, I wasn't sure if you could hear me. Thank you. My name is Lisette Van Vliet, and I'm the Senior Policy Coordinator of the organization Breast Cancer Prevention Partners, which is a national organization that focuses on preventing breast cancer before it starts from our exposure to toxic chemicals, which have been scientifically proven as linked to the disease. I would like to say that we are very strongly in support of this ordinance as it pertains to the PFAS chemicals, the single-use plastics, and the styrofoam ban, because all three of these items or chemical categories are linked with cancer and breast cancer. Specifically, PFAS. Several of these have been scientifically associated with increased risk for breast cancer. These chemicals never break down. They will never be compostable in the way that we understand the word. They can be found in the placenta, in maternal cord blood, and as was already mentioned, in breast milk. There's lots more specific details on the scientific findings on our website under the glossary of exposures. So these PFAS get into the food. Studies have shown that they leach or migrate into the food. They then go into our bodies, and then they then go into our babies. And it's not just breast cancer. There's also concerns about affecting semen quality, affecting time to pregnancy, early menopause onset, as well as some of the other concerns that were highlighted in the presentation. Moving on to styrene, it's a known carcinogen. And it was listed already in 2011 by the National Report on Carcinogens to do with the lymphohematopoietic system. That's production of lymphocytes, cells of blood, lymph nodes, bone marrow, spleen, and thymus. And then just finally, single-use plastics use a lot of chemicals that are known to be disruptive of the hormones in our bodies, and that has been linked to breast cancer as well as lots of other chronic and fatal diseases. So we strongly support this ordinance and wish you all speed in your deliberations and look forward to hearing your conclusions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lizette. Thank you for the comments. Catherine, followed by Chris.
Mute. Can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Great. This is Catherine Dodd. I'm a member of the Alliance of Nurses for Healthy Environments, and I want to first say that Joey's work was amazing and thorough. He probably knows more about waste than most of us. And I also want to thank the Climate Action Committee for including a more aggressive model ordinance than Sonoma's, which does talk about. I spoke to the staff and they said they do want to eliminate PFAS, but they didn't specifically mention it. So I really hope that Santa Rosa, as the county seat, will lead that effort. Sonoma County will be reviewing this in January of 2021. PFAS, as was mentioned, is a forever chemical. We don't want it in our landfill where it will ultimately leach into our water. We don't want it in our foodware where it'll leach into our body. The CDC has pointed out that it decreases immunity and it decreases the effectiveness of vaccines, which brings me to the pandemic. We are eating out of to-go containers far more than we ever did. So to wait until the pandemic slows down, kind of tying it to opening restaurants defeats the purpose. We need to decrease our exposure to PFAS now for all the reasons that have been cited. We also need to decrease our solid waste, and banning styrene and PFAS-coated containers will do that. This is not something we should be waiting on. These chemicals we're being increasingly exposed to them. I want to draw your attention to the Consumers Union testimony, which points out that many of our retailers like Pandera and Chipotle already comply with this. The Center for the Environmental Health is willing to help. The other localities, Berkeley, San Francisco, are willing to help. This should not take us 2 years to implement. It should take us 6 months. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Catherine. Chris, followed by Logan. Chris, if you can go ahead and unmute yourself. There you go. We can hear you, and go ahead.
All right, thanks. My name is Chris O'Neill. I'm the managing partner of Russian River Vineyards. We're here in Forestville. And we do serve food with our, in our operation, and well, we were anyway, and hope to again sometime in the not too distant future. We serve 500 to 600 people a week, and although we don't do takeout, we use compostable serveware for all our on-site dining. And I'm really thankful that the Council Climate Action Committee is looking to strengthen this proposed ordinance, because getting the PFAS out of the foodware and styrene as well. It has been difficult, getting healthier options to the PFAS, but I think that as Joey pointed out, that as we create an additional demand for that, those options will become more prevalent and probably less costly. I have worked with Recology, and they did provide us with a compost dumpster, and everything that we use for service, from silverware to food containers and what we serve them in paper bags, all goes into the compost. And there was actually no additional cost to that compost dumpster for us. And so not only do we reduce what's going to the landfill, but we're actually saving some money because we're doing less that we're having to pay to get rid of. So during the pandemic, as we're trying to support local restaurants and purchasing more takeout products, we really need to get rid of the harmful chemicals in these, and that do end up in our landfills and ultimately our groundwater. And I want to just thank you for helping to eliminate some of those chemicals out of making our community a healthier place to live. Thanks very much.
All right, thank you, sir, for your comments. Folks, we have a celebrity in the house, Mayor Harvey from Sonoma. Go ahead, you'll have 3 minutes, and I'm going to be pretty strict about it with you.
Thank you, Chris. And I would like to congratulate you, Mayor Rogers, on your selection to be mayor of Santa Rosa. I appreciate working with you on SCTA and the Regional Climate Protection Authority, and giving thanks to Mayor Schwedhelm for his time as mayor. It was great working with you on the mayor's call, so I appreciate both the work. Also, really want to thank Joey Henowitz. I'm calling kind of in my capacity as a waste zero specialist for Recology Sonoma Marin. Joey's been a fantastic person to work with and just really a leader on this. And I think the presentation he's put together for you today is really emblematic of that work. And so, you know, Joey's really helping you guys lead the way, and you guys are leading the county, and so I appreciate that. Just a couple comments that I would make. Yeah, Recology is the implementer. We have recycling, compost, and garbage bins that we place outside for kind of general service. We also do education in the restaurants. My role is to go into restaurants and businesses, teach them how to properly recycle, compost, and throw things away and reduce what they're putting into the garbage. And so that's something that we take really seriously and we work hard on. We also provide some amount of indoor bins, but sometimes they're charged, sometimes they're not, just kind of depending on circumstances. And it's about $30 for kind of Slim Jim style ones. I'm sure there's a range of prices, so just to kind of provide some clarity there. As far as compostable plastics, I would encourage the council to look in. We recently went through the National Zero Waste conferences, and there's some interesting examples in places like Portland, Oregon, and throughout the Bay Area, like GoBox, where they're doing reusable. There's a program to do reusable plasticware and to-go boxes, and so it's really kind of incredible to have that system running. If you could get that started in Santa Rosa, or we could talk about doing it in the county, providing kind of a place where a business could come through, wash to-go containers and keep them completely out of landfill, which may solve some of these problems about organics. Would encourage also looking at organic options in terms of straight paper and wood fiber options. These are kind of compostable foodware options that do break down significantly better than the BPI plastic. But as an implementer of some of these programs, I would say that the bagging, the BPI certified compostable plastic bags are really critical to get restaurants to compost at all. There's always concerns about rats and other sort of vermin that can come as a result of having foodware, and that's significantly mitigated, or food waste in a bin outside. That's always significantly mitigated by using compostable bags. So it's a really critical piece that's there. So again, you know, at Recology, we look forward to continuing our partnership with the city of Santa Rosa. I appreciate you guys taking the lead on this in the county. It's all part of our kind of climate goals and our collective goals. And so, you know, just appreciate you guys. You guys have the manpower, you're leading the way, and the rest of us can continue to follow. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And hopefully your council continues to follow us as well on this one. Mara, you're up next. Mara, go ahead and unmute yourself. And Dina, can we unmute Mara and see if she's there? Well, Mara, we're having a little bit of trouble with you. I'm going to go on to Anita really fast, and we'll try to come back to you afterwards. Anita, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, you got 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Again, my name is Anita Migliori. I also work with Logan here at Recology. We're part of a team that does the zero waste outreach and education. So I just wanted to say we're really excited about this ordinance, and we appreciate the council and the mayor's time to be looking at this and considering it, and we appreciate your support of this as well. We're very excited. Recology as a whole, and myself personally, have over 20 years of experience in implementing these programs. We've done this model in San Francisco over that time period, and we're really excited to be bringing that here to Sonoma County and just kind of getting that awareness to the general public about, you know, there is a better way to be doing this. There's a better way to be respectful of our environment, and just little changes can do that. Like I said, we offer the program here in Santa Rosa at no additional charge, so it's included with the service. And so hopefully we try to educate that with the people and make sure they understand, hey, this is beneficial for your bottom line and the environment, as well as meeting state and county goals. So just want to say we're ready for action. We're ready to partner with the city's department to make sure we're educating everyone and supplying the tools to do it and make it easy and basically just make it happen. So just want to say we're excited and ready to go. Thank you.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Anita, and thank you for being here with us today. So Mara, it looks like you've lowered your hand. If you're still interested in speaking, I'll give you another second to put it back up if we can try again. Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised. Madam City Clerk, were there any public comments via phone or email?
Thank you, Mayor Rogers. There were no voice message public comments received, and we did receive several email public comments, which were uploaded into the Registrar file, and the agenda was republished this morning and made available to the public.
Excellent. Thank you so much. And I did see one additional hand pop up that I'll take before we come back to the council, and that's Barbara. Go ahead, Barbara. Barbara, go ahead and unmute.
Okay, can you hear me? I apologize.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Barbara Sattler. I'm a registered nurse and a professor emeritus at the University of San Francisco, and I live in Sonoma County, and I'm just going to limit my comments to the PFAS issues. And I know that others have talked with you about the health effects associated with it. And I just want to tell you that every semester, one or two of my students, and this is for the past several years, have always done a literature review on PFAS, choosing that. And the literature just keeps expanding in terms of the health effects. And right now, 95% of those of us who are on this Zoom conference, as well as 95% of our relatives, including children, are likely accumulating PFAS in our bodies. And we know this because every year the U.S. government, through the CDC, tests a representative group of Americans for the presence of toxic chemicals that should never be in the human body. And PFAS and similarly constructed chemicals are found in 95% of the samples of blood and or urine. And so to me, these results are an indication of failed chemical policies, a sign that our state and federal governments are failing to protect us from very harmful chemicals. But you have this amazing opportunity to put forth a policy that will begin to protect us from at least the foodware-related PFAS exposures. And I want to just share another public health success story and failure story. In the 1920s, when we began to know that lead was really an unforgiving poison, particularly for children, they banned the use of lead in Europe in the 1920s in paint. It took the US till 1978 to do that. And just think about how often you repaint a house, right? So how many layers of lead-based paint and associated lead-based paint dust have we made our children around the country exposed to? So we are at a moment now that is similar to the 1920s moment, and you can be making a decision about this known poison and reducing it and removing it from our environment. So I'd really encourage you to adopt an ordinance that protects not just individual and public health, but the environment all at the same time. And so thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity to say this.
Yeah, absolutely. And thank you, Barbara, for joining us. And with that, I'm going to bring it back to the council. Joey, can you go over your last slide one more time for council members so that we're clear on what type of feedback you'd like to hear at the end of the study session?
Sure. Once it's queued up, I will do that. Okay, so some of the feedback that I'm looking for from you today, Mayor and City Council members, is just your overall thoughts and your overall input on the direction of the ordinance, how you feel about it. Are you comfortable with it? Would you like us to go further? Do you want us to rein it back? You know, I think one of the big, really the biggest star that I would probably have near this thing would be the second bullet is obviously we want to be as aggressive as possible. We wanted to try to be as fully compostable as possible. But I just want to make sure that we understand if we do go this direction, we can get rid of those single-use plastics. But in the current environment and currently with the industry, if we do go fully compostable, just the understanding that those materials in all likelihood are going to be getting screened out and taken back to the landfill because they won't be accepted at the compost facility. So I just would be interested in your thoughts on that. Obviously, regarding the COVID-19 implications and the timeline, are you comfortable with the implementation date of January 1st? Would you like to implement it sooner? Would you like to tie it to potentially that health order so that we don't impact those businesses even further than they've been impacted during this time? That implementation timeline I kind of just spoke about as well. There has been some limited outreach that has been done, and my hope is to do some additional outreach, but I would be interested on your desire for the level of outreach to the business community. And I would also kind of, especially considering that there probably isn't going to be many in-person meetings that would be available, so these would be through digital means. And then also your level of desired enforcement. Do you want us to be proactive or reactive in the enforcement? And then really just any other comments or feedback that you have is great. And my next plan would be to incorporate your feedback, incorporate your policy direction, and to come back with you with a little bit more of a refined ordinance after I hear from you for your future consideration.
Excellent. So with that, I'm going to first see if Councilmember Schwedhelm, who is on the Climate Action Subcommittee, if he has any thoughts or if you'd like to try to answer some of those questions for you.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, Joey, I really appreciate all the information you've been providing. This is the direction I think we do need to go. My biggest concern is the implementation timeline and is that outreach with those business owners who are going to be directly impacted by this. I'm not in that industry, so I'd want that continued dialogue. And I'm very hesitant to say, 6 months after the public health order expires, we need to continually stay in dialogue with them, because I'm guessing as quickly as this last shelter-in-place order, I think we had 24-hour notice. If I'm running a business and trying to understand what impacts will that have on my business, as we're evolving through here, I don't want to add additional stress to these businesses that are in a very challenging situation. So again, that constant dialogue and actually letting them brainstorm together, because one of the things in my meetings with business owners, they said, just give us, where you want to go and let our entrepreneurial spirit come up with some solutions. And that really resonated with me. I think it would also resonate with this challenge. So let's lean on those entrepreneurs to come up with a timeline. I would hope that they recognize where we need to go, and I would just ask that they help us get there. And I think those are my comments.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. I do believe the time is now. I believe there's no better time than now, especially now during the pandemic. This does allow us a period of time where business owners, especially in my district with the taco trucks down Scottsville Road, do have an opportunity to implement the strategy. With that said, I would like more information about possible vendors to make them available to the taco trucks. And I would also like to know the breakdown of your assessment of the line item being up to 40% more expensive to implement the renewable sources. In regards to outreach, one of your questions, I definitely would recommend the social media as well as the Facebook local radio stations. Those are extremely effective in the Hispanic community, and I would like to see more of those being used. And I make myself available to you in order to make that part of it happen. There was an important subject that was brought up or issue brought up from Councilman Fleming in regards to the Recology Center. we just heard a speaker say that they're more than happy to help us implement this program. I would like to know what they have actually available for us at this point in time. But at the same time, I would like to know what the cost associated is for the hauling of the material that we cannot process here in Sonoma County. And I would also like to maybe do more collaboration, more conversation, where we can help the local businesses have the potential to take on this matter, and so where they don't take the loss with the 75-80% of their products that they do have for sale, or they can make available to the market. In regards to the enforcement, education should always be first. I would hate to see that we would be in the reactive part of really enforcing the fines or the penalties to the community, especially as one, they're dealing with the COVID issues at this current time. And I believe that is it for now. But again, I do make myself available to any of the efforts that you have in mind, especially with the community in the first district. As again, the taco trucks, from my perspective, they will be the most heavily affected by this ordinance. But again, something very important that you did state, it's a cultural change. And when we see over 2,500 items in the Russian River or 1,000 cubic yards of waste in our creeks, it's hard for any of us to say that this is not the time to make that cultural change. So thank you for that.
All right, thank you, sir. Councilwoman Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor. So, you know, one thing that really resonated with me is what Councilmember Schwedhelm said about, you know, empowering the business community to solve this problem. And so to that end, I say, let's be bold and not say, you know, just do this. Let's say that we want to stop using reusable items. And I know that it probably sounds crazy, but I was watching Boardwalk Empire a couple of years ago and watching the guy take his food around. I mean, it's really a new thing that we use reusable items. And it's, you know, a big thing that the plastics industry pushed, and they're going to be aggressive about this, but they've really confined this conversation and defined it for us. So that what we're doing here is we're really in a reactive position and living in fear because we've been taught that we have to have these items, and that the best we can do is trying not to poison, you know, our people. If the percentage of women, you know, who are lactating is as high as you say it is, I think that first of all, I mean, I don't want to conflate the PFAS issue. I'm completely there. That just has to go. That's completely unacceptable. But I think that the ask really from the business community, I see all kinds of branding opportunities in terms of having reusable and to take out things. But, you know, as far as like building a secondary cottage industry around dealing with the problematic aspects of compostable serveware, it just seems kind of nutty to me. I think we ought to, you know, go back to basics and use glass and aluminum and, you know, be the adults that we are. And these things, you know, 60% of businesses, which means 50% more businesses in our county are owned by men than women. So, you know, 60%, that means that the amount of, when we talk about who is this impacting, and developing children are more susceptible to these types of toxins. And, you know, I really appreciate being deferential to our business community as they create a ton of jobs, but also they get the benefit of making a lot, you know, in many cases, their incomes off of having poisoned the earth and our women and children and people of color in disproportionate numbers. So I think that we need to be bold. We need to ask them to step up, stop using these types of products, and to make these changes right away. I don't think that the pandemic, if anything, it adds urgency to why we should do it, because more people are using takeout services rather than dine-in. And so I think we need to do it sooner rather than later. I recognize that my position might seem extreme, but I think if you go forward 100 years, if we haven't completely torched the planet at that point in time, it will seem kind of like a no-brainer that we stop doing this at a certain point. not to mention the landfill and problems with compostables and PFAS. So to your questions, Mr. Heinowitz, I think I said I don't think that the coronavirus should have an impact on implementation. I think implementation should be 6 months to 12 months. The level of outreach, I really like what Councilmember Alvarez suggested around that face-to-face contact. I think that allows for business owners to ask questions and feel supported by us. And then, I think that hopefully will reduce the need for enforcement, but hopefully we'll have a proactive enforcement so that we just don't have more regulations with that aren't enforced. And then, I do think that what we will probably really need a robust education program to go with this, but I think that our residents, our kids, and people who are bearing the brunt of the reproductive services, which are making the majority of the economic growth in our city and county, deserve to be cared for in this way. And, people shouldn't be bearing the brunt and the expenses all for the sake of a profit. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me pull up my list here. My overall thoughts and input, Joey, like the speaker said, I was really impressed with just how much you know this stuff, and thanks for bringing a complete neophyte like me into some level of understanding. My overall thoughts, though, I think that this is absolutely a good thing. I want to see us get to the fully compostable model. What sold it for me was the plastics, getting it out of our creeks and water and ocean. I like to tell the story about when I was crossing to Hawaii, it was just like every minute you saw some kind of floating plastic, and it was just such a shame. So I'm on board for that. COVID-19 implications and implementation timeline for me are different than the previous council members who spoke. I do think that this needs to be implemented after COVID-19 is over. And, I think for two reasons. One, when the public health officer tells you, please wait, I think we have a kind of a responsibility to listen. We are about masks and other important things. The second issue for me is, I think that it becomes easy to forget how difficult it is for businesses these days. And they're just trying to make payroll. They're just trying to make rent, keep their space open. I was talking to our grant writer at St. Vincent de Paul today, and she got a call from one of her restaurant, a friend of hers who owns a restaurant, and the person said, "We're so close to going under, please continue to order takeout from us." And I don't think that story is unique, so I don't think we should be piling issues on at this time. So we went through implementation timeline. Joey, I really liked your suggestion. When COVID is over, bring this in and let's go full compost. Level of outreach, I really appreciate you tapping into Marcos, Rafael. Keep doing that. Like Eddie said, use the council members as much as you need. Probably doing good outreach to the restaurateurs through the business community is probably important. I'd reach out to Peter Rumble at the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber. And I believe there's even a restaurant association around. I've only heard from them in small moments in time, but even though you're probably going to create opposition to this by reaching out to them, I think it's important that you do, so we can really get more data, like Tom was saying, making sure that these assumptions in here are correct. I'm sure that they are, but also just to be able to say that we reached out and, your input was received. Level of desired enforcement, I do not want to pay for proactive enforcement. I think that we have a citizenry here that is really diligent and really passionate about this issue, and I have no doubt that they'll be proactive in reaching out to code enforcement. And as far as next steps are concerned, I look forward to seeing this come back to council with more input, and ultimately, barring more public input, I look forward to supporting it. So thank you.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to move from the bottom up. level of desired enforcement, I'm not interested in doing the proactive. I think that Councilmember Tibbetts is correct. The community is watching. They will be good at identifying those individuals that need a face-to-face communication and probably some more education, which leads me to level of outreach. You can never have too much outreach. And all of the avenues that you can take advantage of. And I know that some of that outreach is already happening with Zero Waste Sonoma. They have a very good program and some great employees working on outreach as well. So that will be as important as it is. You also have a lot of avenues to go down in the outreach area. Implementation timeline, I am concerned, and I'll tie that to the COVID. I agree with Councilmember Tibbetts again. I am concerned about putting more pressure on our restaurants. As much as I would love to get rid of the plastics and get rid of everything that's bad in our waste stream, I would be concerned with the timing right now of, as important as it is, because there is so much to take out. It's really a conundrum, but I would be concerned with putting more pressure on our restaurants. At the same time, they could be educated as to like starting the process sooner. And since they are going through so many takeout containers, I assume they are, maybe they could, we could be in communication with the restaurants, letting them know that this is coming. I'm sure that that's already in part of the plan, is to keep them fully informed as to what the future holds, because this is not an if, but a when. And so they need, the sooner they start kind of planning on how to address these issues and changing who their vendors are and how they buy these products, the sooner they start thinking about it, the better off they will be. In the proposed fully compostable model, one of the things I'm concerned about is the wasted effort of putting these things in the compost that are just going to be screened out and then put in the landfill. What I'd be curious about is with the processors and our composters, those people that are in the business, what if any are the costs involved in spinning their wheels, putting these things in the compost bin and then having them take them out and then trucking them back to Central. If they're spending a lot of money doing that, I think that for the time being, maybe that money could be spent in a different way. And I have no idea whether you could even, what kind of research you might be able to, or whether they even know how much money they're spinning their wheels on these really not compostable products. It's also a little disingenuous to the community for them to think that they're doing the right thing when all that's going to happen is going to get screened out and dumped in the landfill. So I think that there's one of the things that has always concerned me about recycling is the expectation of the community that these particular things, that you look at that little triangle and because it has a particular number on it, that they're good to go. And it's just not the case. And, people spend so much time and energy trying to do the right thing. And this is one of those times where I really want them to know that if they think that this item that they're putting in the compost is really going to get composted, that it's really going to get composted. So I'm concerned that we are asking them to do something that is really not as effective as they think it is. So I kind of bow to your recommendation as far as how to move forward with the fully compostable model. I just, I would be curious to know how much money is being wasted by putting these things in the stream. But I can't answer that. I can't answer that question fully, perhaps at this point, because I am not sure what the industry is doing about it and how soon we will actually have some of these materials that can actually be composted, not necessarily organic, but even the secondary, the kind of compost where people are not necessarily looking for fully organic, that these materials could actually go into that second grade of compost. So I'll leave it there. I really appreciate your being our garbage star. You are, you do know more than the average bear on with composting and garbage in general, and I appreciate this wealth of knowledge that you've been able to gain, because it has enabled you to give us presentations like this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Council Member. Madam Vice Mayor.
First, Joey, thank you so much for the presentation and for the work that your team has done for the presentation. It was very thorough. My overall thoughts is I think that we probably need to act sooner than later. I do realize that we are in COVID right now, but now, I mean, we can't go backwards, and we're not sure how long COVID is going to be here. So we need to find ways to do multiple things, and that is to be aware that we are in a pandemic, but also be aware that we are filling our environment. We need to stop that. Fully compostable model, I'm not too sure on that one. I kind of echo what Councilmember Sawyer said about, the public believing that one thing is happening and it's not happening, and it's also creating additional works for other people. Implementation, I think we should, like I said, implement sooner than later, which leads me to enforcement. When I say implementation, I think that we should definitely speak to restaurant owners and get the education out there, but I do not think that we need to have proactive enforcement at this time in our fines. I think just really with the educational aspect is what I'm looking for, not saying down the road that we do not start with enforcement and fines. So I'm not sure what the next steps would be, but those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. And Joey, I really appreciate your work on this. As you know, I'm very passionate about this issue, and in particular, the reductions of plastics. And my viewpoint really starts from a belief that the cost of utilizing many of these plastics in foodwares doesn't actually reflect the environmental cost or the total cost that we have as a community by allowing them. And what has actually typically happened in California and across this nation is that our recyclables are sent to other countries to be dealt with. And that marketplace is completely dried up with the national sword policy going across the world, where China has typically taken our recyclables and that's how we've dealt with them. We no longer have that capacity. The standards are way too high and they're not accepting it. So we need to either reduce our use or we need to significantly invest in the infrastructure that it takes for us to be fully self-sustaining here in California. I am, again, also torn on the question about the fully compostable. And I'm going to present the other side of it as well, which is the hardest part of what we're talking about is developing new behaviors. And is there a value in having, even though these will be filtered out for the time being, is there value in us getting that behavior and doing the educational components about it ahead of time really worth it for our community? And I think the answer kind of relies on when these new materials are going to present themselves on the marketplace. If they were to present themselves 2 years from now, we would look like geniuses by being proactive about it and getting the community to start doing this early. If it takes 20 years, then we're going to have 19 years of looking silly for having had that be a requirement. So I don't know how to go about that. But what I do know is that for many of these things, there is no such thing as compostable when we're talking about plastics. Every piece of plastic that has ever been created is still in existence. It doesn't compost, it just breaks down into smaller and smaller pieces of plastics. And going back to that discussion about it making its way into our waterways and making it into our bodies and affecting our health. So I'm going to leave that one alone for the moment. I think the conversation around the PFAS is an important one because PFAS are endocrine disruptors. And I think we already know this, and I think we need to acknowledge that in how we move forward. The PLAs is an interesting conversation to me as well, because you do start to see some businesses that are charging for those linings, particularly on coffee cups, where it really is necessary for their business model. But for example, Starbucks actually gives you a 10 cents credit if you bring in your own reusable mug, as opposed to using one of these lined cups. And so I think that's something that we should be paying attention to as well as we move through this conversation, is that just because we haven't banned them doesn't mean that we can't take proactive steps to reduce people's dependence on them. And to that end, I want to talk a little bit about the proposed opportunity, not mandatory, 25-cent charge. I actually think that we should have a mandatory charge on some of these takeout things, such as the PLAs, that we know that we would prefer to get rid of, but we can't, because that will actually help shift behavior so that we have reductions in it. And by making it mandatory, we put it evenly across all businesses, and we don't put one business pitted against another business. It is a community-wide effort at that point, and it's not reliant on people who are, to Jack's point, trying to just make ends meet. That 25 cents, if that is the number that we go with, can stay with the business. I want it to stay with the business so that they can then make their margins and continue to invest in the types of materials that we're asking them to do. I don't need it to come back to the city. It doesn't need to be something that is viewed as a money generator for us. I think it really is just to reflect the actual cost of the materials that people are utilizing and the cost to society. For the timeline, I am fine with the January 1st implementation timeline, but what I would suggest after listening to the comments from council members is that perhaps we do a check-in. We set the date as September 1st and then do a check-in in September to see how we are actually feeling about COVID coming out of it. I know you had suggested that we build in a 90 days from the end of the health officer's order. I'd actually prefer for us to do a check-in at that point and give some level of clarity to businesses on when it would actually be implemented and potentially enforced. Our outreach is going to be incredibly important and significant, and I think we should be pursuing a robust conversation around that with Recology, who are willing partners. And then finally, for the desired enforcement, I'm hearing a mixed message from the council on whether or not they would prefer proactive enforcement, or if they think that the community would be able to help self-police on this one. I am fine if what we want to do is see how the first 6 months go. I do think that either way, the most enforcement is going to be upfront as people are coming into it, which is also the time when we want to be the most permissive and educational by nature. So I really don't care on that one at the moment on if we are proactive or if we do it through education. What I will want is that after this has been implemented for 6 months or a year, that we have a chance to check in and see where we're actually at on the adoption throughout our community, and then have that conversation about if we have to increase enforcement to increase the uptick. And with that, that's my comments on it. Did you get what you needed from the discussion, Joey? And what are the next steps for the council going to look like?
Thank you, council members and mayor, for the feedback. I do appreciate that. It does give me some direction to move forward. The next steps, I think, would be for me to internalize today's meeting, check in with my fearless leader, Jason Nutt, and discuss the item moving forward. But my plan would be to, what I've really kind of heard consistently from the council on some of the things, it sounds like you guys aren't sure, but really what I've heard is, outreach is important, continue to do the outreach, involve the business community. So I'd like to potentially try to set up some more, some outreach meetings with the business community, potentially kind of like town hall styles, to try to gather that information and to have them really be involved. Secondly, I think one of the important things would be to maybe try to get a little better clarity. I don't think that there's going to be an end-all be-all that, there's going to be a certain date where these materials might be acceptable by the compost facilities, but I think it would behoove myself and also be interesting to the council to hear back from me to do a little bit more direct outreach with the composters to see exactly what their issues are, what would be the challenges to potentially accepting those materials in their feedstock. And then thirdly, I think, really just coming back to you after I've kind of chewed on some of that, and coming back to you with a little bit more of a refined approach, potentially with some, again, kind of like a buffet of options. So I could give you guys, so here's option A, here's option B, here's option C. And, you know, this option is fully compostable. This option maybe only adopts the zero waste Sonoma model with some additional considerations. So you guys potentially have, you know, not just one potential pathway, but you have multiple pathways that you can consider moving forward within, I would say, the first few months of 2021 would be my intention.
Great. Thank you so much, Joey. And with that, we have been at this for about a little over 2 hours now as a council. I'm very cognizant of the fact that we have a long meeting for tonight, but I am going to grant a 5-minute break for council members to go and do what they need to do for a couple of minutes. So we will come back at 3:40. We'll just call it 3:45, and I'm going to ask council members to stick to that timeline because, again, we do have a long meeting tonight. And we'll be back with item 3.2 at that time. All right, I will bring us back. Madam City Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Alvarez,
Present.
Councilmember Fleming, Councilmember Fleming, Councilmember Sawyer,
Here.
Councilmember Schwedhelm,
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts, Councilmember Tibbetts, Vice Mayor Rogers,
Present.
Mayor Rogers,
Here.
Councilmember Fleming, have you joined us? Councilmember Tibbetts, have you joined us? Okay, let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Fleming and Councilmember Tibbetts.
Great. Thank you so much, and I'm sure the two council members will find their way back. With that, we will go on to item 3.2. Mr. City Manager.
Item 3.2, Wildfire Preparedness, Mitigation, and Resiliency Project. Proposed uses of PG&E settlement funds. I'm going to give a brief introduction. We can go to the next slide. And then I will turn it over to Chief Gosner. A couple things. This is the next step in a continuing conversation with the council about how to utilize, potentially utilize PG&E settlement funds. These conversations obviously started back in August. We had a series of meetings. We also did a public input session, some public input processes. The next step beyond this the next step beyond this will be.
I am so sorry. I had preloaded items. My apologies.
It's all good. Councilwoman Fleming was grooving. I saw it.
The next step will be a January 12th presentation with our fiscal consultants, PFM, to address potential investment opportunities and the restrictions around investing funds. And then we will also have a meeting in the latter part of January or early February with our federal lobbying teams. And that's really important because you're going to see some items that potentially we're understanding may have some opportunities to be funded on the federal side in this portfolio of opportunities. Just as a reminder for council members, those federal opportunities, even if they exist, will likely require a match by the city in some form or capacity. So at the end of this, you're also going to get a roll-up of all of the requests to date with potential cost estimates from staff. And the question which will we would like to have answered by the end of the presentation as we prepare for goal setting and budget conversations beginning in February is there anything else that council wants to see between now and those conversations in February? Again, we'll have a follow-up meeting on the 12th with our investment portfolio advisors, and then we will have a conversation with our federal lobbying team about what we're hearing are potentially some ways to maximize and leverage federal funding. And now I will turn it over to Chief Gosner.
Good afternoon, everyone. One second. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Welcome to new Vice Mayor Rogers and Mr. Alvarez. It's good to see you here. My name is Tony Gosner. I'm the fire chief for the city of Santa Rosa. Today, we are happy to present within this study session some proposed uses of the PG&E settlement funds for wildfire preparedness, mitigation, and resiliency projects. Deputy Chief Scott Westrop will deliver the fire department's presentation and will focus on 6 items. Those 6 items are rebuilding Station 5, moving and adding stations to meet today's needs, discussion of additional personnel to staff new stations and increase command and control, purchase of additional apparatus, implementation of a comprehensive vegetation management program, and the implementation of the Wildland Resiliency and Response Strategic Plan, which Chief Westrope was instrumental in developing. Myself, Chief Westrope, Chief Moon, and Assistant Fire Paul Lowenthal will be available at the end of the presentation for any questions that you may have. And now, without further ado, I'd like to turn it over to Chief Westrope. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Rogers, and member of the council. Scott Westrope, Deputy Fire Chief with the City of Santa Rosa. What we're going to be presenting to you this afternoon is what the fire department has determined will be important moving forward in significantly increasing our wildfire resiliency and response components of the organization. While this is a small part of a big picture, we feel it's vitally important to the mission of protecting the community as we move into the future. We've broken this down into sort of two categories. The first that I'm going to present to you is the strategies that we can immediately implement and that will have immediate impacts with one-time funding. And as we move on through the presentation, we'll present some strategies that are longer term in regards to completion, but not necessarily longer term in regards to necessity of the need. Next slide, please. So this first slide is just sort of a executive summary of the two programs that we presented to the Public Safety Subcommittee on both September 25th and then November 23rd, 2020, respectively. The first is the Comprehensive Vegetation Management Program. We'll go into that more in detail on the next slide. And then the Santa Rosa Fire Department Wildland Resiliency and Response Strategic Plan, which we'll go into more detail here in the next couple slides as well. The important thing to take away from these is we really feel that the funding of these proposals would immediately improve the prevention, mitigation, response capabilities for the community, the city, the department, and this is without adding additional stations or operations bureau personnel, which we'll get into much further down the road here. Next slide, please. So the first thing we wanted to present to you was the Vegetation Management Program. This is very important to us. It's something that we have been lacking for a long time, and that we've seen through the Tubbs, the Kincaid, and the Glass Fire is vitally important to protecting the community. So some background on this: in September of 2020, the City Council unanimously approved the final draft of the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, or the CWPP. The plan was a result of a community-based planning effort to quantify and evaluate the city's wildfire threat. The plan develops hazard mitigation strategies to enhance the protection of life safety and community assets. And the CWPP uses the latest wildfire science coupled with community input to serve as a guide in the development and implementation of a comprehensive vegetation management program. The proposed vegetation management program will focus on improving evacuation routes, community wildfire education, wildfire and evacuation preparedness, structural hardening of homes and infrastructure, vegetation treatments to reduce the wildfire threat, implementation of defensible space standards, and increased staffing dedicated to the wildfire mitigation workload. The proposed program will provide annual updates to the City Council, and at the conclusion of the 5-year period of this plan, will allow funding to complete for an updated CWPP. Fire Marshal Moon and Assistant Fire Marshal Lowenthal are both in attendance at this meeting, as the Chief said, and they can answer specific questions regarding the CWPP or the Vegetation Management Program at the end of the presentation. Next slide, please. The Santa Rosa Fire Department Wildland Resiliency and Response Strategic Plan. It's a bit of a mouthful. We call it WUI 2.0 around here, just because we tend to screw that up. So essentially what this plan does, it examines the risk and threat potential of wildland fires. And so we look at that, and then we're going to adjust the prevention, mitigation, and operational response components of the organization. So it's a holistic assessment of the organization and adjusting to what we find through best practices, state standards, local standards, or what works best for our organization to better prepare for and respond to these wildfires that are coming into the city limits, keeping in mind that none of the fires that we've had, and we presented this to the Public Safety Subcommittee, none of the big fires that we've had have started in Santa Rosa. They've all come into Santa Rosa. This is a living document that will guide the department over the next 5 years. at which time we'll do another strengths, weaknesses, opportunity, and threat analysis and develop a new plan moving forward based off the opportunities and challenges that we faced in the last 5 years. The WUI 2.0 plan will assess and adjust 6 major strategies that comprise the fire department wildland programs. Number 1 is legislation. We're going to be looking at ordinances, statutes, fire codes, state and federal policy. Chief Moon will be leading that strategy moving forward with a team of internal subject matter experts. Capital enhancements, which is essentially, when we start talking about that, we're talking about increasing our apparatus inventory. So we're buying Type 3 wildland firefighting engines, Type 6 wildland firefighting engines, and other apparatus to support the wildland problem that we face. One of the big issues we run into is often when we have these big fires, we have to recall our personnel or we upstaff on red flag high fire severity danger days, and we run out of equipment very quickly. So it's putting the right tools in the hand of the personnel who are going to go out and protect the community. Non-capital enhancements, we're looking at increasing our ability to have better radios, better communications. That's always the weak link in the chain of response. Tool caches, so when we do those major recalls and we bring our personnel back, we have the proper equipment to put on those new fire engines and other apparatus that we're going to have in service, and upgrading our PPE so we have some variability on our personal protective equipment for the personnel that are out there on the front lines. We're going to look at our operations. We're going to sort of do a zero-based budgeting approach to our operations. We're going to look at our daily response matrix, our reinforced matrix, and our extended matrix. So sort of the different layers of how we would respond to a major incident. We're going to look at our training, strategies, tactics, and our command level presence within our internal organization. Looking at staffing, we're going to be utilizing we're going to look at the staffing models, but we're going to use the current personnel that we have assigned to our position control list. So this is not adding additional personnel in this regard. It's basically looking at changing some of the plans or augmenting some of the plans that we already have in place, including our upstaffing plan, staffing patterns, and our recall policy revision. And really the biggest one is community engagement. And while we have a community engagement department within the city, this is looking at how we're going to speak to the community about the wildland fire problem, evacuations, and everything that revolves around the wildland threat that we face. And really what this is ultimately is looking at how we approach it from a whole community inclusion aspect. So we're speaking to everybody regardless of demographic, socioeconomic status, or access and functional needs. So everybody's getting the same message at the same time through the proper channels. So that's what that strategy group is going to be looking at. Next slide, please. So in addition to the previous 2 proposals, in order to provide a more comprehensive approach, we're going to look at some more long-term strategies. And I said they're long-term as far as completion, but not necessarily in relation to how important they are. And really this revolves around adding fire stations and the apparatus and personnel that go along with that. Rebuilding Fire Station 5, which was lost in the Tubbs fire, remains essential and unfunded, although the purchase of the property is in progress. Additionally, as identified in the Santa Rosa Fire Department strategic plan and deployment analysis, 2 current fire stations that we have should be relocated and 2 additional stations should be constructed. These stations would ultimately improve the capacity and capabilities of our ability to respond to the wildland urban interface areas of the city, but not only just the WUI threat or the wildland urban interface threat, but the strategic locations of the stations will ultimately provide better response to all districts of the city, all of our fire districts, and while they take one-time expenditures as far as building a station, they do have ongoing costs. Next slide, please. So the relocation and rebuilding of Fire Station 5. We need to still build Fire Station 5. As we talked about, it was lost in the Tubbs fire, and the city is currently in the process of purchasing property at the corner of Stagecoach Road and Fountain Grove Parkway. Rebuilding Fire Station 5 will restore permanent service to the Fountain Grove neighborhood and protection of that wildland urban interface component. We do have temporary service in there, but essentially our crews are in a double wide mobile home with a semi-permanent structure to protect the apparatus. The new location of this station will enhance the service to the entirety of Fountain Grove and also improve the service level to the northern portions of North Mendocino Avenue and the adjacent areas. The property for the new Station 5 is in the purchasing process and currently in the CEQA process. We've worked tirelessly, staff within the fire department, within the city, have worked tirelessly with the consultants to secure federal funding to rebuild Fire Station 5. However, we've been unsuccessful in that venture largely due to federal policy. Next slide, please. So construction of 4 new fire stations. We need to improve the strategic locations of our fire stations to better serve the wildland urban environment. And we recommend the construction of 4 new fire stations. These stations would allow us to increase service levels in several areas of the city, including Roseland, Rincon Valley, Fountain Grove, Skyhawk, and South Park. In addition to providing increased service in these areas, the additions would benefit the entire city as a whole by reducing call volume at high volume stations and increasing the number of fire engine and personnel on duty. What this would result in is reducing response times throughout the entire system. So we start to play that chess game of we move one station, we have to build another station, but it's improving the capacity to the entire system as a whole. 2 of these additions would add protection to the wildland urban interface areas directly in the Rincon Valley and East Fountain Grove areas, add protection to the Taylor Mountain area, and add protection to the Roseland Lower Santa Rosa Avenue area. So to do this, we would need to move Fire Station 6, which is currently located on Calistoga Road, to the area of Mountain Hawk Drive and Highway 12, construct Fire Station 12, a new station in the area of Mission Boulevard and Montecito Avenue, move Fire Station 8, which is currently located on Burbank Avenue, to the area of Hearn Avenue between Whitewood Drive and Highway 101, and construct a new Fire Station 9 in the area of Kiwanis Terrace and Franz Kafka Avenue. Next slide, please. Now, obviously, these new fire stations are only as good as what we can put in them as far as personnel and apparatus. So to adequately staff the additional fire stations and provide proper management and supervision, we recommend the addition of 21 additional full-time employees. The relocated stations, obviously, we could still use the current staff that we have on duty for staffing, but the new fire stations, Fire Station 9 and Fire Station 12, would require additional staffing. The fire department currently staffs our engine companies with 3 personnel across 3 shifts. So essentially a new fire station would need 9 personnel. In order to adequately staff these new fire stations, the fire department would require the addition of 18 additional FTEs into operations. Additionally, in order to properly manage and supervise these crews, we would need to add 1 on-duty battalion chief. We currently only have 1 battalion chief that's on duty on a daily basis, and they have a supervision level of 1 to 12. So they have 12 stations, but they have 14 captains that report to them. So adding a 2nd on-duty battalion across 3 shifts, or 3 FTEs, we would reduce that span of control from 14 to 1 to 7 to 1. Next slide, please. And then the additional apparatus to staff the new fire stations. To adequately provide fire suppression emergency response, we would need to purchase 2 new additional Type 1 fire engines, which is the fire engines you see on a daily basis. 2 additional Type 6 fire engines, which are wildland-specific firefighting engines, and 1 utility pickup truck. The relocated stations, we could use the current apparatus that we have for response, and the new fire stations, Fire Station 9 and Fire Station 12, will require the new apparatus with the ability to cross-staff to a wildland-specific fire engine. This is in addition to the request that we talked about earlier in the Santa Rosa Fire Department Wildland and Resiliency and Response Strategic Plan. These would be specifically for those new stations and not that snapshot in time that the WUI 2.0 plan has in it. The purchase of these apparatus would increase the abilities and capacities of the department on a daily basis, as well as in times for need for upstaffing, department recalls, and during those large-scale incidents that occur within or adjacent to the city limits. So that's it. We'll be available at the end of the entire presentation for any questions or comments that you may have, and I will turn this over to Assistant City Manager Jason Nutt.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Rogers, and council members. I'm Jason Nutt. I'm the Assistant City Manager and Transportation and Public Works Director. And the Community Wildfire Protection Plan outlines a number of additional areas and strategies to better protect this community from future wildfires and other disaster events. Some of those are capital in nature. Some of those relate to activities that are currently in process, and we'll be running through those in a systematic way. In addition, as you heard from Chief Westrope, there are also opportunities where the improvement may be something that's within the generalized control of the city. And there are other improvements that may require coordination with outside agencies, either at the regional, state, or federal levels. So next slide, please. One of the products that we've identified in the Community Wildfire Protection Plan is the construction and activation of a hot emergency operations center. We have traditionally operated a cold center, which means that whenever an emergency occurs, there's an all call to staff members who are on the appropriate initial call out phase. They'll rally at the UFO building, which is where our current EOC is located. And then they will unpack and set up the equipment in such a way that sets the EOC to an appropriate configuration for the type of activation that's being asked for. We conducted that activity 5 times in 2019 and 5 times in 2020. A hot EOC, what that would do is provide those facilities up, operational, and ready to go when a disaster hits. At a time when our emergency manager makes a phone call to those staff members informing us that we are activating the Emergency Operations Center, we'd be able to come in and begin work immediately rather than the 1.5 to 2 hours of build-up time necessary to get that center operational. In 2020, this year, we did make a shift because of some mechanical issues that were occurring at the UFO. We shifted to utilize the Transit Operations Building and the adjacent MSC North building on the south side of the UFO's parking lot. Those facilities worked pretty well for us in the types of activations that we had this year. And we've been leaving that equipment up and operational. Since we've been in the pandemic series, daily operations where we're having and utilizing that space as a training center is just not occurring, and therefore we've been able to keep this operational as a hot EOC. And we've definitely seen the benefits of having that in place. We expect in order to make this a permanent facility, it would take approximately $400,000 to convert those 2 spaces to a permanent location for a hot EOC. And in addition, we'd have to incorporate some modifications to the existing equipment that exists in that building, as well as about $150,000 to add an emergency generator. A lot of these facilities have already been installed at the UFO, as that was the way it was constructed. The challenge is with the type of operations that facility sees on a day-to-day basis, it's very difficult to set up in a specific configuration to continue to maintain that as a hot site. So we're looking at alternatives, and we have looked at other facilities around our inventory to see if there are other places. The Transit Operations Building and MSC North seem to be the most properly suited to support that activity. Next slide, please. During the last couple of years, actually since 2017, we have identified that there are a number of facilities or tools that we could benefit from in order to help assist in evacuation activities. One is during the course of both the 17, 19, and 2020 fires, our transit system was called into action to provide support for long-term care facilities, residential care facilities, and hospitals to evacuate personnel and residents to other locations to get them out of harm's way. What we did notice is with the equipment that we have, which is a 40-foot long bus, one, it's very difficult to navigate some of the more narrow streets up in the high wildfire areas. But we also identified that the current configuration, which works great on a day-to-day basis for our transit riders, makes it a little bit challenging when you're dealing with multiple wheelchairs, walkers, and in some cases, even this year, we found that there were full gurneys that were being asked to try to load into these spaces. And so one of the suggestions was to create and purchase a bus that was fully convertible with tie downs in an effort to ensure that we could do the best possible evacuation for those facilities moving forward. In addition, we've identified that there are a number of barricades of all different shapes and sizes that would benefit moving forward. Some have flashing yellow beacons that go on the top. We have retrofitted some back in 2018 during the first PSPS events, and we found that those were beneficial as drivers were having difficulty identifying where the intersections were, which intersections were signalized and how they were supposed to respond. We also noticed this year, for example, with some of the issues that occurred in March and April that we needed a different kind of barrier in order to be able to try to help manage traffic movements and help better direct movements in the course of both our downtown and in other areas of town. And so you'll see on the list that there's a number of different components in here that we feel that we don't have currently in stock that would be beneficial for us to be able to incorporate so that we can support better and more efficient movement of people during mass evacuation routes. Next slide. The police department has been actively engaged with developing their new radio system and converting from their prior operation. Now, all of the radios in town, all of our two-way radios are actually connected on a similar repeater system. And so once the police department starts to move their program into this new system, others will have to do so as well. And so we're in the process of working with police to figure out how we're going to modernize our radio system. And as you can see, we've started the installation. It does require some system hardware and software improvements. It is a work in progress, but there are capital needs in order to implement this in some of the other departments. Next slide, please. Evacuation routes seem to be one of the biggest questions that has come up from both the 17, the 19, and the 20 fires. And there are a few ways that we believe in looking through the CWPP as well as talking with our city traffic engineer and listening to the feedback that we received that we could benefit and improve the scenarios to figure out how to better move people in and out of our high wildfire areas. One is to add quick connects into our traffic signals that would allow us to place portable generators. We did see some of that occur during the 2018 PSPS events and again in the 2019 PSPS events. In some cases, it was last minute. We cobbled together and we made it happen. We're suggesting more permanent locations where we have less worry about leaving those facilities out in place during the length of time that some of those signals may be out. We are in the process of retrofitting all of our traffic signals with battery electric backup systems that would allow them to operate anywhere from 6 to 12 hours, depending upon the configuration of the intersection. But many of our events where power outages occur extend beyond that, and that's where the generators would come in. We're also looking at the development of flushing plans. So the fire department did a fantastic job working with our community engagement team and our public information team on the development of evacuation areas and evacuation zones. And this year in 2020, as we looked through the glass fire, there was a systematic approach on how we went through the evacuation procedures for many of those areas that were impacted. What would be the next step is to develop an actual systematic traffic model that would help us identify proper utilization of those zones so that we can ensure that we have the best flow through our congested streets so that we reduce the amount of impact to the street, reduce the delay for folks trying to get out of their evacuation zones. And so we've identified that that is a key thing for us. And a couple of the other things that are very important as well. Most of the signals that we have in our wildland urban interface are not interconnected either with copper or fiber. Given some of the inquiries that have come forward and the fact that fiber optic cable is a far superior product to copper, we believe that the implementation of fiber optic interconnects through all of our signals out on the east side of town is critical and important. It would allow us to implement closed circuit cameras so that we can monitor situations at the critical intersections so that we know where and how to deploy our staff the best, whether it's fire resource, police resource, or public works resource. It gives us more information during the course of an event so that we feel comfortable managing what we think might be limited resources during those high time events. Next slide. In addition to the evacuation routes, we did identify that there were some concerns over the last couple of fire events with our capacity for fire flow. Fire flow meaning this is the water supply to our fire systems. And especially up in the hill areas, when we lose power, it creates some problems. As you recall from 2017, We did see some reduction in pressure in the system, and that is what ended up drawing some of that superheated air into the water system that caused some of the contamination in a small area of Fountain Grove. We've been happy that none of the most recent fires have caused us to lose any pressure within the system, and we were able to provide the type of support needed for fire to activate and do their job successfully. As we looked in detail at our system, you'll see that there are a list of things that we could do to further enhance and improve that network so that fire sees the highest possible benefit to fight fires in the future. And that includes increasing pipe diameters. It includes adding some suction pipeline improvements, increasing some of the size of our high flow pumps, we believe we've got some very specific pressure zones that we could make those we can implement those techniques into that would be of high benefit. Next slide, please. Continuing on the evacuation routes, there are 4 primary evacuation points, and I'll say points, which is where we want people to try to get to so that they have choices on how to then evacuate in an appropriate manner. 3 of those locations are within our specific control, meaning they're projects that the city currently has or the city has full control of. So Shenate Road is a good example. That's a fairly important, or it's a very important evacuation route for the Hidden Valley area, the Montecito area, and the Lower Fountain Grove area. It's not a particular road that we've studied in an effort to try to identify all of the techniques to improve the evacuation, but the initial statement or the initial thoughts that we had were removing the medians, looking at some traffic circles to reduce the number of non-controlled intersections, and doing some lane modifications in an effort to provide both community residents an opportunity to have easy access out, but also our public safety staff to be able to manage not only the large groups of people exiting, but their ability to continue to get up into the area that may be suffering from a wildfire. Santa Rosa Avenue and Petaluma Hill Road, this really is the access to Highway 101 through the Hearn Avenue interchange. There are a couple of other projects, and you'll hear about those along the way that connect to this, but the Hearn Avenue interchange is a primary location. While we've had most of our fires in the northeast and the east side of town, the Taylor Mountain area in the southeast part of town is also highly susceptible. It's part of our WUI, and when you look at the challenges we see evacuating out of Bennett Valley, the Bennett Valley area and along Highway 12, the Highway 12 and 101 interchange is a major bottleneck. And it's a structural problem that we're not likely going to be able to find a way of making substantial improvements. And so looking at dividing that traffic into different points along Highway 101 is important, and the Hearn Avenue interchange is one of those keys. Then when we talk about Sonoma Highway is actually the center part of town, that highway. This is the one I was just mentioning where you're talking about the Highway 12 101. That interchange is highly impacted not only during evacuation processes, but also during our regular rush hour. And so when we conducted a series of traffic impact studies in and around that area, it was identified that the Farmers Lane Extension project as an evacuation route made substantial benefit to the Highway 12 101 interchange. That does connect to the Hearn Avenue interchange, and like I said, it's part of an interconnected system. But that is an evacuation route that both of those projects are in essence shovel ready. Hearn Avenue interchange actually is fully designed, fully environmentally compliant, and is just awaiting funding. The Farmers Lane Extension project is 90% designed, has a fully certified environmental document. However, it has gotten stale and will need to be refreshed along the way. So both of those projects are part of that southeastern part of town. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, there are projects that are critical to us to look at as well, but are not necessarily in full control of the city. And so I'll walk through those here right now. Next slide. So when we look at undergrounding utilities, obviously PG&E owns the infrastructure for the overhead utilities, and we would need to work very closely with them. They have a number of programs such as Rule 20A, Rule 20B, and Rule 20C, all of which are associated with the undergrounding of utilities for various purposes and with various funding streams. What we heard as we talked with the fire department is that there were a series of areas in our communities that have very narrow streets. They're windy. They get a little convoluted as far as access and ease of movement of not only our fire and public safety apparatus, but also for the general public in an effort to evacuate. And that's compromised when we have times where power poles and power lines are downed. And we did see some of this in our prior events over the last few years, where areas like Los Olivos Road or Juliet Drive or Sunrise Avenue experienced power outages and down lines, and there was very limited ability for both the public and our fire response units to be able to get into those areas. And so if we had to look at priorities for undergrounding for the benefit of future wildfire safety, these two areas are the ones that we identified as the most critical, not just for the ability to get folks out, but it's really, Chief Westrope will probably be able to chime in on this if you ask, really our ability to get into those areas to provide the public safety need that is really so critical and important. Next slide. And then there's two additional evacuation routes. One relates to Fountain Grove Parkway, which is really the relief area at the Mendocino overcrossing. That overcrossing, we kind of joke about was an experiment by Caltrans at some point in time. They wanted to see, it almost felt like they were testing out interchanges in Santa Rosa because no two are the same. This one in particular has some substantial limitations in its capacity. And as we saw when we were evacuating folks in 2017, it created some fairly robust backups along not only Fountain Grove Parkway, but also Mendocino Avenue. This has not risen to the level of project per se. It is in our regional transportation plan as a future project to study and investigate. We estimate that it does have about a $50 million total cost to not only evaluate, study, but also then implement. Sonoma Highway, this is the eastern part of Sonoma Highway. We've heard for decades that there's an interest in wanting to see Sonoma Highway widened from the current 2-lane portion to something wider, whether it's a 3 or a 4-lane. It is a question that continues to come up. As the state of California owns, operates, and maintains that section of highway, it's something that we could initiate as a partner, but it would not be something that we would necessarily have control to implement on our own. And so those are two projects we think are valuable to consider, look at, and continue to move forward with in the future with our partnership with Caltrans. Next slide. And with that, I'll turn it over to Interim Chief Financial Officer, Alan Alton.
Good afternoon, Council. As Jason said, I am the Interim Chief Financial Officer. I'm going to take you through a number of slides that summarize the costs that we're dealing with these projects. They're shown in the order of the presentation, and then I'll take you through the costs that we've identified from previous presentations. So next slide, please. So one of the things that we've tried to do is provide some sort of a legend, color coding, if you will, to allow us to identify those projects that are general funded, those that we are still searching for state and federal fundings, those that are funded by the Enterprise Fund, and those that have been denied by FEMA or are under appeal. So we have the projects that are shown in blue type are Enterprise Fund, are potentially Enterprise Fund funded. The orange type is for the state or federal funding. The purple is for the ones that are under appeal with FEMA. and the red is the one, there's only one listed that has been appealed and denied by FEMA. Most of the projects that you're going to see are in normal black typeface for two reasons. One, while we are actively pursuing state and federal funding, grant and legislative funding, they haven't been completely identified yet, and or anything that is not enterprise funded will most likely require the general fund either to initially fund the project and as we go through a grant reimbursement program, or that there'll be a local match. Next slide, please. So the projects that were described by Chief Westrope for the wildfire resiliency are listed here. And so the first was the comprehensive 5-year vegetation management program, and estimating at about $5.25 million for that 5-year program. Then the Wildland Resiliency and Response Strategic Plan, excuse me, it is a tongue twister, WUI 2.0, is about $2.8 million. Rebuilding and relocating Fire Station 5. Now this is one that is shown in purple. It is currently under appeal with FEMA. However, it is our second appeal with FEMA on that. But that's about $15 million. We're moving to and adding 2 fire stations for a total of 4 fire stations at about $60 million is the cost there. Now, not included in these totals are the additional staffing costs that will come with it. And I did that because we're primarily looking at one-time funding and capital needs when we're looking at these large projects. However, as was stated earlier, when you build a new fire station, you do need to staff it. So we're looking at around $4.6 million a year of ongoing staffing costs that would go along with that. And then of course, there is the additional apparatus that would go for those new stations at about $2.3 million for a grand total of about $85,305,000 for those projects listed under the wildfire resiliency. Next slide, please. So then moving on to the infrastructure projects, and as Jason mentioned, there are those, and we broke them out between those that are city controlled, that are completely within our jurisdiction, and those that are would need other agency involvement. So of the city controlled ones, $550,000 for the evacuation equipment, or for the hot EOC, $650,000 for the evacuation equipment. The radio infrastructure, so we include the total price, we kind of lumped all this together of about $3.2 million. However, the Water Enterprise Fund, the cost for the radio's involvement there would be about $450,000. And we're looking at traffic signalization, and we've identified that that's potentially available for federal or state funding. We have the fire flow facility improvements, and that's largely a Water Enterprise projects that could be funded through that enterprise. And then we have the improved evacuation routes from the WUI at $88 million. And again, these are projects that could be utilize state and federal funding. And then moving over to the other agency involvement programs, we do have the underground utilities in the WUI at $21 million. That would, obviously we would need to work with PG&E, as was mentioned. And then we have the larger evacuation route area at $100 million. And again, the potential of looking for funding with that. So of the one-time infrastructure projects that are under city control, you're looking at about $128.7 million. And then when you add in take into consideration the regional projects, you're looking at about $249 million. I know that we've kind of combined that there, even though, as you can tell, the subtotal of the regional projects would be $121 million. So be adding there. Next slide, please. So these projects were identified in past presentations. As Sean mentioned before, we've had several, both at the council study session level, at the subcommittee level, and out with the community in various community virtual meetings. So they're identified here. I'll go through them briefly. As you recall, we had unmet needs that we identified in the fire burn area. So first of which, we have the local assistance or the local match for any of the public assistance programs or projects that we're going with through FEMA. These are for projects that have already been approved and obligated with FEMA. We're estimating that that there's potential local match of about $1.1 million with that. And then we have a project that was, this doesn't really come out as red as I had thought, but it should be red. It's sidewalk repair in the damaged areas. This was appealed and denied through FEMA. We estimate those from those identified that went in on that project at about 4.1 million. However, we've been asked what the sidewalk repair, whether damaged or not, in the total area. And we were able to come up with a cost estimate of about a little over $45 million. And that's taking into account about a little over 1.1 million square feet of sidewalk and about 735 ramps that would need to be both removed, disposed, replaced. There's design costs that's in there. There's some contract costs. So you're getting, that's how it comes up with $45 million for that. Then there are potential ineligible costs from FEMA. So we know that that included in an obligated project, so FEMA will agree to the total project, but there are some things that upon closeout probably won't be allowed. So a lot of that has to do with landscaping and those types of costs. So we have kind of a broad estimate there of about $5 million that we may need to pay for with that. And then we have another one that is under appeal. This is pavement repair. Again, pavement identified as part of a FEMA PA project of 24 million. So you're looking at the unmet needs, including the sidewalk repair of damaged and not damaged, of $79.4 million. On September 15th, we had a joint study session with, or a joint presentation in front of the council at study session of staff and management partners, both showing the how we ended the 1920 fiscal year and giving an update of the fiscal condition of the city at that time, of the general fund at that time, but also revamping our long-range financial forecast to further take in the end-of-year numbers and changes in our COVID recessionary projections. And in that, there were a number of suggestions and strategies that were included by management partners, and one of them was to provide $30 million to restore general fund reserves to allow for that fiscal stability. And what that's representing is the costs that have come from the general fund over time as we've hit a number of disasters all the way up through, including to the costs that we're experiencing, or the drawdown of reserves as we're experiencing from COVID impacts. Then there were additional projects. You heard some of these before. There's jumpstarting the housing in the downtown of $10 million. Members of the Southeast Greenway Committee have identified land acquisition and at about $12 million there. And then we have a rough estimate of the Rosa Library at about 10 million. Those are projects that have come up in a number of presentations, both in front of council and within the community. Next slide, please. So this is a complete roll-up of everything that we've seen. So from the slides in this presentation, but then also in prior slides. So you're looking at about $355 million of projects, city-controlled projects, the ones that were mentioned tonight being or presented tonight being the $85 million of wildfire resiliency and $128 million of infrastructure. Then you have your unmet needs in the burn area of a little over 79 million. And then the amount for fiscal sustainability of 30 million and $32 million of other projects. And then when you add the regional projects of $121 million to that, you're looking at $476 million and change. I'd also note that the ongoing staffing costs, like I mentioned before, we did not have that included in the one-time projects. It's there. There's a typo in that it should be $4.6 million. So that wraps it up with that. And then next slide, please. So then there were other projects that came out of our community meetings and just at council presentations as well, but they're rather broad in range, and we haven't, as of yet, narrowed the scope to be able to come up with a real cost estimate for those. They're just shown here in that these were important to the community in terms of people speaking to them, but we just don't have a cost for those yet. And as Sean mentioned before, next slide, please. What we are looking to do in terms of next steps, in that this is the final scheduled presentation of these types of projects for the use of PG&E settlement funds. Staff can answer and provide additional information as we move through the winter and through December and into the budget season. Just some kind of quick notes for you, in addition to what Sean had mentioned, to keep on your radar. Internally, staff starts developing the budget and loading it around mid-January, toward the end of January. On February 9th, we will have a budget priorities public hearing. This is required by charter, and we will include with that a mid-year budget update. And then there's, of course, goal setting that is February 18th and 19th. Ideally, any of these projects to move forward, we need direction from council to do that, to be either able to either include within the budget or outside of the budget. But those are at some point in the future, that's the direction that we'll need from council. And with that, I think all staff is available to answer questions, and I turn it back over to the council.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Alton. I will start with council questions. If you'd hit the raise hand feature, if you have any, and I'll start with Councilwoman Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you all for the great presentation. And I have to say, I'm a huge fan of the uniform Santa Rosa background thing. The fire, while really cool, looked like donuts, and I don't think that's really your brand over there in fire. But anyway, what the first thing I wanted to know is, have we collaborated, or rather, have y'all collaborated with the county around any of this fire mitigation stuff? And the reason I'm asking you this question is because in in District 4, which along with districts, 2 and 3, we get a lot of the brunt of fire risk. I know Napa is famous for exporting auto parts, but now they're famous for exporting fires as well. I think they'd like to be better known for wine, but at any rate, we're sort of on that eastern front, and I'm just curious to know, given that some of my district and probably other districts have these county pockets in them, if we're closely collaborating around the fire mitigation and vegetation management and abatement programs with our county counterparts and where they're at with that.
I'll go ahead and start. Dina, if we can promote Scott Moon and Paul Lowenthal, they're ready to participate. So yes, Councilmember Fleming there, we do participate with at a regional level. I will say that I know Paul is working with a group, Fire Safe Sonoma. He's on their board of directors. So there's a lot of collaboration with the county, with Sonoma County Fire District, which surrounds the city, and all other entities combined. So in the fire prevention side of the house, they are constantly meeting on the vegetation management program. One of the problems that I see, it's got to be a regional issue to deal with. The big fires that come to us come from another county, and there's a lot of land in between there, and it's not only private, but it's state, it's local. Everyone owns a little bit of that land, and it's very difficult to create shaded breaks where you need them because of the patchwork of ownership and really what you would need to do to the landscape to make that happen.
I appreciate that answer, and as difficult as it is, the reality is that fire really doesn't care about jurisdiction or ownership of property, and so I am hopeful that at least with our county partners and perhaps with our partners in Napa, that we can try to address some of this stuff, because it gets really on the granular level in my district where someone will email their supervisor about a eucalyptus grove, behind Pacific Market or Rural Cemetery, and they'll be like, well, which block are you on? Literally, and it's like one block might be city and the next block might be county. And so at least to the degree that we can set that stuff aside or reconcile that within, our more densely populated areas, I get that further out there, it gets even more complicated. But in the urban, the WUI area in my district, I'd be very interested in supporting whatever efforts are underway. So thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you all for the presentation. Again, it's feedback that we've been soliciting, and now we're overwhelmed with information and options. One question I did have on slide 26 about the sidewalk repair, because I know many in Northwest Santa Rosa were severely impacted by that. Obviously, if we took the option of the entire sidewalk repair, 45 million bucks worth, it takes this question out. But if we went for the 4.1 million, where would constituents go to find out? Does that include the sidewalk in front of my house?
Thank you, Councilmember Schwedhelm. We do have a map that identifies specific locations that we submitted to FEMA that shows where damage was identified, whether it was specific cracking from the debris removal mission, or if it was discoloration and potential spalling that occurred because something very hot burned adjacent to it. So if we get to the point where we actually have funding for this, we're happy to go ahead and post that information so folks can identify where those are.
I guess I totally understand why, you know, wait for the approval before we identify it. But I know a lot of residents would like to know, because if, hey, how come mine's not included? How would I get my sidewalk included in that dollar figure? You understand?
So I will ask staff to assess that and how we can get that information out. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Thank you. There was a great deal of conversation, I think, at both the surveys and in some of the public meetings. So that'd be very helpful. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. That's the only question I have right now.
Thank you, Councilmember. Are there any other questions from council? All right, I've got a couple, and I don't entirely know who all to address them towards. One, I'm going to start with Paul, because I've been bending Paul's ear about this for a little bit. One of the ideas that I was curious about, and I know some folks in the public were curious about, was whether or not a trail network in the northeast side of Santa Rosa could act to both be an enhancement of our quality of life for our constituents who like to get out into nature, but also potentially double as a fire break and access point for fire vehicles, particularly some of the ones that we've talked about potentially adding in here. And I don't know if that would be even remotely useful. Obviously, it's not the priority that's been put forward from the department, but is that something that the city would be potentially interested in looking into, or are there drawbacks for why we wouldn't probably want to go down that route?
So first I'll start off with Councilmember Fleming's question, which kind of works my way into Mayor Rogers' question. Yes, we do collaborate with the county. In fact, the development of the Community Wildfire Protection Plan included what was formerly Rankin Valley Fire District and is now Sonoma County Fire District, because they have a lot of pockets of county property within the city of Santa Rosa, as well as directly around us. That agency was also, like I said, part of the development of the plan. And ultimately, some of the actionable items that are specific to vegetation management include what have been identified as fuel treatment areas that are needed both in the city and outside the city. So there are specific scopes of work that are identified in the actionable items that will require that coordination with our county partners. In regards to your question, Mayor Rogers, ironically, the consultant that we used, GeoElements, when they did their presentation to us, they did a community wildfire protection plan for Montecito Fire Protection District in Santa Barbara. And they identified a very linear fuel break, which is similar to what you're describing as that kind of walking path along the northeast corner of the city. That fuel break met a very specific need, and clearly we've seen and identified a threat from our community from that side of town. So any type of application, whether it's a trail network that's linear and can be used for both firefighting apparatus as well as future fuel treatments as a fuel break, would obviously be beneficial. But ultimately, the plan itself has utilizing science, climate science, both a lot of the studies that were done on our actual fuels, our topography, outline not only areas that would benefit from that trail, but ultimately fuel treatments across not only our wildland interface all across the city, but around it as well. So those treatment areas have been very detailed and outlined in the plan itself, but it's definitely something that can be explored.
Yeah, I think I'd be interested in just a little bit more information. This does seem like the type of opportunity to both enhance our ability to fight fires, as well as I said, give something special to our residents or something additional to our residents. Kind of on the same path, I got a question from a constituent about why they weren't hearing about more controlled burns or the funding for more controlled burns. And so what I'm hearing from you is that some of that discussion about the fuel load reduction, they should be looking into the specifics of the community wildfire protection plan to find some of those opportunities or areas.
So that's two different things. One is the fuel treatment, which is the reduction, the physical, mechanical removal. We are looking at actual burning. That's something that we've discussed during the initial developments of the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, and we're actually in communications with the City Attorney's Office right now. It's something we heard loud and clear from our hillside communities, primarily Fountain Grove, where they have a lot of open space, where they are actively doing fuel treatments and don't have the means to get the fuels out of essentially harm's way. Chief Moon and I actually met with some of the open space board members and toured some of the work and the millions of dollars that they've put into treating a lot of their areas already. But ultimately, they would stand to benefit from an ordinance here locally where they would be able to conduct burns of piles of treatments that have taken place. But we're really making sure that as we look into that and potentially bring that before council, that we do our due diligence to make sure that it's going to be beneficial and really target very specific applications throughout the city. We don't have intentions to just allow open burning anywhere in the city. It would again be very specific as we continue to look on the potential ordinance, including larger parcels over 5 acres, areas where they truly would stand to benefit from that. Where right now, there's no way to get it out other than flying it out.
Okay, great. I really appreciate that. Thank you. And obviously, as Councilwoman Fleming mentioned, a lot of this is coordination with other entities. One of the things that we had originally, and this is a question for the city manager, one of the areas that we had initially pursued in the Build Rebuild ad hoc meeting right after the 2017 fires was a joint powers authority between, or joint powers agreement between Santa Rosa, County of Sonoma, some of the other cities that are involved. And I just wanted to see if we could get a status update on what that effort might look like, especially given that we've been through a number of different emergencies that I know that have derailed it, and if there's still value in pursuing that conversation.
Well, thank you, Mayor Rogers. I think there is a lot of value in that conversation. There has been some real transition within a variety of partners, both on the municipal level and the county level, and then a set of emergencies. I do think that you're going to hear about this conversation with the mayor and mayor's group, mayors and council members group coming up in the first half of next year. There may be a need to provide some pressure. I think some of the regional conversations require all of us sitting at the table. As we saw, I was just reviewing this conversation from back in 18 about the trips we made to San Diego and assuring that everybody had a single vote and a real representation, and that we got away from some of the territorial conversations that unfortunately go in some of these into some of these developments or these agencies. But I think we just can't continue as we are, and we need to step forward and have equal representation across the county for all of the major jurisdictions in this conversation, so that we can make, as Councilmember Fleming referenced earlier, regional decisions, including regional investment strategies, right? I mean, this is one of these things that both the county and the city have received potential PG&E settlements, but I would say we could go further in working together to try to figure out how to maximize investment going forward. It will take some time. It will take some joint decision making, and there will probably be some other players in the conversation, the other cities. But I think it would be really worth the effort. And you know, I think we'll have some opportunity to address it. But we've got to continue to break down these silos and work as a region for the protection and safety of our constituents.
I appreciate that. Now, Chief, I know one of the conversations that obviously had worked its way through that you were involved in was the fire measure that the county put forward that obviously failed. There's a new one that's being put forward as well. for some of this increased staffing and the potential to staff the 2 new stations and then the 2 moved stations, would the new measure potentially play a role in funding that? Or does the city still need to help identify additional resources that would be needed?
I would say both. So Measure G, which did not pass by a very slim margin, they were talking about bringing that forward in this June. There will be a campaign behind it if it does move forward. I will tell you that plan does, it gave us 3 stations to build out and the personnel as well as the 2nd Battalion. So that is all encompassing of the Measure G, the old Measure G. If you're talking about the West County hotel tax, that has nothing to do with us, and we will not see any money from that. So I would say, yes, we do need to, we got to look at Prop 19. We got to look at everything that's new to the city to see where we can fund some of these positions. But if Measure G does go forward and it is successful, we are part of that, and it will fill those vacancies.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you. And obviously, the $400 and something million price tag for this whole wish list, we might want to entertain conversations around some form of a fire resiliency bond. And I'd look to the city manager for what that discussion might look like, or where we could potentially start to have some of those conversations on funding outside of the PG&E settlement funds, since this would obviously exhaust that.
Well, we're part of today is to understand if there's any other places we need to actively look in preparation for the budget and the goal setting. And that's an absolutely a conversation we can have during goal setting. Do we want to look at these through some kind of bonding opportunity? So staff's open for that guidance. We want to make sure that you have all the information that you need going into the next budget and goal setting cycle. As I said, there is this conversation about investment, because that was one of the questions that Councilmember Tibbetts brought forward. We're going to have our experts come forward and talk about what you can and cannot do in the investment realm on January 12th.
Great. Thank you so much. And that was my last question. So if it works for folks, I don't see any other questions from council members. We will take public comment on this item. If you are interested in speaking, you have the ability to raise your hand in the lower right-hand portion of Zoom. You'll have 3 minutes to address the council, and then we'll bring it back for any final comments from council members. Is there anybody in the public who'd like to speak on this item? Okay, Madam City Clerk, I'm not seeing any hands raised. So if we can move on to no voice message comments, how about email comments?
Email comments received by 5 p.m. last night were uploaded this morning, and the agenda was republished, so the public has access to those email public comments.
Excellent. Thank you so much. With that, I will bring this back to the council for any last comments. Council Member Alvarez.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mayor. For the general public, just a little bit of a history lesson. It was 1861 where Santa Rosa introduced its first volunteer firefighting team. It was 33 years later that it transitioned into a paid organization. My question to my fellow, my firefighters is, have we looked at introducing a program such as volunteer firefighters for Santa Rosans to be able to support your efforts in fighting fires?
I'll turn this over to Chief Westrop, as he's working on, as part of the plan moving forward, not so much volunteers, but an Explorer type program. Chief Westrop?
Yeah. Thank you, Councilmember Alvarez. So we're looking at a couple different things right now. A true volunteer fire department, or what it would essentially turn our fire department into, is a combination fire department, is not something we've necessarily explored. But one of the things that we're working on through our recruitment and diversity strategic plan is to bring on an Explorer program. So that's bringing in youth of the community into an Explorer post. And we can not necessarily use them in an emergency environment, but that's more of a breeding ground for recruitment and diversity later on down the line. That comes with a mentorship program. And so there's that aspect that's coming into play. And we presented the recruitment and diversity strategic plan to the Public Safety Subcommittee a few months ago. So we are handling it from that component, but the volunteer component's very complicated in a lot of realms. And one of the problems is we don't have the management or oversight to do so. And quite frankly, it's going to be a major issue within the labor groups and things like that to bring in volunteers. But at this point, nothing's off the table as far as us moving forward, particularly in the realm of recruitment and diversity. So it's something that we could explore a little bit, but it's pretty far down the road as far as our list of things to do at this point.
Great. Any other questions, Councilmember Alvarez?
Yes, to follow up, more of a comment. I noticed that a lot of our, and rightfully so, a lot of our funds are definitely going to the areas that are most affected by the fires, which is our east side, east of 101 specifically. But nonetheless, though, to my fellow council members, I would hope that we also take into account those individuals who show up after the fires have subsided, those individuals who show up to clean up the grounds that have been burnt by these fires, specifically those members from the District 1 who are tasked with cleaning up our hillsides. And with that being said, I hope that we take the issue of the library very seriously, and it is a way to compensate for the efforts and the sacrifices that the members of my community are making sure to help out the members of the other side of my community. And I assure you, I am willing to defend the east side if need be, with a hose and a shovel if it has to happen, right? Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Councilwoman Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple of things that to this point, I just wanted to once again thank staff for such a comprehensive and technically deep dive into what would be, an amazing way to spend $400 million throughout our community. However, that having been said, as we get closer to, the decision date, I'll be looking for, and I talk about this with investment portfolios and our PG&E money, but I'll also be looking to you and your expertise about what will be the most effective way to spend, the money that we have, or a portion of the money that we have to do this, and how can we, not avoid reinventing the wheel or double doing, and how we can streamline with our community partners, and which things will yield us the best return on investment in terms of life safety and fire prevention and community assets. So to that end, I'm really looking forward and reviewing this and having conversations with you all about the most effective way to deploy our limited resources. I did have one follow-up question that I should have asked earlier, but which was around the radios. I know that last year we spent $5 million, I believe, outside of the police budget to augment their radio technology. Do you guys use a separate radio system? Is there any way is this unified in any way? I remember when I talked with Chief Navarro getting a lesson on, radio technology, and be interested for the rest of the council to hear how that works.
Yeah, thank you for the question. We do use a separate radio system. We belong to REDCOM, which is a regional dispatch center for all fire and EMS agencies within the county. Law enforcement, which is considered the primary public PSAP, primary public dispatch center. Each city has their own. The county has one, the city of Santa Rosa has one, and most other cities also have their own primary dispatch. We are separate from that in terms of the hardware and the radio waves that we use. One's UHF, one's VHF, so we're on separate systems. They do make radios that are compatible to where we can talk to each other. It essentially patches through, and we're all looking at that type of technology, but they are separate systems.
Okay. I'm just curious to know if ideally, because to my mind, it would make sense given how closely you work with police and sheriff's departments and evacuations and their role in this, if it would make sense to start looking toward a consolidation of, the various technologies, and interested to hear going forward and maybe to the public safety subcommittee, what the pros and cons of each system are, and, not disrupting things as folks are used to using them, but creating greater efficiencies and greater opportunities for safety and savings. So,
we do belong.
We'll schedule that for an upcoming public safety subcommittee to begin a conversation about dispatch and where there might be opportunities to coalesce in a different model. So
yeah, I certainly don't know enough about it.
Yep.
I look forward to learning a heck of a lot more.
We'll bring it forward.
Okay, thank you. So that was just one outstanding question. Then I had a comment around, so my primary comment was around efficiently using the funds that we have to best protect and harden our community. And then the second thing I had was to Councilmember Alvarez's point, which is that, I think that this is not just about the folks who come in and clean up after us. It's the fact that the PG&E funds were awarded to reimburse the entire city for the entire city's expenditures that have been unreimbursed, not one particular area. So I'm very mindful and grateful to the efforts put forward and the financial support that the whole city lent to my district in recovering from the Tubbs fire. And I do believe and hold equity really close to my heart. And to that end, I think that we ought to look at things like, if we are going to repair sidewalks, which we've decided as a city are the responsibility of individual homeowners, but have been placed disproportionately in white and upper and middle class areas, should we not spend, it would be probably financially infeasible to spend an equal amount on sidewalks in lower income areas, but should we not at least spend an equal amount of money on trying to build out infrastructure, not just the library, but also sidewalks and things that will make it safer for children and families to utilize their neighborhoods across our city. So I'll be interested in having this conversation through the lens of equity when it comes down to making a decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Once again, I just want to applaud the city manager and staff for providing us all this information. We will be having some rather, I'm sure, dynamic conversations about the use of these funds moving into 2021. But as this is our last city council meeting, I do want to, of 2020, I do want to acknowledge and congratulate Mr. Deputy Chief Westrop, who will become our interim fire chief upon the retirement of our fire chief, Tony Gosner. And Tony, I really want to thank you for your years of service. I wish we could do some in-person things, but this is, I think, our last opportunity because I'm not sure you're later on in the agenda. But I think for both you, Mr. Westrop, and you, Mr. Gosner, the city of Santa Rosa has been very fortunate to have fire professionals of your caliber serve this community. So I utmost want to thank you and respect the job that you've done for us. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I'll just say there is more coming on that. Some transitional conversations during the city manager's update. If I don't want to leave council without an opportunity to thank some key staff members.
Yeah, and council members will have a chance to weigh in on item, I believe it's 8 on the agenda. Councilmember Sawyer, any comments on the study session?
No, thank you, Mayor. Just thanks for such a, this would have been an incredibly difficult task to put together all of these numbers. Thanks, Alan, and to be able to, with all the input coming from staff and the fire department, you guys have done a stellar job. It's a daunting task for the council to make any kind of decisions. You have laid out before us an amazing task. And I know that the 95 million, I knew all along that it wasn't going to amount to much when we looked at our needs, but at least you put it in front of us, and I really appreciate the detail and I appreciate in some cases the prioritization. I just wish the needs weren't quite this giant, but we're not going to do it in one day. And we'll at least we have 95. But there are so many different pots where that's going to have to go. But we got a good picture of what the needs are as far as moving forward with our public safety as far as fire goes, and I really appreciate the effort.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, I just want to convey my thanks to everybody in the fire department and Alan and others who contributed to putting this together. I think the problem that I'm having with it is it's so daunting to look at those price tags and then try to begin to look at what's going to be the most valuable asset for our community and their safety in future fire events. Is it the new engine assets? Is it widening all those roads, which by the looks of it, we can't afford unless we go buy a Powerball ticket, or doing, looking at any number of things. But so I'd like to follow up with what I think Councilwoman Fleming said, which was, could fire maybe prioritize to us, what's the top 25 million, or you pick the number, but itemize. I mean, it can be everything, but in this hierarchical order, here's what's most important to us. It's going to help us provide the best service to the residents of Santa Rosa. I think that's going to be what's going to influence, my decision going into the PG&E discussion. Just from my, own limited understanding of fire, it seems to me that vegetation management might be the most significant program that you brought forward tonight. And I'm going to just tell a quick story about when I had the opportunity to go visit the glass fire burn area with Victoria, Tom, and the chief. And, Chief, if you'll remember, we were walking around looking at how the fire basically stopped right at the edge of those homes in Oakmont. And you pointed to the ground, you said, looks like there was some goats grazing here, or this was the fire break caused by the dozer line. And I know the dozer's not so much vegetation management, but that concept of adequate defensible space, not having a lot of undergrowth and things like that, to me, seems like it's going to be the most important. My follow-up question, will be is how do we fund that year after year? I like that we have a multiple year plan here, but does it then become a conversation about, well, we're going to invest 25 million into the lake if that's our only investment option, but we have a funding source for robust vegetation management into the foreseeable future to protect the city. So those are my thoughts after listening to your presentation. And again, thank you for it.
Thank you, Council Member. Vice Mayor?
So I would like to say thank you for the presentation, and also for those of you from Fire, thank you for your service to our community and the people that you work with. I would like to echo much of what Victoria said and Jack about effective ways to use resources and prioritizing. It seems like a lot when we look at it all at one time. So I'm not sure if we would give you a dollar amount and then you would prioritize, or if you would, how that would work, but it really would be easier for me if we had some prioritization about how you guys wanted to spend a certain dollar amount or what you felt was our most need in the community, although I know it's all a need. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think my comments are going to be exactly the same thing, that it would be helpful for me as a council member to hear from Fire what the priority list is going to be, understanding that with a price tag so big, we're not going to be able to do everything at the same time. I did have an additional question for you, Paul, with the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. We have typically been talking about these funds from PG&E in terms of timeline aligned with the city's budget. From a weed abatement and vegetation management perspective, what is the best timeline for us to kick one of those programs off? And is there a sense of urgency that the council should be aware of?
So thank you. And actually, Fire Marshal Miller and I had that conversation this morning. The issue we're running into specific to the Community Wildfire Protection Plan is that plan is only good for 5 years, and it very clearly identified 9 categories with over 40 specific items, one of which we've kind of dealt with, and that was adding staff. So if you recall, we approved that one extra body, a limited term 3-year position to help with the implementation of the program. But ultimately, from our standpoint, the sooner that we're able to get funds, the quicker that we can start on the plan. We fully respect and understand that it is a long list and there's a lot of competing priorities. But as I'm sure, as Councilmember Fleming mentioned, that we're hearing from a lot of those residents too. And we're directing a lot of them back to understanding what the plan is and knowing that it's there, but we're just actively seeking funds. So even as we're waiting for decisions on how the funds will be spent and whether or not it'll help kickstart this program, we're still actively engaged in trying to secure grant funds as well to help augment whatever we're able to get through this settlement, if at all. With that, we have 2 grants that we're trying to, but even with their progress that's being made, we're still looking at a year, 2 years out before we can actually potentially see those funds. But that's over $3.5 million in improvements to fuel reductions, the evacuation routes, home hardening, again, things that are just outlined in the plan. So the sooner we're able to get the funds, the sooner we can literally start going down the list and knocking off items. And then ultimately, like we said, the plan will have to be rewritten. So whatever we're able to accomplish will be great. What we can't will be worked into the next one, and or we'll look at obviously maintaining the future of vegetation management. Similar to what Councilmember Tibbetts said is that it's not a 5-year program, it's a long-term program. So there's actually a very specific item that talks about how we're going to track and manage the work that we're doing through these funds for long-term use. So it will cost more than $5 million to do it, but that's the first ask we have to get things going.
All right, thank you so much, sir. To me, this is the most important thing that's been presented to the council in terms of moving forward. And so if, Mr. City Manager, if there was a sense of urgency when you talk with the department about bringing forward an item a little bit sooner than the June budget, I would hope that you would work with us so that the council has a chance to weigh in on starting that sooner rather than later. And with that, we will finish up item 3.2. As I did mention prior, we do have a really long agenda tonight. So I am going to ask council to keep moving. If you do have to step away for a minute, go ahead and turn your camera off. Just make sure that we do still have 4 council members who are sitting here participating to maintain our quorum. And I think what we will do, because I have heard from staff that there is a level of urgency around item 14.1, is I think we will work our way to item 14.1. And then at that point, we'll take a quick dinner break and then come back for our public hearing, item 15.1. So for the public, we're looking at probably an hour and a half before we start item 15.1 at the soonest, but we'll keep plugging along at this point.
Item 14.1, report. Resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving a professional services agreement with Seed Collaborative LLC to provide consulting services in the development of a city equity plan. Amy Reed, Human Resources Director, kicking us off.
And Mr. City Manager, I just want to make sure I was clear with the public. We will also do our council member reports, our consent calendar, and finish up before we take our dinner break, and then come back after the dinner break for item 15.1.
Understood.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council Member. I'm Amy Reed, the Director of Human Resources for the City of Santa Rosa. The item before you tonight is a resolution approving a professional services agreement with Seed Collaborative in partnership with the Perception Institute to provide consulting services in the development of a citywide equity plan. I'm pleased to recommend this resolution, which approves the partnership with Seed Collaborative to provide consulting services that support the development of a citywide equity plan, a fire department diversity and recruitment strategy plan, as well as an equitable policing plan. All 3 plans focus on advancing a more equitable, inclusive, and diverse city, as well as the Santa Rosa Fire Department and Santa Rosa Police Department. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Following a review of submitted RFPs and presentations by and interviews with 2 finalists, and after receiving favorable references for SEED Collaborative, the selection committee has determined that SEED Collaborative provides the best strategy for developing and introducing meaningful city equity goals. I'm pleased to introduce the consulting team from SEED Collaborative, and they include Evan Holland, John Powell, and Paul Hudson.
Amy, you want to speak? I'm like, okay.
There you are, Paul. Okay.
Okay. I'm sorry. I was. Do we have our PowerPoint, Amy? Or
Yes. Next slide will be your PowerPoint.
great. Council members, it's a pleasure to be with you tonight. Thank you so much for having us and for entertaining our presentation tonight. This will be a brief presentation. It's an overview of our approach to the work, our process and how we do the work, and a time frame of how long it would take to do the work. So next slide. So this is, we're going to quickly introduce our company, talk about our approach to the work, and our process involves due diligence, facilitation, and then the goal is the deliverable or outcome is to give the city an equity plan that covers the city, policing, and the fire department. And we'll end with a timeline that projects how long it will take us to do this work. Next slide. So Evan, I'm going to turn it over to you to talk about SEED.
Good evening. Really happy to be with everyone here today. The pictures you see on the screen before you is the SEED Collaborative team, minus some recent hires. We're busy growing and doing lots of equity work around the state. Again, my name is Evan Holland. I'm one of the co-founders of SEED Collaborative, and I help to head up our equity work and our organizational development work. SEED Collaborative is a company that was started in 2019, primarily to work at the intersection of collaboration, equity, diversity, and belonging. SEED is a restructure of a company named Hudson and Holland Advisors that Paul and I started 8 going on 9 years ago now. But we expanded our team, the breadth of our work, and therefore restructured our name and our brand. Yeah, I'll keep it brief and be happy to expound more when we get into questions.
Next slide, Evan.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to turn the approach over to John Powell, who's part of our team. This approach was pretty much developed by John, and so I'm going to turn it over to you, John.
Well, thank you, Paul. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. And thank the city for spending time with us and for taking this approach. So equity is actually, as you know, a major staple now in terms of trying to figure out how to approach the work. And I could take you down a rabbit hole. I won't do that. I will say a couple of things. First of all, I'm a professor at UC Berkeley, and I run something called the Othering and Belonging Institute. And in the early 90s, there were 3 of us that developed the concept of equity as a way of approaching work and analysis for work. Took about 10 years for it to really take off. And as it took off, I noticed that the way people talked about equity, or more accurately, the way people practice equity, actually created problems. It created something which I'll refer to as breaking. Can I have the next slide? And so I coined a new phrase called targeted universalism. And the reason was that when people focus on equity, they almost entirely focused on one, marginalized groups, 2, closing disparities between the marginalized group and the apparent favored group. Now, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that. In fact, I think it can be useful. But that actually creates tensions. And so the goal then, under the way people practice equity, is to get to what the perceived favored group has. And oftentimes what the perceived favored group have
is not the actual goal. I'll give you a concrete example. For the last 10 years, there's been an effort to close the disparities between suicides among white males and black males. And I have some good news. That disparity has substantially closed and not gone away. I have some bad news. It's not because black men are killing themselves less, it's because white men are killing themselves more. But if you're just saying focus on disparities, that is celebrated as an achievement. And when you mention that, people say, no, that's not what we're talking about. Excuse me. So what were we talking about? We're talking about really reducing suicides or eliminating suicides for all groups. So that becomes the goal, not achieving what the group that's perceived as favored has, but achieving something that we all agree is important and we want. That's the goal, and that's the universal. But the way we get to that universal is to targeted strategies based on how we're situated within structures, within culture, and in relationship to those goals themselves. So oftentimes we have universal strategies, which means we treat everybody the same. But that doesn't make sense because not everybody is the same. Not everybody is situated the same. And the difference then should inform our strategies. And plus, again, oftentimes where we focus on equity, we focus on how do we actually lift up the most marginal group? Again, a very lofty goal. But if you're not in that group, you're oftentimes seen as being ignored. What about the group that's just above that group and just above that group? Target universalism, the goal of target universalism is for everyone to get to the universal. And you end up focusing on structures that actually impede that universal and transforming structures to make that happen. So because of time, and I know you have a long agenda, I won't say much more except the way people practice equity is to, again, focus on disparities and then have different groups fight over what's perceived as scarcity. And that creates a fight, that creates polarization, that creates resentment. We call that breaking. And so it actually, even though the goal may be lofty, it actually creates tension within an organization. And so universalism is saying we're not breaking, we're actually trying to achieve something for everyone. But we're going to do it in a way which we recognize people are situated differently. And therefore, we're going to pay attention to that. And therefore, you actually have a communication strategy. How do you talk about these issues? And you also have a programmatic strategy. How do you think about resources? How do you think about programs in a way that actually includes everybody? We call that bridging. And so bridging actually brings people together because you actually invite people to see how they're situated differently, and that everybody, not just the most marginal group, not the most favored group, everybody has a stake in it and everybody belongs. So bridging facilitates belonging. So I sometimes refer to this as equity 2.0. I know you may not have heard the concept of target universalism. It's actually correcting some of the ways in which we misapply equity and addressing some of the things we learned along the way. And as Paul indicated, I'm the primary generator for the concept. It's now being used fairly broadly, but I'm the one who actually initiated it. Next slide. I think that's it for me, isn't it?
I think, thanks, John. So I'm going to ask Evan to go through. So this part of our presentation really goes through the process of, we talked about the approach. Now, how do we apply this in Santa Rosa, and what are we actually going to do? And so I'm going to ask Evan to talk about due diligence.
Sure. So next slide. So we've essentially, thank you. We've essentially recommended that the city of Santa Rosa, including the fire department and police department, go through a robust due diligence process so that we can get input and stakeholder buy-in from a broad array of stakeholders, both within the city and key external stakeholders. The goal is to work with our key point people within the fire department, the police department, and the city of Santa Rosa to identify stakeholders to interview and to conduct focus groups with. We'd also like to do a survey, as broad a possible survey, potentially with everyone working in or connected to the city in the ways that they'll be involved in the project, so we can get broad understanding of the current dynamics around equity, around diversity, around belonging, and so that it can inform ultimately our strategy. And so we'll also be collecting organizational documents so that we can get a sense of policies, procedures, and have a robust and thoughtful response to those policies and procedures as we think through things like fire program diversity, for example, and inclusion. And we're also going to be bringing best practices to the table, case studies to the table around how other cities have implemented equity strategies grounded in the targeted universalism approach and the outcomes and lessons learned that we can apply here in Santa Rosa. The one thing I'll say about the way we approach due diligence is to be highly inclusive, to begin that process of bridging by bringing folks together to be able to bring input. The focus groups is also a great way to bring key stakeholder groups together and connect folks as a part of moving the process along. So yeah, I think I'll stop there. Next slide.
So then the next part of our process is facilitation, and this is where the real work begins, and we collaborate with the city and the police department and the fire department around understanding the findings, understanding the due diligence, and using that due diligence to inform strategies. And we work in collaboration with your staff and your representatives around building strategies and initiatives and policies that that roll into an overall plan for the city. So the next slide. The way we do this is through group process. We're proposing that there be a work group of the city. We're proposing that we have subgroups for the police, for the city, and for the fire department. And we have these groups so that we can get feedback from the city, from the people that are doing the job, from the people that have the responsibility okay, this is what we're finding in our interviews, in our surveys, in our focus groups. And we get feedback from the city, and that feedback helps inform strategies. It also, the whole idea of facilitation and feedback is that it's your plan. It's not our plan. It's your plan. It's that you own it, that you build it, and through that process, we get group buy-in on the plan. And as John was saying, we want it to be everybody in this city feels like it's their plan and that they benefit from this plan. And through this process, it creates a sense of ownership of the process and the outcomes. We build trust through this process, and we work, our philosophy is that we work around consensus decisions. So we try to talk things through until we have a consensus to move forward. Next slide. So here's the way we've organized these facilitation groups. We believe there ought to be one group that kind of oversees everything we're doing, from police to fire to city. And we're calling that equity work group. And these groups are really decided by the city. We don't tell you who has to be on these groups. We can provide guidance. We definitely think key stakeholders ought to be at the table. But this group, the city task force, the police task force, and the fire recruitment diversity task force will do the nuts and bolts work, and that will roll up to the equity work group, and the equity work group will actually reach a consensus around the strategies, the initiatives, the policies that will build a plan that this group presents to the City Council for your approval. Next slide. As I said, it's assumed that the work group will review all these policies, practices, and strategies. We'll staff all of these, our team will staff all of these work groups and task forces, and that we will be in partnership with the work group to bring research, best practices, due diligence findings and help support in terms of the development of strategies, policies, and initiatives within the city. Next slide. So then, go to the next slide. Ultimately, our deliverable is an equity plan or equity plans, probably one for the police department, one for the fire department, and one for the citywide plan. These plans would cover the gamut of hiring, structural issues that John talks about that may impact equitable or inequitable policies that affect different communities, that could affect different programs. So that's the final outcome. What the city council can expect is a comprehensive plan that has been vetted through task forces, and that has been a consensus approved and agreed upon by this equity work group of key players and stakeholders within the city. Next slide. Next slide. So this is the timeframes that we're looking at to do this work. Roughly, these aren't exact, but roughly 6 months to do due diligence, which is all the things that Evan talked about. 6 months of meeting, facilitating, discussing, negotiating, and agreeing on strategies, policies and practices and structures. And then finally, a couple of months to not only write the plans, but get agreement on the actual wording of the plans, get the edits done from the city staff. So when the city council gets these plans, they will have been vetted by the city staff and by key players within the city to say, yeah, this is the plan that we all agreed to, that we are submitting to the city council for approval. And hopeful, we all believe that equity is not something that you achieve overnight. So this will probably be, these plans will probably involve phases of implementation, one building on the other, that ultimately the city of Santa Rosa will be a much more equitable place where everyone feels like they belong. I think the next slide, that may be it. Yes. So we're going to stop there. I don't, if the council members have questions that we can respond to, we'd be happy to do that.
Great, thank you. Council members, any questions for our panelists? Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you very much. That's a great presentation. It's exciting. I'm looking forward to the process. What I'm curious about is, and you mentioned it, is these plans once put into place, it's not something that happens overnight where you start to see effect and success. In the future, how does the check back work? I mean, I'm assuming that there is a check back where you check back into Santa Rosa and see how things are working. And are there tweaks that need to be made? Are there parts of the plan that one would think were going to work, but they didn't have the desired effect? What has been your experience in how you check back to the community to see how the plan is functioning?
So a key component of targeted universalism is to build in evaluative processes and monitoring. So as part of the plan, there would be recommendations around periodic reviews, milestones that you should be hitting if you don't hit them, a check back. Our goal would be to build within the city the muscles to do the evaluation within the city, so that you wouldn't have consultants always coming back. We'd be happy to do that, but the idea is that it's sustainable, self-sustaining going forward. And so if there's training that needs to be done, if there's systems that need to be implemented, we would try and get all that done before we leave the city.
Great, thank you very much.
If I could just add two things. One, we sort of went through a lot of material very fast, but just a couple of points. So target universalism is outcome oriented as opposed to process oriented. So you have processes, but the processes all are in service of a certain set of outcomes. And so having some clarity what those outcomes are is important. And that makes it very different because sometimes people will say, we raised more money for schools. I said, but the schools didn't get any better. So the outcome wasn't raising money. The money was an instrument to getting to the outcome. So we'll try to get you to really be clear on what those outcomes are. And a big part of it, of course, is trust. And one way you get to trust is when Paul talked about consensus, we also use the term co-create, where people feel like this is your thing, you created it, collectively co-created it. And we found that trust actually matters a lot. And then people can do things that you couldn't just do with mechanisms. You have to have the mechanisms in place, you have to have the structures in place, but you also have to have a sense of shared ownership, which comes from co-creating. And then finally, your question, which I think is a very good one, in a sense, it's never completely done. You know, the world changes, situations change, your budget change. So it becomes really an aspiration. It becomes the way you orient yourself. And so you may come back later, and as Paul said, we'd be happy to come back to and say, you know, we made some progress, but now we've unearthed something we hadn't paid attention to before. We didn't even notice that before. And one of the groups who's part of this is not at this presentation, is Perception Institute. And you may or may not know, it's probably the leading institute in the country on mind science, on things like implicit bias, stereotype threats. Although people misunderstand those are not simply internal processes. There's processes where internal and external is communicating with each other. What you think inside your head is actually a reflection of the outside world. It's not just what's inside your head. So I'm just sharing all that to say that there's some nuance. And as this muscle gets stronger and better, you'll be able to meet that nuance. So you may have to pull back and say, okay, let's examine this again. Let's make some adjustments. And we'll try to help you put those in place. But at times you may actually say, we need to talk to Paul again because we hadn't anticipated this.
Excellent, thank you.
Councilwoman Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you again to the C Collaborative for making the time to come out today. I couldn't be more impressed by your work. And as a social worker, you know, you speak in my language. And one of the things that, you know, is essential to social work is meeting people where they are. And and one of the things that most attracted me to your approach is that the concept of breaking and bridging really does just that. It looks at people in their environment and asks how can we meet them where they are. And so what I think might be helpful, if you could, would be to give an example of how, you know, you or a case study that you've reviewed that uses your approach has been effective in bringing folks who, because what I think that it sounds like you're pretty adept at doing is helping the vast majority of people who are well-intentioned, but like we all are biased, to come to these targeted universals and then feel that they own it and move forward with that. For the groups of people who stand to benefit or believe that they stand to benefit from the status quo, and where we encounter reluctance or where someone actually is at is no. How have you been effective in helping organizations to move through that in a way that doesn't cause more breaking than necessary in those situations?
Well, I'll jump in first and then invite my team members in. So we have a long history on this now and have a pretty powerful success record where you wouldn't expect it. And some of this is public and some of it's not public. So I'll try to speak to the public part.
But you would better if you wanted to stay private.
I will say that one of my clients is Google, and I had to sign like 300 non-disclosure agreements. So that's all you know. Nothing else except.
I agree.
Yeah. But did some work years ago with City of Cleveland and the surrounding suburbs around a whole number of issues, dealing with policing, dealing with fire, dealing with schools, dealing with taxes, how to deal. And it was pretty tense. And it was racialized because the city was primarily Black and the surrounding suburbs was primarily white. And it took a while. You know, if I had more time, I could tell you, I mean, no one thought it would work. And it did work. And part of it was, in terms of bridging, part of bridging is listening. Some people call it radical listening. Some people also call it empathetic listening and engagement. So instead of trying to convince someone of your position or their position, it's like just listening, establishing what a person's, as your point is, what's the person really experiencing? Because part of the thing is we're in different situations, and we project our situation onto others, or we think others understand our situation, and therefore if they disagree, it must be because they're bad people. And so literally I remember meeting someone saying in the city of Cleveland, unless you fix the schools, this is a BS process and we're not going to do anything. And then I go out to the suburb and they say, if you touch the schools, we're walking away from that. The city schools are broken, we don't want a part of it. So that was the start, you know. But we were able to get them to talk to each other. We were able to get them to do some tax-based sharing. We were able to get them to stop poaching. They were stealing each other's jobs, companies. And we also asked them to put away their swords, because when we first went there was letters every week about how racist this group was and how insensitive this group was. And people wanted to actually focus on that history, which is, you know, all of us have history. And we said, undoubtedly there's some stuff that's happened, but we're gonna ask you to stop writing those letters for a little bit. We had them on, we suggested they do a 5-year plan. I'm skipping around, but on tax-based sharing, we suggested they don't do anything now. People are more willing to share money that they don't have, future money, than to share present money. So we said there will be no sharing right now, but there'll be sharing in terms of new businesses that come in the region. You have a formula in 5 years. They started doing it after, I think, 1.5 years on their own, partially because they built trust with each other. They start seeing themselves as interlinked. They start seeing the region was only going to thrive if they work together. And a lot of positive things happened. Not everything perfect, but when people looked at that, they came back and said, how did you do that? And so there's been a lot of examples like that, but part of it, again, is getting people to really listen to each other. And then one last example, worked with California Endowment, which is the largest foundation here in California. And they had 14 cities. I don't know if you know, $1 billion are going to go to 14 cities. And it was really, again, they brought me in to talk about targeted universalism, because all the groups were fighting each other, Blacks, whites, Latinos. And part of the fight was whose pain was the most serious. And so they felt if they could make the case that their pain, their suffering was the most serious, they would get the money. And so it's that idea that fighting over some scarce resource, and this is $1 billion, but it's still scarce given the size of the problem. We, again, through targeted universalism, got them to make it clear that we're actually moving everybody. We're not leaving anyone out. And we did some mapping so they could actually see how different groups were situated. And so they weren't situated differently because one group was Black, one group was Latino. They had a different experience. They had different things they were trying to overcome. And once they saw that, the temperature went down. And it was a very successful program. And the endowment is now re-upping for a second $1 billion. But more importantly, it got all these groups to work together. And initially they saw themselves as competing with each other for scarce resources.
Thank you.
Councilmember Sweathelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for this presentation. I'm so excited to get this underway. And Mr. Powell, I'm really excited to learn more about targeted universalism. Is there going to be an education component more than what you just provided here today so we can learn more about this?
Oh, sure. And I mean, whatever you have an appetite for. I do teach at Berkeley, and I'm looking for students. So, but we do have a long booklet online. We have some videos. The booklet's, I think, over 100 pages. It goes into a lot of detail, a lot of nuance, and a lot of examples. But we've done trainings just on targeted universalism. Now there are literally several books that have been written about it in different fields. So we don't expect you, I'm sure you've already been to Berkeley, but we will try to give you what you need. But it really is, I mean, when you think about it, So Tom, here's one of my favorite things about target universalism is I'm the one who coined the phrase, but you know who coined the idea? Aristotle. Seriously. Back in the day when I was back in school, I was a philosophy minor, and I studied Aristotle. And he actually our concept of equality comes from Aristotle. But Aristotle had some nuance that we missed. And he used to say, one of his things was, fairness means that you treat people who are situated the same. But it also means that you treat people who are situated differently. We got the first part, and we left out the second part. And what target universalism goes back and recaptures the second part, that if people are situated differently, they need to be treated differently. And that's the heart of target universalism. But I'd be happy to talk to you personally, or if it's appropriate, do some more, with the council and others collectively around target universalism.
Thank you. Yeah, I would personally really appreciate that, but I would even maybe offer, if, just like with our last presentation, if you could maybe prioritize, because it might be a challenge for me to go back to UC Berkeley, but if you prioritize, here's the one resource that will really give you a better understanding of it. Because for me, and I know my colleagues on council, we're involved with a lot of other groups, whether it be dealing with homeless issues, water issues, public safety issues, that I think some of what you're speaking about, I'd like to start, applying that to all reaches, even just to explain to my constituents what we are doing in regards to this. And I'm by no means a subject matter expert, so I'd like to learn more so that I could share this whole concept with others that we interact with on a daily basis.
I'd be happy to.
Great, thank you. And then I'm not sure if this is for the city manager or who it would be, but on September 25th, the Public Safety Subcommittee heard a presentation from the Fire Department Recruitment and Diversity Plan, where it had 5 focus areas, 15 different strategies. And I noticed, so that was back in September, and they've already implemented, or it's ongoing, and now the same deliverable is part of this contract. How are those going to intersect or work together?
Well, it's always council member, it's always a developmental process. And as the group said, we're going to take all this information in. We're beginning someplace. This is going to be wrapped in. I don't see them as competing. I see them as building upon each other.
I guess for me, my only concern would be if there's a duplication of effort, and I don't want us to be going in the wrong direction with the work that's been done. And I noticed in the contract, the deliverable for this item is like January of 2022. I'm just hoping that maybe some of the work that some of fire staff has already done might speed up that deliverable.
Well, we'll see. I mean, I think we need to get into the listening and the understanding part of this. And I think the work has value that's happened so far, but we may have other places to go. And this is the beginning of that conversation, Councilman.
So similar to that, then what's the intersection also? Because in June, we approved, we being council, the Equal Employment Opportunity, Diversity and Inclusion Program with the EEOC and Diversity Officer. Could you update us on where that recruitment or classification is? And again, how is that program going to intersect with what we're hopefully going to be approving tonight?
Sure, I don't mind responding to that question. So we just finalized the recruitment brochure for that newly created position, and we'll begin the recruitment process. I have described that position to the SEED collaborative consultants, and we expect that they will be a key player in terms of this process, and will be one of the staff members who will be continuing to reinforce and roll out our plan as we go through the years.
Great, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Powell, appreciate your presentation. My question specifically, what examples could you give me of your approach and what you've seen work and what hasn't worked in the Latinx community? Thank you.
Well, thanks for the question. So as I mentioned that early on, there were 3 of us that sort of put equity on the table. It was Manuel Pastor, who's Latinx, Angela Glover Blackwell, and myself. And the 3 of us continue to be very close and work all over the country and all over the world. They were not happy that I was shifting from equity to target universalism. And that's one reason I called it Equity 2.0. I think they were right in terms of conceptually, they're actually quite close, but in practice, they're very different. So the group that I talked about in terms of the California Endowment, the vast majority of the largest single constituencies were the Latinx communities. But they were situated so that the Latinx community, the Asian American community, the Black community, poor whites, those 4 or 5 groups were seen as in competition with each other. Since then, they not only work more closely together, they're using the same language. We have a thing called Blueprint for Belonging, which is now runs throughout California. We work with 200 different community groups across California. It's really been quite powerful. And there's literally a film on how California became what it is, which I'd be happy to share with you. And of course, we are very sensitive also in terms of people being situated differently mean they have different needs. So sometimes those are language needs, sometimes those are cultural needs, sometimes it's, we were one of the first groups in the country, if not the first group, to basically say, you can't, Governor Cuomo made the comment that the coronavirus was the great equalizer. And I said, no, that it's going to actually show up differently because people are differently situated. And so we actually pushed the state of Michigan to start disaggregating data. Because one of the ways you know how people groups are situated is by looking at the data. So as you know, Michigan was one of the first states that said, wait a minute, Blacks are dying at a much higher rate. And we actually have on our website tracking how different groups, including Latinx, and particularly in Inland Empire, were being affected by the virus. But it's not just the data. You also need a story. How do you make sense of that? How do you talk about it? And part of the thing you do is you involve people who are affected in that story. So you don't talk about people, you talk with people. They get to tell their own story as part of this larger thing. And the person who runs the Blueprint for Belonging for the Othering and Belonging Institute is the Latinx. One of the things that's been a little tension, although it's sometimes when one group gets focused on, right, they'll say they don't want to include the other group. And that's one of the powerful things about target universalism. It's saying everybody, but we have certain groups may be centered at any given time, but this is really to include everybody.
Councilmember, do you have any other questions? Great. My only question is for the city manager or Mr. Alton. The funds for this comes from the unassigned reserve balance. That's our strategic reserves that we have. Where does that fund currently sit? I know obviously there's been a lot of discussion related to the impact that COVID-19 is having on the city resources.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I can handle this. It's a point in time, but I think it's, you're probably looking at net of what we pulled down in order to pass the budget in July, probably looking at about 10 million now.
So you think we have about 10 million in our reserves? Is that correct?
Unassigned reserves.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
Madam Vice Mayor, did you have a question?
No question. I had a comment, not a question.
Okay. We will go to public comment and then we'll come back to council members for any last minute questions or comments. If you are interested in providing a public comment on this item, hit the raise hand feature on Zoom. You'll have 3 minutes to address the council. Give anybody a couple extra seconds here. So I'm not seeing anyone raise their hand. Madam City Clerk, could you please provide any phone or email comments?
Mayor, there were no voice message public comments received and there were no email public comments uploaded to the agenda and republished for the public.
Great. Thank you so much. I'll bring it back to council then. Council, any last questions or comments as we move forward? Councilmember Alvarez.
Simply make myself available to the SEED group, especially when it comes to the Latinx and really the unrepresented and marginalized community. So please, I make myself available to your efforts and please put me to work. Thank you.
Thank you.
So one thing, I appreciate that. And one thing you mentioned the Latinx. So like I said, we have a lot of work and a pretty good staff. So yes, I want to take advantage of it, but I also think about, as you know, a large number of Latinx in the United States, 11 million are undocumented. And I don't know to what extent that's an issue in Santa Rosa, but in terms of making sure that voice and that perspective is present and some of the normal, quote unquote, mechanisms for reaching out to a community doesn't work with that group. So if that's an issue there, I would hope that the council or you'd help us identify people to make sure we reach that community.
All right, Councilwoman Fleming, you have this item. So let's go ahead and have you put a motion on the table for discussion. And then if you have any thoughts or comments, let's go ahead and hear them after.
Mayor Amy Reeve is looking to speak.
I'm sorry, Mayor Rogers. There were two final slides that I'd like to go over, which does, just for transparency, go over the fiscal impact. I thought perhaps I could cover those before.
Yeah, please go ahead and jump in on it.
Okay. Is it possible to bring the last slides up? Thank you, Dina.
One moment, I'm just advancing them.
So thank you. The funds for the services to be provided in fiscal year 2020 and 2021, as you already mentioned, Mayor, they are in the amount of $402,000 approximately, and they are not included in the adopted general fund budget and would be appropriated from the unassigned fund balance. Next slide, please. And of course, our recommendation is that the council by resolution approve a professional services agreement with Seed Collaborative to provide the consulting services to assist the city in the development of an equity plan. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Amy. It's Councilwoman Fleming, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. And it is my great pleasure to introduce this motion after having met with the Seed Collaborative and participating in the RFP and reading about this type of work for most of my adult life and even younger. So it is a real honor to bring forward a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving a professional services agreement with Seed Collaborative LLC to provide consulting services in the development of a city equity plan and related plans, and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
All right, we have a motion from Councilwoman Fleming, a second from Councilmember Schwethelm. Does anybody have comments on the item?
Yay.
Go ahead, Madam Vice Mayor.
Finally. Okay. So I have a few notes. I just wanted to say that I appreciate you guys presenting to us. This is definitely needed in our community. So in addition, targeted universalism, being a woman of color and wanting to work with other people of color, other marginalized communities, I think it's so great to have the targeted universalism. So we're not all fighting for resources, but we're finding similarities, ways that we can share the resources that we have and to see how we can build everyone up. You spoke about being highly inclusive, the bridging. These are all things that I am so very passionate about, to bringing back a sense of community to the city of Santa Rosa. So the way to do that is to get everyone's feedback, to lay everything on the table and to see how we can move forward. So I'm so happy to hear you guys speak about that. And lastly, I'll say thank you for coming in, not as an expert, but allowing us to be our own expert and you guys assisting us by facilitating. So again, thank you so much for the presentation.
Thank you. I just want to just add one comment because it comes up a lot. We work all over the country and sometimes even out of the country. So the inclusive, we actually go beyond inclusive. We say belonging. So inclusive from us is like where you go to somebody else's thing, you go to someone else's party, but it's their party. Belonging is your party. It's our party. It's not my party, your party. It's our party. But the other piece of that I just want to underline, especially for groups who are grounded in social and racial justice, sometimes there's a willingness and even enthusiasm for working with other groups of color, which I think is important, but it also includes whites. And that's, again, one of the things that distinguishes us from the way equity practice has been rolled out. When we say everybody, we really do mean everybody. And sometimes people are challenged by that. But we also acknowledge that not everybody's situated the same. So it means different groups have, they're doing a lot of work, and Paul is leading that work with Native communities up north. Very different situation than other non-Native communities. But anyway, so I just want to make it clear that we really do mean everybody.
Great. Thank you, John, Evan, Paul. If there are no other questions or comments from the council, Madam City Clerk, if you would please call the roll.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer?
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm?
Aye.
Councilmember Tibbetts?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers?
Aye.
Mayor Rogers?
Aye. So that will pass with, sorry, go ahead, Dina or Stephanie.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
Excellent. Thank you, everybody, for the presentation. Council, we are going to jump back to public comment for items not on the agenda. That is number 13 on our agenda. And then, as I mentioned before, we will take a quick dinner break and then come back for items 15.1. We'll take our procedural items, our council member reports, our consent calendar. We'll do all of that after the public hearing in accordance with our new sunshine ordinance, where we are trying to take the items of the most public concern and public benefit earlier in the meeting, particularly on longer ones. So Madam City Clerk, if let's go ahead and move on to item 13. And for the public, this is your opportunity to make comments on items that are not currently on our agenda. If you're interested in addressing the council, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature on Zoom. You'll have 3 minutes, and we will take the first 12 public comments in this first non-agenda item public comments section. Madam City Clerk, I'm not seeing any hands. If you could move on to the voicemail and email public comments.
Mayor, there were no voice message public comments on this item, nor were there any email public comments received and uploaded to the agenda.
Great, thank you, Dina. And with that, we will take a 20-minute dinner break. As I mentioned earlier, the council's been at this since 1 o'clock. So we will come back at 6:30 for item 15.1. We'll see you at 6:30. All right, Madam City Clerk, I recognize that there's a quorum of the council. Would you please call the roll?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Alvarez. Councilmember Fleming.
Present.
I'm not muted.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Here.
Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Here.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez, have you joined us? Vice Mayor Rogers.
Present.
Mayor Rogers.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Alvarez.
Great, thank you so much. And we will go to item 15.1, our public hearing. Go ahead, Mr. City Manager.
Item 15.1, public hearing. Appeal of the Design Review and Cultural Heritage Board's decisions to deny preliminary design review, an appeal of the Cultural Heritage Board's decision to deny a landmark alteration permit for the flats at 528 B Street, a proposal to construct a 5-story mixed-use structure at 528 B Street within the St. Rose Preservation District, assessors parcel number 010-035-022, file number PRJ 20-005. Bill Rose leading us off.
Thank you, Mr. McGlynn. Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Rogers, members of the council, thank you very much. And Vice Mayor Rogers, we've not had the opportunity to meet, but I wanted to say congratulations and welcome to the City Council. So I'd like to say just a few opening remarks, and then I'll be turning this over to Susie Murray, Senior Planner, and she's going to give the main presentation. So first off, the item before the council tonight on appeal is a 5-story mixed-use project at 528 B Street. It's a combination of residential with some ground floor commercial. Both of the uses are permitted uses, so no conditional use permit is required, and the density is allowed as well. The project is also consistent with all development standards, so there are no variances or exceptions that are required or being requested. However, 2 discretionary entitlements are required: a design review application and a landmark alteration permit. The design review is to be acted on jointly by the Design Review Board and the Cultural Heritage Board, and the landmark alteration permit is acted solely by the Cultural Heritage Board. The interesting thing about the design review, the joint action, is it requires a consensus approval. So that's agreement between both the Design Review Board, the DRB, and the Cultural Heritage Board, the CHP. And in this instance, we didn't reach consensus. We had a 5-0 unanimous approval from the Design Review Board, and we had a 3-1 vote on the Cultural Heritage Board. And that one dissenting vote broke the consensus, and therefore that permit was denied. Moving over to the landmark alteration permit, it was a 2-2 vote, and that deadlock is an effective denial. And one other interesting thing about the Cultural Heritage Board is the zoning code in place at the time requires 4 affirmative votes. Now, both the consensus requirement and the 4 affirmative votes have been modified. The council in recent actions related to the downtown plan with some zoning code amendments removed those requirements. So effective January 1st, those will not be in place. One other thing, the primary concern of those in dissent on those actions was the height. The height was deemed to be too tall for the site and the neighborhood. The council, I'm sure, also remembers recently taking action on the downtown plan and specifying 12 properties in the St. Rose district, whereby it was determined that a reduced height was appropriate. This project site was not included in those 12 parcels. So that's just a brief summary. As I mentioned, Susie's going to give the presentation now. We have a number of staff present behind the scenes, so hopefully we can answer any questions the council may have, and the applicant is prepared with a presentation as well. So with that, Susie, if you would please give the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers and Vice Mayor Rogers.
The appeal of the denial for the flats at 528 B Street is the project before you tonight. Next slide, please. As Bill mentioned, it's a mixed-use building. It's 5 stories with commercial space on the ground floor and residential units on the 4 floors above. What's before the council tonight is the appeal, actually, of the preliminary design review and the landmark alteration. Next slide, please. Here's an aerial view of the site. What you see on the right side of the slide where the stripes are is actually the 4th or 5th story of the parking garage next door. And then you can also see, I cut off the tip of the H there, but this is also where Healdsburg Avenue and B Street converge. And then the image up in the upper left-hand corner was taken from across the street looking east. So what the existing building now, and then the view of the garage. Next slide, please. So just to give some context for the neighborhood here, the 528 B Street is outlined in blue on the slide. And to the north and east, it's generally commercial uses. And to the south and west, it's generally commercial uses. Next slide, please. So we've been working with the applicant on this project for about 2 years. Back in January of 2019, we held a neighborhood meeting. And then in October last year, we had a concept design review meeting before both the Cultural Heritage Board and the Design Review Board. We received the formal applications in February, and then probably the highlight on this slide is that November 23rd joint meeting of the boards. Again, as Bill explained, there were some interesting circumstances that applied. Some things that weren't mentioned that could have affected the outcome. There were a couple of vacancies, one on the Design Review Board and one on the Cultural Heritage Board. And then, as Bill mentioned, that in order for the Cultural Heritage Board to actually make the decision or approve the project, they would require 4 affirmative votes. And that's regardless of how many board members were present. This night, there were only 4 board members present. So in which case they had to have a unanimous vote in order to pass the item, either item. And as Bill also explained, that this is kind of a unique situation because for preliminary design review, it required both boards to vote on it, which is, that is a unique situation that has been updated with the recent zoning code revisions to implement the downtown station area specific plan update. So next slide, please. So staff's analysis concluded that the project is, as proposed, was consistent with the general plan, with the 2007 version of the downtown station area specific plan. And without going into a deep dive on the analysis, it appears that it's also consistent with the new update. It's consistent with the zoning code, design guidelines, processing review procedures for owners of historic properties, and the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation. So next slide, please. For design review, there's 6 required findings, kind of shortened up there on the screen. Staff found that all of the findings could be met, and those findings are shown on the resolution, the draft resolutions that would be granting the appeal. Next slide. The primary tools for landmark alteration are, besides the zoning code, of course, the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation. That's another change that was just updated, changing it to Secretary of the Interior's standards or applicable standards. There are several other categories, not just rehabilitation. But in this case, this was the required finding, and the Secretary of the Interior standards for rehabilitation don't really apply because it's more that applies to buildings that are being modified. In this case, the existing structure is being removed. And important to note on that is that the existing structure is not a contributor to the district. It was constructed well outside of the period of significance for the St. Rose Preservation District. So the processing review procedures is a city document, and it provides guidelines for new development within preservation districts. And one of the biggest things that it drives home there is that it steers us to contemporary design and is real clear about not mimicking the existing, architecture found in the district, although it does want that existing architecture to inform the design. It focuses on compatible height and similar proportion, rhythm along the streetscapes and keeping windows and doors right up at the sidewalk, and exterior materials and roof shape and whatnot, so the building shape. Next slide, please. Review considerations for a landmark alteration permit and findings are shown here. The one the finding that the zoning code requires here is that for the additional height is that the increased height does not detract from the character of the preservation district or adjacent contributing properties. The way the site is designed, the building is placed on the south side of the property, so it actually leaves an open space area that's for exclusive use of the residents of that building or occupants of the building, but it separates that structure from the single family structure to the north. Character defining elements were incorporated from nearby structures, and I believe that the applicant will include that discussion in their presentation. And another, the street really right there on B Street, it acts at this point as an entryway to the city. Coming down, I showed that slide earlier, coming down B Street, if you're southbound coming into Santa Rosa, you really see, you get a good view of the garage and kind of the existing conditions on the site. The building, putting it there would really effectively screen the view of a parking garage. So that's on the adjacent parcel to the east. So next slide, please. Some of the key elements for consideration is that item 1 is the parking garage. And again, as I just mentioned, the entryway 2, wherein here you have a clear view of where those two streets come together. And then 3 shows us nearby contributors in the district. So the building is surrounded to the north and south by buildings that are considered contributors to the district, or they are contributors to the district. And the building to the south is more like a 3.5-story building. It's not the normal 3-story. It's in its period. Then the building to the north, and as I said, you can kind of see the way the building is now. You can see how they're separated, and the existing building where the star is placed further on the south side there. So the buildings across the street are a couple hundred, I think 100 feet away, 150 feet away, minimum distance. So anyways, next slide, please. So I tried here to get you a similar perspective, obviously existing on the left and proposed on the right. And next slide, please. The project was found in compliance with CEQA and Section 151 1538.83 and 1533.2 are two that you see quite a bit, but we actually added into the staff report another section, 15182, which is consistent with the downtown station area specific plan, for which the council certified an EIR for that plan as well. So we added to it. I also, let's see, next slide, please. There we go. I thought I missed that slide. I wanted to mention that we did receive some additional comments this afternoon. So the public comments that we received were generally talking about height, but also generally in favor of the design. We received some additional supportive documentation today that was not included in the late correspondence, supporting a denser mixed use type of development and really for critically needed housing. There was also a comment about providing jobs or workspace that would provide jobs in the commercial area on the ground floor. This helps address climate crisis concerns by putting residential units next to, in the downtown where people can walk to work, and also near some of our transit hubs, both the SMART station and the bus station, and just bringing kind of vibrance to the downtown. There were also some comments that were received opposing the project. There was concern for the amount of shadowing that the new building would put on the neighbors, specifically the neighbor to the north, and then the building really dominates the space. So staff's review and has resulted in no unresolved issues. Next slide, please. So tonight, the council has several options. Some of them are listed here. The first is you can deny the appeal, which would effectively deny the project. The second is you can approve or grant the appeal, which effectively approves the project. And if you do that, there were 5 conditions added by the design review board. And you could also add conditions yourself. And then the third option is to continue for redesign, and following redesign, you could direct the applicant to bring the item back to council, or direct them to go back to the design review board and the cultural heritage board. Next slide, please. So with that, it's recommended by the cultural heritage board and the design review board that the council deny the appeal and deny preliminary design review. It's further recommended by the Cultural Heritage Board that the council deny the appeal and deny the landmark alteration. And that concludes staff's presentation. I know that the applicant is anxious to give their own.
Thank you, Susan. Before we go on to the applicant's presentation, now is the time for council to disclose any ex parte communications that you might have had on this project. So I'm just going to go around the circle here. Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I had contact with representatives of the project team. I've visited the site myself, and I watched not all, but a majority of the DRB Cultural Heritage hearing. And all of the information I gathered from those contacts are contained in the numerous documents on this that's available to the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I did have a meeting with staff. I visited the site. I did have a phone conversation with one of the neighbors. I spoke with a planning commissioner, and but it was all contained in the staff report. So I learned nothing from those meetings other than perspective.
Thank you. Councilmember Tibbetts.
Yeah, I spoke with representatives from the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber of Commerce, with the architect who designed the project, concerned citizen in regards to a letter submitted by the Transportation and Land Use Coalition, and pretty sure that's it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Fleming.
Yes, thank you. I spoke with a representative from the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber, with architect Peter Stanley, and while those conversations were illuminating they did not provide any information that is not already in the public documents.
Great. Councilmember Alvarez?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I did speak with the Metro. I did speak with the pedestrian near the site. I did visit the site this morning. I spoke with both applicants and as well as a member from our staff, but there's nothing new to report. Thank you.
Thank you. And Madam Vice Mayor?
No communication.
Great. Thank you. And I did have a chance to speak to the architect. I spoke to various community groups, including folks from the Land Use Coalition, as well as the Metro Chamber. I've spoken to a number of neighbors, received a number of comments on it, and then also walked the area multiple times and grabbed some food at Brew. And with that, we will move on to the appellant's presentation.
Okay. First of all, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great. Thank you all. First off, before I begin, my name is Tom Karsten, and I'm the owner of the property for the proposed redevelopment. Before I proceed, I just want to make one quick correction to Susie's wonderful presentation. She mentioned that the buildings to the north were residential properties. That's incorrect. Those are commercial properties immediately to the north. I'll begin. Along with my development partners, Peter Stanley and Mitch Connor at Archaeologics, we are the appellant on the matter before you. We are here to ask that you grant the appeal and approve the preliminary design review and the landmark alteration permit for our mixed-use 24-unit apartment project that was denied because of a subjective feeling that it is too tall, even though zoning allows for a 5-story structure on this site. Some background before we tell you a bit more about our project and address our appeal. My partners and I have each lived in Sonoma County for 30 plus years. We bring what for us is a lifetime of real estate investment, development, consulting, construction management, and architectural experience to the project. Separately, we have devoted a great deal of our time in community service, serving on design review boards, planning commissions, and groups responsible for spearheading the criteria for urban design that help guide the general plan and future growth that demonstrates a long-term vested interest in our community. With guidance from staff, coupled with feedback received from both the DRB and CHB during concept review, along with additional advice from our architectural historian, Mark Perry, we designed the project before you. One that all board members and neighbors alike commended favorably on the design itself. In doing so, we have taken a site with many development constraints and designed a project that followed all the rules and met all the standards placed upon us, met all the design criteria, and checked off all policy and staff review boxes. In doing so, the project complies with the city objectives to build high-density housing appropriate for a city center pedestrian-friendly environment. Please go to slide 2. Thank you. This slide shows the proposed project relative to the surrounding area. Compared to the Moore apartment complex to the north that encompasses an entire block and the massive parking garage to the east, we believe the proposed building fits well into the context of the neighborhood. The current building on the subject site was built in 1969 to serve as a podiatry clinic and surgery center until my firm purchased the property in 1995 and have occupied it since. Prior to purchasing the property, we were tenants in the adjacent 2-story office building to the north of the subject property for 4 years. Therefore, we have been a resident and property owner in the neighborhood for 29 years and have been privy to the changes that have taken place over that time, including witnessing the construction of the garage. In early 2017, we envisioned redeveloping the site with a mixed-use building comprised of ground floor commercial office space that will serve as new offices for my firm and Archaeologics, with the upper 4 floors comprised of 1- and 2-bedroom apartment units, allowing for 6 units per floor, for a total of 24 residential rental units. All units will have outdoor balconies. While the garage is not a contributor as an historic structure, because of its location, how tall it is at 48 feet tall, and given its immense size that dwarfs all structures around it, it cannot be ignored as it is in every way a contributor to what is going on around us. However, because of its location, we are able to incorporate it as a vital contributor to our project, for it allows us to engage the garage in ways originally intended when it was completed 20 plus years ago. Please go to slide 3. Over the years, we have witnessed lots of change on B Street, with the street seeing several significant alterations over the years. The current reiteration accommodates changes brought forth with the reunification of Courthouse Square that expanded the north to south arterial to 2 lanes while also installing a bike lane. The reconfiguration dramatically altered traffic flow on B Street to one that could best be described now as a major north-south thoroughfare connector that funnels faster and more significant traffic through and around downtown and to freeway on-ramps. In fact, we suspect there is now more traffic on B Street than on Mendocino, where one can build a 12-story building with far fewer restrictions. The point being that B Street was not envisioned as a nice country lane in a historic district, but more so as a commercial boulevard designed to funnel traffic. Also note quickly that on the first drawing, you'll see a line number that says 131 feet. That is the distance between our building and the the 3-story Victorian residence to the west of us. Please go to slide 4. A brief comment about shadowing. The neighbor to the north has voiced concern that a new 5-story building will shadow its property in the winter months. That is a fair statement, but it should be noted it currently is shadowed by the garage. These mid-morning and mid-afternoon photos were taken a couple weeks ago. What they demonstrate is that at this time of year, when the sun is low in the southern sky, both the existing office building on the development site, as well as the 2 buildings to the north, are predominantly shadowed by the existing 3.5-story apartment building situated some 70 feet to the south. So the neighbor's property has been in shadows for decades, only now it has become more of an issue. As our shadow study in your packet demonstrates, during a good part of the year, the sun will be predominantly overhead, so there will be substantially less shadowing cast down on the adjoining property to the north. Simply put, the nature of buildings located in tight urban infill locations is that buildings cast shadows onto other buildings. In closing, our project aims to help kickstart the rebirth of what city councils and community leaders before you, as well as business leaders, have been striving to achieve for years. We are excited with some of the changes we are seeing in the neighborhood, exemplified with our friends across the street at Brew, who with great spirit and energy provide a safe haven for the community to gather, and that of the museum that is ever growing. With this housing development, we hope to provide a safe downtown residential haven for the community, not all on our own, but with your help. I'll now turn our presentation over to Peter Stanley, who will walk you through some of the essential site and policy issues we faced. And I want to thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Council. Thank you, Mayor Rogers and members of the Council. I'll move through this quickly, but I do want to hit some high points here because I think from a policy standpoint, we need to reiterate that this has been going on for a long time, these ideas that have been presented through our development and many others. As you saw from the appeal package, our project meets all the objective criteria put forth under the 2007 Downtown Station Area and Specific Plan, as well as the Tier 1 housing goals from City Council. The 07 plan created a CD5 district that allowed for buildings of 5 stories with 55-foot cap on height, of which our project complies. Next slide, please. Not only does the project comply with the 07 plan, it also is in compliance with the newly adopted 2020 plan, which places an FAR floor area ratio of 4 and a 50-foot height limit on the particular site. Our project comes in under the development criteria with an FAR of 3.8. Next slide, please. So in terms of design, we just want to reiterate that despite an 8-1 vote in favor of our design, including design support from district residents opposed to the height, the project was denied approval because of a procedural technicality since corrected by council. I'd like Mark Perry, our architectural historian, to briefly go through that design process related to the height of the building. Could you elevate, Mark?
I'm here. Thank you, Peter. I was brought into the job after the October DRB and CHB meeting, and my main task was to help address the building's context to the preservation district. And a real critical point to be made is that there were no contributing historic resources that were affected in this project. The building that was there was not a contributor. That's important because I strongly oppose this council or any community ignoring or dismissing the local, state, or national protections established to preserve our listed cultural resources. And Mr. Powers, I loved his presentation because he explained one of the places I find myself in, and that is trying to address the concerns of the developing community and trying to address the concerns of the preservation community, because these preservation districts were created by the residents of them. These districts were created with a shared ownership co-creation idea. So when developers come in and ignore that stuff, it creates a problem. But these are not those developers. These guys are not from out of town. These guys came in and respected this neighborhood specifically, and I'm really proud of what we've done. I've been looking for 10 years to try to come up with a project that would do what this one did. It was the challenge, and I'm entirely confident that we succeeded at creating a contemporary expression of appropriate treatments for new and large-scale buildings to fit into
30 seconds.
And not detract from the historic fabric of the district. We did that in this project.
And sir, I wanted to jump in just for a quick second and make sure you heard the clerk. You do have about a minute left to your presentation.
Okay, and just looking at this slide here, you'll see how we applied character-defining elements from other buildings without the district. And the main thing we were able to do was to use composition, not contemporary modernist design, but traditional compositions reflecting historic elements. That's the secret that makes a large building that's out of scale actually fit and contribute to the district. Dumping a big modern building, demolishing historic buildings does not respect or address the districts. This one does. It's a good example of it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. That is 10 minutes.
All right, thank you, sir, and thank you to the appellants. Council, we'll come back for questions from the appellants in a couple of minutes here, but I did want to give the chairs of the Design Review Board and Cultural Heritage Board an opportunity to give us a little bit of context about what happened during their meetings and make them available for questions as well.
Thank you. I've enabled the speaking permissions for DRB Chair Scott Kincaid and CHB Brian Muser.
Scott, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Rogers, and Council. I will be brief with my presentation because as present tonight and as always, city staff has done an exemplary job of prepping you and us on the facts of the project. I think the numbers will tell you that we achieved a unanimous approval of the Design Review Board for approval of the project, including its height. And we're looking to move the project forward to building permits. So I am around for questions. And if you have any, I'll be available. I'll keep it brief. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And Brian?
Thank you, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Rogers, members of the council. I'll just be brief also and just give you kind of a background as to the members of the Cultural Heritage Board and their voting preferences. With regards to the preliminary design review, 3 board members concurred with the findings in the resolution, and 1 member found exception to the findings as it pertained to its height. Basically, the architectural design of the proposed mixed-use building is compatible with the character of the surrounding neighborhood. And that board member felt that, and remember, the Cultural Heritage Board is looking at this from the preservation of the historic neighborhood. So with regards to landmark alteration, we had 2 board members concur with the findings of the landmark alteration resolution, and 2 board members found exception to the findings. Basically, the findings that they found exception to were the ones that stated proposed change is compatible with adjacent or nearby landmark structures, design elements. Basically, the design elements are compatible with the adjacent structures, and the increased height does not detract from the character of the preservation district or any adjacent structures. So basically, the overall proportions of the building and the height of the building, 2 of the board members felt rendered it incompatible with the historic district. So that concludes my report. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, sir. So I will bring it back to the council. Council, are there any questions for either staff, the appellants, or Brian or Scott about their respective boards and the discussions therein? I'm not seeing any hands from council. I did have a question, Mr. Rose. Particularly, this has been characterized as an entryway street type. And I do, reading through the design guidelines, there is a 6-foot step back for development along entryway streets above the 3rd floor. Can you talk a little bit about that element as it pertains to this project?
You know, I'm actually going to defer to Susie on that to see if she can provide commentary on that technical aspect of the review.
I can. That's more of a guideline. So we have guidelines and we have development standards. Standards are need to be adhered to. Guidelines are guidelines. And so in the downtown station area plan, it also suggested that. But given the size and the shape of the site, that was limiting. So I can let the applicant talk about the design issues a little bit more. But again, it's not a development standard. It's not a requirement. It's a guideline.
Okay, thank you. And then that would also, I assume, be the same for the 15-foot front yard setback that's in the guidelines for new development within the St. Rose and West End areas?
When in conflict, if that came out of the zoning code, when in conflict, the zoning code defers to a station area plan, a specific plan. And in this case, if they were in conflict, the station area plan would supersede, and that says bring it up to the sidewalk. And in terms of the entryway street, the project was reviewed against the previous, the 2007 downtown station area specific plan. And in that plan, this street was designated as an entryway street. It lost that entryway designation with the new plan, but regardless of the designation, the street acts as an entryway. When you come into Santa Rosa from the north, that's the way you go, or that's the way most people come in. So into the downtown, so.
Okay, thank you. Council, are there any other questions? All right, then I will open the public hearing on this item and go to public comment, and then we will bring it back for discussion afterwards. So first, I see Mr. Former Mayor, Mr. Bartley. You'll have 3 minutes to address the council, and then we'll move on to Luke after that.
Thank you, Mayor Rogers, and congratulations. and Vice Mayor Rogers have met. I prepared a whole lot of stuff that you've already heard about, how this checks every box in what we've been working for in the city for the last 26 years. But thinking about it, you all know that. This is exactly the sort of project we need in our downtown. It will be a linchpin to make us be what we want to be. And if we don't approve it, or if you don't approve it, I'm afraid it'll set us back another 5 or 10 years, because developers are going to look at this and they're going to say it's not worth the monetary risk to jump and invest as an architect, the substantial money it takes to get to this point. That was what I was going to say, and I mean it. It checks all the boxes. But the reality is, I actually watched most of that excruciating 5.5-hour joint meeting. And having served on the Design Review Board and the Planning Commission and the City Council, I can tell you, sometimes meetings, and the new council members won't know this, the existing ones do, sometimes meetings just kind of go off the rails. And that was a meeting that went off the rails and they couldn't recover from it. It might have been because of the Zoom setting, but somehow they could never regain their center. And I think it's really unfortunate this project happened to be the unintended victim of that. And that's not to fault either board. It's because it's just what happens when human beings interact. And I think partly because you're interacting looking at a television monitor rather than talking to each other. I really hope you support the appeal. I'm really concerned for the future of the city. And I really think this project will really be a springboard. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. We'll go on to Luke, followed by Ananda.
Thank you and good evening, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Rogers, and Santa Rosa City Council. My name is Luke Lindenbush with Generation Housing. I'm here to express Generation Housing's support of 24 new homes in Santa Rosa's downtown core at 528 B Street. Creating infill housing opportunities in downtown Santa Rosa, like the proposal before you now, is essential to the health and economic success of Santa Rosa and to our entire region. 1- and 2-bedroom homes like the flats at 528 B Street are often called affordable by design because lower square footage generally correlates with lower rents. These homes are sorely needed in our community, especially for small families, seniors, and young Sonomans who don't want or need the larger units more commonly built countywide. I also want to add that I was at the November 23rd meeting, and that by and large, the Design Review and Cultural Heritage Boards offered their support for this project at that meeting. Despite that, an absence and a vacancy created ultimately what was a fluke circumstance where just a single no vote required the appeal to the City Council currently under consideration. So we're glad to see that this process has been streamlined, and hopefully we won't have to encounter something like this again. The architectural significance of the St. Rose Preservation District is well protected for good reason, and all of the historic neighborhoods flanking downtown Santa Rosa, as you know, including this one, were thoroughly reviewed in the process of the recently adopted Downtown Station Area Specific Plan. 528 B Street is proposed in the spirit of balancing a growing downtown and a low-rise historic neighborhood. In terms of building scale, at 5 stories, the flats at 528 B Street would create a smoother transition between the St. Rose neighborhood and the downtown core. The building to be demolished is not of any historic significance, so there's no reason to deny it on that basis. And city staff has further established the project's compliance across the board. To be perfectly clear, a 5-story building at this site will not block a view of anything but the parking garage directly behind it. With that, Generation Housing urges the City Council to grant the appeal of the preliminary design review and landmark alteration and approve the construction of the flats at 528 B Street. Thank you for consideration and your time.
Thank you, Luke.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers and members of the council. My name is Ananda Sweet. I'm with the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber, and I'm here to express the Santa Rosa Metro Chamber's support of the flats at 528 B Street project. First, thank you so much to the applicant team and city staff for your work on such an important project. This proposed project is really exactly what the city and this community have been asking for. As a mixed-use infill project with a commercial ground floor near transit and downtown businesses, it fills a critical housing need while meeting the vision of a vibrant downtown. Santa Rosa's housing shortage is an enormous threat to our community and one of the largest challenges for local employers who need to recruit and retain employees in order to stay and grow in Santa Rosa. A vibrant downtown is also a crucial factor in recruiting a high-quality workforce and for new business development. More residents within walking distance of downtown shops and employers means a larger customer base and increased economic activity. This project contributes directly to those critical needs and will provide Santa Rosa a high economic return on its downtown investment. The project aligns with the city's downtown stationary specific plan and the city's goals and vision for downtown Santa Rosa. And your support is critical as it sets an example of what is possible for projects in downtown Santa Rosa to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Ananda. Next up is Willard, followed by Mr. Dietzen.
I'm Willard Richards. I live in Santa Rosa, adjacent to the southernmost tip of the county's Chenate property. You have a letter from the Sonoma County Transportation and Land Use Coalition that I signed as chair of that organization. But my comments this evening are different, and they've not been reviewed by the SCTLC, so I'm speaking as an individual. The staff report finds that the appellant's project complies with all of the applicable planning requirements, which include the general plan, the downtown station area specific plan, the zoning code, design guidelines, and the processing review procedures. The applicant also claims that they comply with all of these guidelines. And I'm not aware of any claim that the project does not fully comply with all these requirements. Design review is somewhat subjective, but this project received an 8-to-1 vote by the Design Review Board approving the project. It appears to me that the reason this bill is before you this evening is a couple of Cultural Heritage Board members decided that the rules in the city's planning and zoning documents were not adequate. They wanted to follow their own rules. They wanted to say that the proposed project had too many stories for this location, and they voted against the project. For me, a key reason that the appeal must be granted is the city cannot allow a couple of board members to set different rules differing from those of the city's planning and zoning documents. Developers need to know what the rules are. Otherwise, they will be reluctant to go to the expense of proposing projects that we so desperately need downtown. I urge the City Council to grant this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Willard. We'll next go on to Joe, followed by Pamela. Joe, go ahead and unmute yourself. You'll have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you, Mayor Rogers. My name is Joe Dietzen. I'm speaking today to express my support for the development project known as the Flats at 528 B Street. I'm a resident of the St. Rose neighborhood and have lived directly across B Street from the proposed project site since 1987. Our home property has been in our family since the early 1900s, and the Runyon-Metzger residence itself will celebrate its 150th anniversary next year. My wife and I, along with our whole family, have committed ourselves to the preservation of our houses, to the stability of the St. Rose neighborhood, and to the success of downtown Santa Rosa. While I highly value the history of the neighborhood, I believe that new market rate housing combined with well-designed functional commercial space is going to be crucial to the vitality of the downtown area. As a banker who has worked in downtown Santa Rosa since the late 80s, I believe I understand the economics of real estate development. Given the cost of new construction today, a project needs more units to be feasible and financeable. With more units comes more floors. and hence a 5-story project. Also a project that is in conformity with the Santa Rosa Downtown Station Area Specific Plan. And with regards to the project, I've also reviewed the most recent architectural development plans and appreciate the changes made from the initial renderings to the building's exterior finish and to the outdoor decks on units above B Street. I believe that the project, when built and occupied, will be a positive addition to the local neighborhood, bringing quality tenants, individuals and families both, to downtown Santa Rosa, who will benefit the neighborhood and the downtown at large. They may well be working in the downtown area. And importantly, they will be local shoppers and diners, leading to increased commerce for our small businesses. Maybe even a grocery store downtown will eventually follow. So, and finally, I urge you, the members of the City Council, to approve the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Joe. Pamela, followed by Paul.
Hi. I would just first like to say respond to Scott Bartley's comment. He says it will set back developers because if it's not passed, but that's just really not true. There are many, many tall apartment buildings right now being constructed in downtown Santa Rosa, right downtown on College Avenue, also on 3rd and Dutton. And also there's a huge project almost completed on Petaluma Hill Road and Kiwanis Springs Road. Not sure any of them are affordable. So I really don't think that's the case. And I would just like to say that this building does not fit within the guidelines of an historic district. And I don't think making this building a bit smaller or shorter is going to negatively impact the housing shortage. The owner knew he was within a historic district when he proposed something like this. And I worry that he was encouraged to propose this tall height by people in the city who are determined that tall buildings will cover our city, which is fine, but this is an historic district. I'm concerned that passing this project will set a precedent for other proposals within our district. And also, I worry that what are historic guidelines just for looks? Are they there just to make the city look good on paper? And when it comes to developers and the historic districts, do we just toss the guidelines out the windows? Back to the precedent setting on Lincoln Street in a parking lot next door to my house, another tall apartment building is proposed, a 4-story apartment building. Again, the developer wants to address the housing shortage in Santa Rosa. Does everyone look to the St. Rose district to answer housing issues? Our district already is the answer to the homeless issue with Morgan Street Catholic Charities, soon to be Caritas, the Hotel Azura, and it appears we are now targeted as the answer to the housing shortage, non-affordable, with 2 tall apartment buildings proposed within the St. Rose district. And I think this is inappropriate. And in fact, Mr. Carson's presentation, he cited the Moore building as a precedent for his 5-story building. So that's my comment. I think this project is too large and it's overbearing and it should be modified. It's in an historic district. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Pamela. Paul, followed by Denise.
I'm sorry, is it Pamela or Paul speaking now?
Paul, you're up.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Rogers. My name is Paul Schwartz. I'm a commercial real estate broker here in Santa Rosa and a member of the Metro Chamber's Government Advocacy Council, who I'm speaking on behalf of this evening. I want to first say that several of the speakers have summarized my thoughts very accurately, very well. So I don't want to be too redundant, but I will point out a couple of things again about the 528 B Street property, which development proposal, which I support and Chamber supports. First, I want to reiterate that it is an infill project with moderate density where jobs and residential housing will be in close proximity, which is, of course, one of the primary objectives of the city. I would say the business and development community are paying close attention to this project, not because of its large scale, but because of the message it will send to other developers about urban or downtown development proposals and the receptivity of these proposals by the council. Obviously, the housing is much needed in the downtown area and throughout the city, and this provides 24 units that can be occupied by moderate income housing, applicants. So it does send an important message to the community. It's also an important entryway, as has been pointed out, to the downtown area. And needless to say, I think we could all agree that we could use some substantial enhancements to that corridor. And this project definitely provides one important enhancement to that B Street corridor. It has been noted, of course, that the parking garage is 5 stories and the project is to scale with the community, with the area of downtown that it will sit in. It's a great mixed-use design and frankly is dwarfed by that parking garage, as has been noted by the applicants. The project should be approved, and as I said, we'll send, if approved, send a proper message that downtown Santa Rosa is open to and will receive openly any very well-designed planned developments. And lastly, I think this accomplishes many city objectives. It's a small development, but it sets a precedent for other potentially larger developments in the downtown area. So I encourage your support of the appeal. And frankly, I think it's important that you show as a council that you're moving forward with a unified voice. So I appreciate your time and would appreciate your support of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Denise, followed by Mr. Plogger.
Hi, Denise Hill with the St. Rose neighborhood. I live here, and before I get started, I just want to say, first I want to congratulate Mr. Rogers on his appointment to mayor and to the 2 new council members who recently won their elections. And for the new council members and any other council member who hasn't taken a tour of our preservation district, and Jack Tibbetts, I sure hope you're going to take us up on this one of these days. Please know that you have a standing invitation to tour. You can see how much infill we have. We probably are the downtown neighborhood with the most infill. Maybe it's not infill that was built in the last 10 years, but it's infill. And we also have the most threatened historic district. That's why it was the first one set aside to be preserved, because they felt development was going to destroy it. And we do have guidelines that residents here have to abide by, and we would expect that developers would have to abide by them too. And if any message gets passed along, if this gets sent back to be redesigned to actually fit with the guidelines of our neighborhood, which do say that the cap for a streetscape to be, for a building to be sensitive in the streetscape is around 3 stories. If any message is sent to developers, it's that we care about our cultural resources, we care about our history, we care about our historic neighborhoods, and we don't want to look like Rohnert Park. There are plenty, I believe 800 parcels in downtown Santa Rosa that got increased density based on the station area plan that just got approved. We are not the make it or break it neighborhood, or this is not the make it or break it project that is going to change whether or not we have enough housing. And by the way, it is market rate. It is not affordable housing. I want everybody to consider that. And when we talk about the Moore project, it's just north of it that Mr. Karsten wanted to bring up as being the reason to have a project this large. That project, actually, the part that is in the historic district, which is only a small part, was brought down to 2 stories to assimilate into the historic district and follow the historic district guidelines. I'm going to use the last of my comments to say that that meeting that happened on 11/23 with the CHP and the DRB was really, I've never seen such poor civil behavior by 2 of the design or cultural heritage board members. McPeel and Groniga, it was just outrageous. It wasn't a Zoom meeting going off the rails. It was 2 people who felt like they should have gotten the vote to go their way, and it didn't. And it was really the poorest performance I've seen in a city meeting. And I really think if you appointed one of those people, you should reconsider it. And you should definitely look at appointing people that are passionate about our history, about our culture. That's the only way we're going to preserve it. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Denise. Next, we'll go to Joe, followed by Roy.
Good evening. My name is Joe Plogger, and I live across the street at 442 8th Street. I'm in full support of this project and would love to see this building in the neighborhood. believe it's fully compatible with the nearby structures as it sits in a sort of transition zone between the historic components and new ones. And the mix of commercial use during the day and residential in the evening and weekends would bring more vibrancy and presence to the area. We talk a lot about history here today, and historically the nearby houses were really affordable for families and working class residents. And now they push close to $1 million and they're really out of reach for anybody in those sort of situations. It's clear the system is broken and we need more housing, period. And echoing many others, I ask that you approve the appeal and move the project forward. As it stands today, it's an office building that serves no purpose, and downsizing to meet standards and goals will not achieve our broader objectives. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Joe. Roy, and he'll be followed by Thomas.
Good evening. Hope you can hear me. First, I wanted to thank the City Council for its vote on November 17th. You've given us a great deal of hope in the St. Rose Historic District. Also, I want to thank those members of the Cultural Heritage Board who voted their conscience in the face of a great deal of ugliness. Being in a minority is never easy. And now in terms of the project that's been the appeal of the project, the flats at 528 B Street, I was prepared to make a much more anodyne statement, but after hearing Mr. Karsten talk about this being a subjective issue, there is nothing subjective about 5 stories. It will be the tallest structure in the St. Rose Historic District. And I want to point out a little detail. The average height of the Great Wall of China is 25.6 feet. This will be a structure twice the height of the Great Wall of China. It is not compatible in height or proportions to the rest of the historic district. And it will not only distract from the neighborhood, it will dominate and very, very likely oppress that section of B Street that it will be located on. I didn't expect to make these statements, but I see what we in the neighborhood, we live in this neighborhood. We love this neighborhood, and we're not opposed to development. If this project were outside of a historic district, you would hear me expressing my approval of it. But it is in a historic district. It will be in a historic district, and it will change the historic district in a way that I don't want to see. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you, sir. Thomas, and he'll be followed by Sandra.
Hi, I'm Thomas Pope. I'm the clinical director of the Lomi Psychotherapy Clinic, and we reside at 534 B Street, and that is the building directly to the north of this proposed building. And I just want to object to the approval of this design as it is currently designed. This building will impinge on the historic integrity of our neighborhood. There are significant buildings to the north and to the south of this building, and it is so large, and it will overshadow literally and figuratively all of the buildings on the street. It comes all the way out to the sidewalk. It is very imposing, and it is going to have a negative impact on our neighborhood, and it will have a negative impact on our property, and which is my objection. Also, there are privacy concerns. The design review was concerned about the balconies looking down on the apartment building, but they don't have any concern with them looking down on our building, which will be impinged by this building. There's a big public safety concern with the building of this building on B Street, in that the traffic does move fast. All the move in, move out, and also the deliveries that will be coming to this building will block traffic, and cars will have to move around at a curve, and it is already a very dangerous street. And then cars moving fast will meet cars moving around, trucks and delivery vans, and it's going to create more of a problem. I have almost been hit a number of times crossing the street over to Brew, and I know how fast cars go. I hear squeals and I hear collisions all the time. So I'm very concerned about that. What the city is going to gain with this building will be dwarfed by the negative impact of this building on the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Sandra, and she'll be followed by Greg.
Hi, thank you for allowing me to have my input. My name is Sandra Fitzgerald. I am a newer resident to the St. Rose Historic District. I've been here 7 years. I represent one of the younger families that have moved into the district. And since my tenure here, since 2014, it has been an uphill battle of just onslaught of things that we have to deal with in this neighborhood. In terms of development, I'm not going to go into all the other issues. We bought this place because we love historic homes and we love the St. Rose historic designation. And the Cultural Heritage Board are really the only people that have our back. There's a lot of other people here. I'm just going to represent like the young families who have come in, put a lot of money into restoring these homes. And it's actually cost a lot more to restore these homes than just typical homes that are outside these districts. And we abide by them. And we spend a lot of our heartfelt and sweat equity into these homes. But whenever a developer comes in or some other entity, say Caritas Village and the Hotel Azura purchase, to say the few, all of our needs within our neighborhood is completely overlooked and just bulldozed. And so I really would like you to honor the actual vote that the Cultural Heritage Board made and some of the appeal from some of the St. Rose residents in terms of the height. Once again, we work hard to preserve the character of this neighborhood, and oftentimes when developers come in, it is often disregarded. And in terms of the CD5 designation and allowing the 5-story to go in on that property and other properties within St. Rose that was not deemed inappropriate. There's one right across the street from me. If a building goes up there or right next to Pamela, who spoke earlier, it overshadows my 1-story bungalow. And so the CD5 5-story designation doesn't really represent the preservation of the St. Rose district. So I would like you to hear the St. Rose residents, our appeal to preserve our neighborhood. And I really move to deny the appeal and deny this landmark altercation. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandra. We have Greg, followed by Paul.
Greg Parker, St. Rose Historic District. Good evening, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Rogers, and rest of the City Council and staff. I'd like to refer you to, on a part of your parcel, or the things you handed out, attachment 4, project plans PDF, page 18 of 19, there's a rendering of a view from the south looking at the current building, which is just south of the project and the project, to see what the change in mass is, the difference in size of these two buildings. There are 16 parcels in the historic district along B Street and the Saturday Afternoon Club on 10th Street. 5 of those are 1-story, 8 are 2-story, 2 or 3-story, and 1 is this parcel. This thing dominates that entire street. The smaller ones, there's 4 non-contributing parcels out of all of these. Two of them have already been developed. The other one would be Brew, which probably won't be developed because it's so small, and this parcel. So this is probably the only parcel that will be developed along B Street, and it's out of character with the entire section along B Street. I read some things here that they're looking at the 2007-2020 downtown station area specific plan. I'm not sure which one they're using, but one of the handouts, flats on B Street, page 7 of 16, they mention zoning code section 20-28.040, which is the historic combining district zoning. And part of, if you read that zoning code for our historic district, it says in the event of any conflict between the following standards and those of the primary zoning district, those applicable to the H combining district shall apply. That is indicating to me that our historic guidelines, the zoning for us, should be predominating on this project. Further down in the same zoning, it says that, let's see, the review authority finds that the increased height, they limit you to 35 feet. No structure within the H combining district shall be exceed the maximum of 35 feet. To get out of that, they have to prove that the preservation district, any adjacent contributed properties are not affected. This doesn't meet that, and I even didn't get close to what I wanted to say. Thank you much.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have Paul, followed by Espel.
Thank you. My name is Paul Fritz, and I would like to ask the council to support this project. This is exactly the kind of project that we should be promoting in downtown Santa Rosa. It takes an underdeveloped property, increases the intensity of development, provides new housing in our downtown core close to community services. It does this all without expanding any infrastructure. There's no new streets, no new utilities. It utilizes what we've already put in place. And it brings more value to our community. The current property value is valued at $459,000, and it brings in property taxes of just over $5,000 a year. The proposed project, I mean, I don't know exactly what the value will be, but it's got to be at least 10 to 20 times that value, which will bring 10 to 20 times the property tax to our community. This is the property tax that goes to schools, it goes to community services. We need to promote this type of development and increase the value of our downtown community. It's strange to me that, you know, an 8-to-1 vote between the Cultural Heritage Board and Design Review Board results in a denial of a project. Obviously, Design Review Board, Cultural Heritage Board generally found this project to be acceptable. And one person kind of ended up cratering the whole thing. So as someone said earlier, you know, this does not set a good example to any future developer that wants to come to downtown Santa Rosa. If this becomes this difficult to build a project like this, it's not that large of a project. It's a 5-story building, I understand, but the site is not that large. It's 24 units. We need housing of all types. Even if it's market rate housing, that helps. We need all types of housing. The proposed building will not have, I don't believe, a negative impact on the neighborhood. I understand people who live nearby don't want change. Change is sometimes difficult to accept, but that's a nicely designed building. They took a lot of features that were common in the historic neighborhood and applied them to the design. I think it was well done. It's thoughtfully scaled. A lot of the stretch of B Street and the neighboring properties around there are not contributing buildings. It's a bit of a mishmash architecturally. And I think this building design would go a long way to improving what is now a bit of a, you know, eyesore as you approach downtown. I encourage the council to approve the appeal and let this project move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Next, we have Espel.
Starting, where am I doing that?
Okay, never mind. Give it back to me. I'm hanging up because I am so frustrated by not being able to talk.
Okay. So sir, you are unmuted at the moment, and it's your opportunity to speak with the council for 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jan Bolt, one of few owners of 576 B Street. I see the height of this building as being too tall. The thing that really concerns me is they're building basically a homeless camp down at the end of the block. And you're talking about putting multiple families, residences in this with children. We have people literally this morning defecating on our front doorstep. Happens once a week, minimum, at our building. And broken windows, we had a burglary 3 weeks ago. Cars racing up and down that street all the time. Does not seem like a good place for families to raise kids there at all. You just have to be around that community, and the lack of enforcement by Catholic Charities, who keeps promising to help for the last 15 years, never appears. So I'm concerned with anybody that indicates that they're going to put in family residences on that street and raise children there. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. Is there anybody else from the public who wishes to make comments on item 15.1? Seeing no hands, I'll bring it back. Madam Clerk, were there any live public, or excuse me, voicemail public comments or emails?
Thank you, Mayor. There were no voice message public comments, and there were multiple emails which were received by the 5 p.m. deadline on Monday and were uploaded and republished with the agenda. Susie did mention that she received additional email public comments or correspondence, and we will upload those later on this week to the file to make them available to the public.
Excellent, thank you so much. And with that, I will bring it back to the council. The applicant will have 3 minutes to make comments, either answering questions or any types of rebuttal from what they heard in public comment.
Thank you, Mayor Rogers and members of the council. What we mostly heard is that people don't like change. There were a lot of residents that spoke tonight, but there were also a lot of residents that spoke in favor of our project, sent letters in favor of our project. There were downtown businesses that showed favor for our project and brought forward many items to you expressing the need for this kind of housing in the downtown. We're certainly not expecting to invest $10 million in a site and create a homeless shelter or a center for crime within the downtown. We're trying to expand the opportunities for housing within the historic district. You heard from our historical architect, you read his report in which he said that this project, as designed and as modified over time for the last 2 years, has brought you a project that is in context to the neighborhood. I absolutely agree that if you're looking at a one-story building for the last 30 years and now you're going to look at a minor building in comparison to everything else that's in that district, the 5-story parking garage, the Moore building that in terms of massing is enormous. The fact that it steps down to 2 feet doesn't mean that it's not a part of the district. As Tom has pointed out in his presentation, the parking garage, although on the edge of the historic district, is most definitely a part of that district and a contributor to it. We have a small building. This is 24 units of housing that we desperately need. I didn't get a chance to show you the data economics from the Urban 3 slide that was in your package that came before you. But as Paul Fritz had pointed out, a $10 million investment will translate in as a value per acre, productive value per acre of that site brings us in the $50 million range. So when we heard the neighbor say that it's not going to bring any value to the community, not only does it bring economic value to our community, it brings housing to our community, it sensitively sets itself into the neighborhood. And in terms of the neighbor to the north, our development guidelines and standards would have allowed us to build up to the property line. We made a choice to set back in order to buffer from him so that he did have some separation between the building. And also be noted, his building sits on the property line. So the problem is exacerbated by the development pattern that exists. So I would say that we have done everything that we can to meet all the standards and all the guidelines. We brought in the experts to help us move this project into an historical context, and we ask you to uphold our appeal and move this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. With that, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the City Council. Susie, before I have Councilmember Tibbetts put a motion on the table, could you walk through for the council one more time what our options are? And then once the motion is set, we can discuss what an aye vote means and what a no vote means.
Yes, I can, if I can find my page. So the three options that I talked about is, the first is deny the appeal, which will result in denial of the project, both the preliminary design review and the landmark alteration. To grant the appeal, which would approve the project, and to note that there are 5 conditions that were added by the DRB, and additional conditions can be added by the council as well. Or continue for redesign, and if you choose that option, you could either ask them to return to the council or return to the DRB Design Review Board and the Cultural Heritage Board.
Great, thank you so much. Councilmember Tibbetts, you have this item.
I move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa granting the appeal and approving a landmark alteration permit for the flats at 528 B Street involving the construction of a 5-story mixed-use building within the St. Rose Preservation District, assessors parcel number 010-035-022, file number PRJ 20-005, and wait for the reading of the text.
Second. So we've got a motion from Councilmember Tibbetts and a second from Councilmember Fleming. So for council and for the public, an aye vote from the council will grant or will approve the project. A no vote from the council will deny the project. Sue, do you have anything to add on that front?
No, you stated it correctly. Thank you.
Great. We'll go to discussion. Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a question for either Mr. Rose or Ms. Murray. What was the staff's original recommendation to the 2 boards that were represented this evening?
The staff recommendation was approval for both of the entitlements.
Okay, thank you. And the board chairs, so I'm Mayor, can I just move into comment, or are we only in questions? Please do. Okay, thank you. The board chair stated it really well, but I think it does deserve repeating. It's been stated several times, but I think it's important because we as a council respond to our boards and take their recommendations very seriously. If I'm not mistaken, it's been clear that the design review board unanimously approved the project. Of those that were in attendance at that meeting, unanimously approved the project. In the Cultural Heritage Board, of those in attendance, a majority approved the project. But due to that unusual voting requirement, which we have since fixed, the project failed to receive the required number of votes. 8 out of 9 affirmative votes to approve the project between the 2 boards. What we decide tonight will indeed be a watershed event when considering the future residential success of our downtown. Make no mistake, I think that those that are watching what happens tonight, that are interested in quality evolution of our downtown, are watching very closely to see if our council is as devoted to that quality evolution as we have been verbalizing for years now. So I'm looking forward to this project. I think it has a great deal to be thankful for as far as the aesthetics. It sets the bar high for future development, and I'm very much in favor of moving forward with that project and approving the the appeal.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you to everybody who called in and to staff and the applicant and the for your follow through on this. For me, this is about a couple of issues, and one of them is about governance. And as it's been noted, the City Council has addressed the prior requirement that we needed 4 affirmative votes from our Cultural Heritage Board. And, there really was, some extenuating circumstances in which only 4 of the 7 supposed to be members there voted on this. And so I don't think that in any other circumstance, anybody would accept a vote for anything in which one person got to take the whole thing out of 9 people. And I think any of us would be up in arms if we voted for, a mayor or a president or, a school board bond, anything. If 8 out of 9 residents voted in favor of it, but one didn't. And so we went with that. So for one, it's something that the City Council recognized as a problem, has made a decision to rectify it and move forward. But the other is this interface that's interesting between, policy, predictability, and follow through. And this is one of those opportunities where the council gets to choose if we're going to make a decision that might be unpopular with some of our residents after having heard their concerns, and follow through with the policies that we've determined are in the long-term best interests of the city of Santa Rosa. And I believe that this project meets so many of our goals, but also we deserve to follow through with what we tell people we're going to do. So we've made downtown housing a priority. We've streamlined the process. We said, if you do these following things and you make it through all of our boards, and then your project will go through. And the real challenge for developers is being able to rely on what we say. And if we don't do what we say we're going to do, we will lose development in our downtown. And, I heard from some residents tonight that there are real serious concerns about having this development. And from where I sit, only a few blocks away from there, it's hard to really understand how this will not enhance the quality and character of the neighborhood. Meaning that, what is there now, I would rather look at this building, frankly, than the side of the garage if I were there. But furthermore, it's a great place to raise kids. I feel very lucky to raise my kids in the downtown core of Santa Rosa. And, people are really concerned about where to raise children and this being a bad place to raise children. I think that there's plenty of places to look that are not great places to raise children, but this is a really lovely one. So from the perspective of housing, predictability, respect for the neighborhood, I think this project meets all.
I think we lost Councilmember Fleming. Looks like you're back. All right, I'll go on to Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Thank you. I was wondering if that was me or Councilmember Fleming. I'm not going to reiterate what Mr. Sawyer and Ms. Fleming said because they captured my thoughts pretty much to a T. It's like if you want to develop in Santa Rosa, follow these steps for success, and that's what I think these developers, these well-respected developers, have been doing. I think it does check all the boxes. And the one area of concern I had was, okay, is it consistent with Preservation District? And Mr. Perry's comments, the architectural historian, at the November 23rd meeting really resonated with me. He said it's not going to punch a hole in this district. It's not going to be an affront to it. It's an addition to the district. And I wholeheartedly agree with him. And I look forward to supporting this motion. Thank you.
Are there any other council members who'd like to make comments? Okay. I will say this one is an interesting one for me, and we've been talking for a number of years about the incoming tensions between the city's attempts to build housing, particularly in our downtown corridor, and as it abuts our historic districts who are in that same realm. And we've had pretty substantial conversations about how to do that in a way that is respectful of the history, values our cultural assets, and also still allows some progress in our downtown. I think if this project was across the street, I would have a completely different take on it. But for me, when I look at it with that 5-story parking structure there, it is hard for me to not see it within the context of what is existing there. And I understand that there might be some original sin issues that folks see in having put that parking garage there, but that is where we're at. So for me, I will be supporting the motion to grant the appeal on the project, and we'll continue to work with developers who are interested in developing in our downtown to make sure that they are doing the incorporation of historic elements into their projects like this one, to make sure that we do have that high bar so that we do find a way to address that tension between our historic neighborhoods and new housing projects moving forward. And it will be a high bar, particularly, as I said, if it is further next to residential properties. With that, Madam Clerk, if you'd call the roll.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Alvarez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Aye.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
Thank you, staff. Thank you to everybody who's participated in this public hearing. We will take a quick 5-minute break, and then we will come back, and I believe where we left off was item 5.
Councilmember Rogers, I believe there's another resolution to this item.
Oh, I apologize. Let's go ahead and do that.
I move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa granting the appeal and approving preliminary design review for the flats at 528 B Street involving the construction of a 5-story mixed-use building, assessors parcel number 010-035-022, file number PRJ 20-005, and waive further reading.
A second.
We have a motion from Councilmember Tibbetts, a second from Councilmember Alvarez. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Aye.
Councilmember Tibbetts.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 7 ayes.
And I think we are good to go. So council, we will take a 5-minute, let's say at 8:10, we will come back, 8:10 sharp. We'll be on item 5, our report out from our earlier closed session in study sessions. Thank you. All right, Madam Clerk, I recognize a quorum of the council. Would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Alvarez,
Present.
Councilmember Fleming, Councilmember Sawyer.
Present.
Oh, thank you. Councilmember Sawyer,
Here.
Councilmember Schwedhelm,
Here.
Who is it?
Councilmember Tibbetts,
Okay.
Councilmember Tibbetts, Vice Mayor Rogers,
Present.
Mayor Rogers,
Here. And I will note Councilmember Tibbetts has left us for the remainder of the evening.
thank you. Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Tibbetts.
Great, thank you. We'll move on to item 5 on our agenda. Mr. City Manager, Madam City Attorney, was there any report that you'd like to give on the study session or the closed session earlier this afternoon?
No additional information on the study sessions.
And as to the closed session, the council did meet in closed session on item 2.1 regarding labor negotiations and gave direction to the city's labor negotiator.
Great, thank you so much. We have no proclamations or presentations tonight. Mr. City Manager, if you'd like to go on to staff briefings.
So the first staff briefing tonight is 7.2 COVID-19 response update. And I'd like to invite Dave Gwine and Kelly Kuykendall to step forward to provide the first part of that update.
Hey, good evening, Council. Now that we're in, Mayor Rogers and members of the City Council, we wanted to use this opportunity to update you and the public regarding Santa Rosa's multiple COVID-19 responses to keep our homeless community safe during this pandemic, with a focus on our experience standing up, operating, and then closing down the safe social distancing program at the Finley Community Center. We represented to the community on a neighborhood Zoom meeting in May that the Finley site would be active for 6 months, and we were able to keep that commitment, accumulating with another community meeting to receive feedback on this experience just a few weeks ago. Kelly Kuykendall, our Homeless Service Program Manager, will walk us through a very brief presentation, and then we can respond to any questions you may have. Thank you, Kelly.
Thanks, Dave. Good evening, Mayor Rogers, and I wanted to take a moment just to say welcome, Vice Mayor Rogers and Councilmember Alvarez, and it's great to meet you this evening virtually via Zoom. So with that, Dina, could you advance to the next slide, please? So I just want to touch briefly before I cover the Safe Social Distancing Program, our COVID-19 homeless emergency response, and highlight that staff has put all these programs together in addition to our existing programs. So one of the first things we did early on in the pandemic is we made accessible motel rooms for high-risk sheltered and unsheltered individuals. And these people were identified through the city-owned Sam Jones Hall Shelter, which is operated by Catholic Charities, and also through our Homeless Encampment Assistance Program. We worked with the county to locate sanitation facilities, so portable toilets and hand washing stations at or near known encampments. We continued our encampment resolution efforts with a focus on COVID safety for individuals within the camps and to the surrounding community. And as you are probably well aware of, we have started emergency shelter expansion at the Sam Jones Hall Shelter. There's a picture of it here in the slide. And that's a sprung structure that is being constructed out of the existing facility. It's 8,000 square feet and will restore our capacity to pre-COVID capacity, excuse me, and that will be 60 beds. And then the subject of this evening's meeting, which is the Safe Social Distancing Program, and I'll go into more detail on that in the next few slides, including providing some information to council about the community meeting that we had last week. Next slide, please. So just to provide you some background on the program, the purpose of this program was to create social distancing within existing encampments in response to COVID-19, to protect vulnerable population are community members that are experiencing homelessness, as well as the community at large. And it was stood up in response to the COVID pandemic versus encampment resolution. However, and I'll go into this in the next couple slides, we learned a lot from this, that although we set it up for emergency response, it did really assist with our encampment response efforts. And as Dave mentioned, this was a temporary site. It ran for 6 months between May to November. It just closed the middle of last month. And it was set up at the Finley Community Center in a section of the parking lot area. Next slide, please. The program provided up to 68 tents. It was a managed secure site. So there's 24/7 management of the site through Catholic Charities as well as private security. The program provided basic services, so access to shelter, sanitary facilities, showers and meals to meet the basic needs of participants, as well as enhanced services, including on-site medical services, community referrals, and service and housing navigation. There were COVID-19 safety protocols in place, and the cost, and we're still finalizing this. This is an estimate. Like I said, the program just concluded last month. So the cost is approximately $680,000. And that includes our contract with Catholic Charities as well as the city costs to stand up the program. And that includes the portable toilets, the hand washing stations, the fencing, the staff tent. And there was also a tent that was put up over the summer months as a cooling station. And like I said, this is an estimate. We do plan on using the city's federal community development block grant funding to reimburse the general fund for these expenses, and staff is working on that right now. Next slide, please. And the report out from Catholic Charities on this program, 210 people were served at the Safe Social Distancing Program. 94 of them transitioned to interim housing and 6 transitioned to permanent housing. I do want to highlight at the closure of this program in mid-November, all individuals were offered a placement at the closure of the program. In terms of lessons learned, I would say outreach and engage, these first 2 bullets, outreach and engagement tool and increased utilization among underserved population. What we learned through this is that there was a willingness from individuals that we hadn't previously been able to reach or serve to come into an alternate shelter program such as Finley. Additionally, Catholic Charities reported out that people who had never received services before in the county that are homeless or had refused services in the past were willing to come into services at the Finley program. It also served as an excellent linkage to services. As I mentioned, there were individuals that had never come into services before. So this was a great opportunity to get them into Finley and then access other services in the community. And also increased, the last bullet, increased COVID-19 precautions. In addition to the basic services that were provided, there were also screening protocols in place that were not available to individuals living on the street or in encampments, basically in unmanaged living situations or unsheltered situations. Next slide, please. And I think this is my last, although I will of course speak to the community meeting. So public safety, the report out overall from both our police and fire department is that there was minimal impact and really that there was no increase in calls for service directly linked to the program. They likely would have responded to these calls or similar calls in the area. Public safety also reports out that the program served, much like Catholic Charities shared with us, that the program served as a tool for encampment response, and their experience too was that people were more willing to come into the program than other shelter models, congregate shelter models such as Sam Jones Hall. Excuse me. Additionally, that the program being a managed campsite was much safer overall than our unmanaged larger encampments in Santa Rosa. A couple more points I want to make. Excuse me. Just in terms of community feedback, we had a virtual meeting last week, December 7th, and 3 community members provided feedback during that meeting. Overall, it was positive and they expressed support for the program. An individual requested that there be a similar program to Finley in each district, and also expanding a range of providers so that we look at working with providers other than just Catholic Charities. And there were a couple questions that came from the public related to capacity, data, and potential future funding for another program like Finley. Before I wrap up and hand it over to Dave with any additional comments, I just really want to acknowledge that while Dave and I are here tonight representing Housing and Community Service, and I've already acknowledged Catholic Charities, Fire, and Police in the presentation, I want to acknowledge my other peers within the city of Santa Rosa. This is really a team effort, so I want to acknowledge the staff in Public Works, Recreation and Parks, Water, and Legal, as well as our communications team, because this was really a team effort and one of the main reasons why this was such a success. So that concludes my part of the staff briefing, and I'll hand it back to Dave. Thank you.
Yeah. And I'll be brief. I'll just echo what Kelly just said. This was a team effort. It was a rally in the middle of a pandemic. It was a decision set that we tried to figure out how we're going to keep folks safe in our known encampments and create new tools to invite folks into services where they might not otherwise go. And so it went across all departments that Kelly just mentioned. So with that, that's our briefing. We're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, Council, any questions? Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Dave and Kelly, for the presentation. I do appreciate all the work that went on behind the scenes to put together both of those community meetings because I think it was great to exchange the information. One of the things I know that we also talked about with our housing and homeless task force with Mr. Dowd, kind of like, okay, where do we go from here? Sometimes it's been referred to as Finley 2.0. What would be those next steps? Because I know this body had talked about different opportunities in different districts. Could you update us on that, and what are the next steps in exploring those other options with what we've learned from Finley?
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Schwedhelm. So the next steps would be, as staff, we're meeting with the city manager and the mayor to set up a study session to talk about next steps in Tier 2 priorities. Some of you might recall that in July 7th, we had a study session where we broke down our work plan into Tier 1, Tier 2 in response to the pandemic. We want to see if there's a way to get to Tier 2 resources and build on what we learned from Finley, to your point, 2.0. And that is something we're trying to set up for February before the council goes into goal setting on the 18th and 19th.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes, thank you. I did have an opportunity to drive by the site there at Sam Jones, and I think it's a great addition to the building that we see there on site. In the initial picture, we at the Finley site, we showed a row of tents. Have we contemplated doing something similar for those individuals in a mobile home or in vehicles where we could actually have a parking space for those individuals opposed to them being up and down the Sebastopol Road corridor?
Yes, thank you for that question. The answer is yes. We call it safe parking, where we provide a place for folks who are living in RVs, trailers, or cars where they can go at night. The discussion for the council that's going to come forward is, should we be looking at dedicating certain real estate 24/7 for that purpose? And in terms of our work, we call those indoor-outdoor shelters. In other words, you're welcome to come into services if you're living in your vehicle, if you're living in your tent, but we want to create some structured environment to introduce in the services for that point. And that we see is what I'm calling Tier 2 priorities that we want to bring forward to the council, to consider in your goals, to consider in your budget going forward.
Any other questions, Councilmember? Okay, I had a couple for you as well. Dave, first of all, really great job. I think that the initial community outreach meeting that we had with neighbors and folks who were interested was one of the best community forums that I've seen. And I thought that you and the rest of the staff did a really good job of trying to provide meaningful changes to address the concerns that you were hearing coming out of that meeting. And I think you were very successful in that. First, I want to ask about the tents. So obviously we scrambled to purchase tents, and I heard the saga of trying to get them here. Where are the tents now? And is there some future utility that we would have as a city with those resources?
Thank you, Mayor. What we learned is those tents have a useful life. I mean, we scrambled to find these back in March and April, and we bought them from a vendor, and we had to replace many of them. But when we started to close the camp, the good news is that everyone accepted the invitation to services, stayed working with Catholic Charities, moved into the Samuel Jones Hall. But we decided that they could keep their tent because basically after 6 months, there wasn't any resale value to it. Let's put it that way.
Okay. One thing that I think would be really interesting for the council to look at from a data standpoint is, and I appreciated from Kelly hearing that many folks who had never considered going into services before, that this was the gateway to getting them into services. And we know that those are the people who are the hardest to actually provide services for and who can end up being an impact on the neighborhood. I'd like to see how the cost and this sort of a structure really compares with some of the programs that we are currently using in terms of bang for our dollar to get people into those services and how we might learn lessons from this to better structure our future programs going forward. And that's not really a question, that's more of a comment, unless you had something you wanted to add, Dave.
Well, no, that's exactly right. And the council has an opportunity this winter, spring. You have 8,000 square feet you just invested in at Samuel Jones Hall to restore, not add, restore the shelter capacity. But within that footprint, you have options to create more privacy. You have options to create more of an opportunity for folks to feel sheltered without being in a congregate setting. You also have an opportunity to look at the village concept that we learned at the Finley Center. Rather than tents, we're talking to St. Vincent de Paul. What's their experience out with the pallet structures are called out at the Los Gilicos, Procon there, trailers at the fairgrounds. So we have a lot of ideas and we can build options for the city council as you move forward to consider the next wave of homeless services.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that. And I will be very blunt. I'd always been very skeptical of the idea of a sanctioned encampment. What you were able to create, a managed encampment, if it still furthers our housing first goals, which I think that this did, I'd be very interested in seeing how we move forward on that. I know that there are many folks in the public who'd be interested in helping us to build those pallet opportunities for people moving forward. So I'd like to look at that if we can. The last question that I had was about that sprung structure. When I took a tour of it a couple of weeks ago, it did seem like it was just about ready for occupancy. Do we have a date of when we think that we will be moving folks into it? And how will that help us in addressing some of the encampments that we are hearing about along the Prince Memorial Greenway, at Olive Park, and so forth?
Correct. Yeah, it restores our capacity. So Friday, December 18th is when we expect to have our temporary occupancy permit. We working with PG&E to get the lights and power on, but we have an opportunity to use generators if that is delayed. Then it's a question of operations, and that probably will be built over the holiday, the Christmas holiday week into the week between Christmas and New Year's. But then we'll have the operator ready, we'll have occupancy. So that's a long-winded way of saying probably by the end of December, first week of January, we should be able to open up the facility, 60 additional beds.
And will folks get access to it through coordinated entry and looking at their vulnerability score, or will we be using this in the homeless encampment assistance program?
Perfect. Yeah, that's a question for the council. So for the benefit of all, the coordinated entry is where we try to register the most vulnerable and place them into services as best as possible. But we also have a community that doesn't like to have large encampments in their residential or neighborhoods or commercial districts. So we would try to work with you on balancing that around the priorities of the most vulnerable getting a shelter placement, as well as a way to address our encampments through our existing protocols.
Great, thank you.
Mayor Rogers, if I may, I'll just add that with the 60 beds coming back online, we'll be evaluating our capacity and how we broke it down before between coordinated entry and HEAP dedicated beds. But with this, there'll be more beds for both coordinated entry as well as for HEAP to help us with our encampment response.
Great. So what I'm hearing, just to paraphrase for neighbors who are having issues, help is on the way. We're just trying to get this up and running.
Yes.
Great. Any other questions from council? Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Continuing on the COVID response, a couple topics. Rollout of vaccines in Sonoma County. Sonoma County is expected to receive its first allocations of Pfizer vaccine, 4,875 doses for first round shots between Wednesday, December 16th, tomorrow, and Friday, December 18th. The doses will be disseminated to the county's 6 hospitals on a proportional basis and given first to healthcare personnel and long-term care facility residents. The county is following prioritization guidelines established by federal authorities, and decisions are not made at the city level. Stay-at-home order reminders. Sonoma County has preemptively adopted the California Department of Public Health's stay-at-home order due to rising COVID case numbers and hospitalizations. The order is in place until 11:59 p.m. on Saturday, January 9th, 2021. Under the order, residents are directed to stay at home except for work, shopping, or other essential activities such as medical appointments. All sectors other than retail and essential operations must be closed. Outdoor recreation is allowed. However, all city sports fields are closed to take further measures to curb gatherings and stop the spread of COVID-19. Current sports field permit holders may continue to approved youth training and drills, but issuing of any new permits is suspended until at least January 9th. COVID-19 outreach collaboration with SR City Schools. Today, the City of Santa Rosa and the Santa Rosa City Schools launched a collaborative outreach effort leading up to the school winter break that stresses the importance of not gathering or mixing households during this critical time of the pandemic. Conveyed in English and Spanish languages, the messages are targeted towards students and parents and are relevant to our community, but are relevant to our greater community as well. Video PSAs featuring students were published at the city's social media platforms this morning and distributed to all teachers with SR City Schools for sharing virtually with their students in class. At a special Holidays at Home edition of City Connections newsletter also published today, as did a Holidays at Home webpage, which can be viewed at srcity.org/holidaysathome. Beginning Thursday, radio PSAs featuring the students will air on multiple local English and Spanish language stations, and a special holiday edition of City Connections will be circulated via the school district's parent text email notification system. I'd like to share the video PSA with you now so you can hear the message that our Santa Rosa students are helping to share. City Clerk, can you play that video that we got a preview of before?
Hey Santa Rosa, we need your help to keep our community safe so we can get back to school. Do something more that everyone can do.
We have more COVID-19 risk in our community than we did a month ago. We all know about wearing masks, washing hands, and keeping our distance. Now it's time to stop gathering and mixing. As much as you can, reduce interactions with people outside of your home. It's not about mixing with other people safely, it's about trying to stop mixing until our community's health risk improves. That's how we'll stop the spread.
That's how we'll stop the spread. That's how we'll stop the spread. Thank you. Hey, Sam.
And that concludes 7.2. If there are any questions, we'll try to field them. Otherwise, I'll move on to 7.3.
Council, any questions before we move on? Go ahead, Sean.
7.3, glass fire recovery update. Assistant City Fire Marshal Paul Lowenthal to present.
Good evening again, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Rogers, and members of the council. Paul Lowenthal, Assistant Fire Marshal with the Santa Rosa Fire Department. I also serve as the city's glass fire debris task force lead and then coordinate both the watershed and debris task force for the city manager. I'll make this very brief tonight. The phase 2 deadline that was initially set for today to get our residents that need to opt into a debris removal program following the glass fire was set to expire. The state approved a 30-day extension, so that deadline has now officially been moved to January 15th. We're hoping that that additional time will allow our survivors to explore their options into which phase 2 program they'll utilize, either the state's program or the private debris removal. Both deadlines are now set again for the 15th, and we do not expect there to be a extension beyond that. With that, we have accounted for all but about 6 of our survivors right now. So we are working very closely with those remaining residents to help get them into a program. I was also informed today that debris removal did physically start within the city limits today. So that was good news. Originally supposed to happen yesterday, but it was delayed because of the rain. And our focus remains on getting the 1,151 residents in the city that were affected by the glass fire to understand the tree removal program. Our goal right now is to really get those numbers up. We right now officially have 18 residents that we've been able to get into that program. So that is it for tonight, unless you have any questions.
Thank you, Paul. Council, any questions? All right, you're off the hook.
Okay, next 7.4, Transit Professionals of the Year Award, and I'll turn it over to Rachel Eid.
Okay, just a minute, get my video on here. Good evening, Mayor Rogers and members of the council, and welcome to our new council member and vice mayor. I'm Rachel Eid, Deputy Director of Transportation and Public Works for the Transit Division, and I'm pleased to bring you this short briefing on a recognition some of our staff recently received. Each year, the California Transit Association's Small Operators Committee, which represents transit agencies from around the state of California, selects a Transit Professional of the Year to honor for their outstanding contributions to their communities, their agencies, or the public transit industry as a whole. While this award typically goes to an individual and often a transit executive, CTA has awarded its 2020 Transit Professional of the Year award to all California frontline transit workers, including bus operators, maintenance staff, customer service staff, who have served their communities during the COVID-19 pandemic. This includes over 50 City of Santa Rosa frontline staff who have kept Santa Rosa City Bus safe and operational, providing essential public transit services throughout the pandemic. For the City of Santa Rosa team, this has included implementing multiple service and schedule changes to respond to changing conditions and riders' travel needs, assisting riders with understanding these schedule changes as well as evolving safety policies, implementing new sanitation and safety practices to maintain a healthy environment on transit vehicles and in transit facilities, providing meal delivery services and transportation for unsheltered individuals traveling to safe shelter sites, and finally providing additional critical transportation services to our community by evacuating vulnerable residents during the glass fire. And just on a personal note, the team has really done this with a lot of dedication, professionalism, and care for our community. CTA has prepared a short video to honor its 2020 Transit Professionals of the Year, which I would like to share with you. I can tell you now it can't compete with the students from the Santa Rosa City Schools, but it's still pretty good. You'll see some familiar faces from the Santa Rosa City Bus team in the video. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to share this recognition of our team with you today. And with that, I'll conclude my briefing. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rachel. And just a heartfelt thank you to everybody at Santa Rosa City Bus. We have definitely learned through this pandemic what essential worker actually means. And we have seen more than ever that public transit is critical to the success for our community. And you've been able to make changes that have kept people safe and kept things moving. And so just really thank you to you, your team, and to everybody else. If you could pass that along for the council.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Seeing thumbs up from council. Any other questions, comments? Great. With that, I will go to public comment for items 7.1 through 7.4 on our staff briefings tonight. If you are interested in a public comment, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature on Zoom. I am not seeing anyone. Madam City Clerk, were there any voicemail public comments?
There were no voice message public comments received on item 7 staff briefings.
Okay, great. Thank you. We will move on to item 8 then, City Manager and City Attorney reports.
I have two little reports that I'm going to be giving this evening. This is the last meeting for two members of the team that the council's become really familiar with. And I'm going to read a little bit about them and wish them all the best as they step in to the next phase of their life and retire from the city of Santa Rosa. First is Dave Gwine. Dave Gwine joined the city in March 1999 as the program manager for affordable housing, later renamed the Santa Rosa Housing Trust. He became the director of housing and redevelopment in 2004 and reorganized the department to be the economic development and housing with responsibilities growing in support of neighborhood revitalization programs, economic development, and parking services as a key component of the downtown revitalization strategy. In his 21+ year span with the city, Dave led the city's redevelopment, housing authority, parking services, the housing trust, the housing choice voucher assistance program, neighborhood revitalization, code enforcement, homeless services, and community development block grant disaster recovery programs. Some of Dave's more notable achievements include establishing several redevelopment project areas and then strategically closing them when the state eliminated that program in 2011. The former AT&T building was the last project that he was able to convince the state to proceed on. Neighborhood revitalization focused on the city's most blighted neighborhoods and assisted Burbank Housing in the acquisition and rehabilitation of 188 units in Apple Valley, while holding other property owners accountable within a property owners association. Upgrading technology and introducing progressive pricing policies in parking services should also get noted, along with developing the city's first economic development strategic plan. Homeless services grew from annual budget of $875,000 to $3.4 million, with the introduction of a housing first strategy and associated programs. Managing encampments and housing 359 people last year alone. Director Gwine led the Housing Authority. Dave participated in production of over 1,500 multifamily units and the acquisition and rehabilitation of 275 units, the construction of 150 ownership units, an additional 150 special needs beds, and a voucher program now approaching 2,000 households. He oversaw the acquisition, rehabilitation, expansion of Samuel Jones Hall and Brookwood Shelters, and has assisted Catholic Charities with purchasing, developing the block that will soon become Caritas Village. Thank you, Dave, for all of your service. And I don't know if council wants to say anything on Dave's behalf before I move to the next one.
I think I would definitely like to, and I think I speak for everybody, and we'll let everybody still speak for themselves. But I think I speak for everybody when I say that, Dave, you've just done an incredible job in the face of some really difficult circumstances and in a policy area that the community does not usually agree on. And I've always found you to be approachable, willing to think outside of the box, and also willing to take in all of the input, I'm sure you have many arrows in your back for having done so, but you really moved this community and this council in a positive direction on the housing and homelessness fronts in particular. I see Councilmember Sawyer's getting ready to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. Dave, you know, I'm exhausted just listening to all the things that you did, that you accomplished in all those years. I had no idea that the list was that long and varied. That's really quite something. You probably didn't expect to have one of the most challenging things on your plate as far as our dealing with our homeless residents and trying to do the best to satisfy the needs of this very challenging group of people that are in so much need. And you've done an amazing job, and the guidance that you have shown your staff as well, because they will continue the work that you have been so much a part of. Thank you. Enjoy your retirement, whatever that looks like. And thank you for your service to the city for so long, and all the best.
Councilmember Sweathelm.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, Dave, it's so sad to see you go. I think of all of our experiences, both when we were colleagues and that infamous day in November of 2016, facilitating the community meeting that didn't go so well. But again, what I really appreciate is your heart's in the right direction. You're a subject matter expert when it comes to housing and homelessness. You've assembled a wonderful team that I'm really looking forward to working with your replacement, Megan Bassinger, who is equally talented, and it's a very deep bench there, and that doesn't happen by accident, due large in part to your efforts. I'm not quite ready to become a fan of any of the Detroit sports teams like you are, but I do encourage you to stay true to your beliefs there, and you've done a wonderful job. You've really added great value to the city of Santa Rosa. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
Next, I will talk about the outgoing fire chief, Tony Gosner. After 30 years of service with the City of Santa Rosa Fire Department, Chief Tony Gossa will be retiring from the city next week. His announcement to me of this decision several months ago was bittersweet news. The chief has been an integral part of our organization for decades, and so we celebrate the time he has served with us, and now will focus on his family and personal endeavors. We will sorely miss his critical leadership, which has guided us through some of the most challenging emergencies in our community's history, most notably during the last few years. Chief Godsner was originally hired by the Santa Rosa Fire Department on October 15th, 1990 as a firefighter. He rose through the department ranks over the years, serving as fire captain, battalion chief, and deputy chief before being selected as interim fire chief for Santa Rosa Fire Department in 2013. Chief Godsner was eventually appointed fire chief on August 31st, 2014. Those who work closest to the chief would describe him as engaged, caring, and empathetic in his approach to leadership. No time was that more evident than the beginning of the night of October 8th, 2017, when the Tubbs fire roared into Santa Rosa from the east. He took incident command early in the event, having to move his command post twice as the fire burned over 5% of the structures in the city. He remained calm, collected, and strategically driven as he built a command structure that kept city leadership and surrounding fire agencies informed of the firefight. He transitioned into unified command and eventually into repopulation recovery and watershed emergency response. This was without a doubt a career and life-changing experience for him. And since then, Chief Godsner has provided tireless leadership and management at the local, regional, state, and national levels to make fire service more effective and efficient based on the tragic lessons we learned in October of 2017. He has worked to improve local firefighting agencies' ability to provide immediate firefighting aid to the contiguous counties within our region, including helping to secure funding to provide pre-positioning of firefighters and equipment throughout the region in times of high fire weather. Chief Godsner again took the role of unified command with CAL FIRE Incident Management Team during the Kincaid Fire of 2019, as well as the recent Glass Fire this past fall. Chief Godsner's experience during the Tubbs Fire proved invaluable to the incident management team and the other unified commanders. The chief has shared Santa Rosa's wildfire stories with others around the country to educate them on large-scale wildfire and disaster management. The chief has testified at the state and federal level to support legislation and policy changes that benefit disaster survivors, bolsters the resiliency of wireless communication infrastructure, and better addresses the unique circumstances of wildfire disasters and increases funding and improves fire services. Chief Godsner has also been an indispensable part of the executive management team. His trusted and respected approach to working with staff and other civic and service leaders in the community has certainly accounted for the success in his long career. We are incredibly grateful for his service and his ongoing dedication to protection of our community. Please join me in wishing him well and all the best in his retirement.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Chief, I think the one word that the city manager didn't use that I would is funny. And we've gone through some incredibly serious things here in Santa Rosa. And not only has your leadership been unifying, you've been a unifying figure for our entire community, but you have also done so with a perfect blend between the level of seriousness to match the moment with a little bit of comedic levity that helped get all of us through it. I just want to thank you so much for being there for me over the last couple of years, for this community, and as Sean said, for other communities as well. I think everybody in California has benefited from your experience and from your expertise over the last couple of years. Councilmember Sawyer.
Thank you, Mayor. Tony, all the seriousness has been acknowledged, and the mayor took the words out of my mouth as far as your sense of humor. So your expertise, your commitment to this city will be missed, alongside your sense of humor and your occasional mustache.
Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Oh, that last comment just kind of shook me. I was trying to that picture. But again, Tony, I so wish we could be doing this in person because your contributions to the city, you know, the city manager mentioned some of them, but it's that daily personal interaction. You've really made a difference. And I truly believe you're the right chief at the right time for all the things that this community has encountered. I know Chris and your kids are really going to be looking forward to seeing more of their husband and their dad. And I know you've been waiting for this moment that you're going to enjoy. You're ready to go over to Chief Navarro's office and get that application to become a VIP. I'm looking forward to seeing you there. Thanks, Tony.
Now, Mr. City Manager, did we want to promote Dave and Tony just to say a couple of words before we move on? I see Victoria is trying to talk.
Yeah,
We
man.
absolutely can promote them.
Please promote them while Councilmember Fleming showers them in praise.
Well, hold on a second. I want to start by saying that, Tony, I'm really annoyed that we made you mayor because you took the words out of my mouth about him being funny. Tony is, first of all, one of the first things that I got to know about Tony was that he really wouldn't be cowed by a 5-year-old, or actually I think a 4-year-old child. When we were on the National Mall in February of 2019, and I showed him a picture of my daughter pointing at some dog poop, he took it upon himself to find some horse manure on the National Mall and get a picture of himself pointing at it so that he would not be outdone by the sensibilities of a small child. And, you know, it's his sense of humor that really got our community through some really difficult moments. And, you know, in general, I think it's difficult to sort of speak about yourself in these situations, but I think we really kind of have to hear what he has to say and wondering what's going to come out of his mouth. And, you know, I hope you enjoy your retirement. And if you do regrow that mustache, please send us a picture of it, please.
All right, thank you, Councilmember. Dave, I'll go to you first, and then I'll come back to you, Tony.
Yeah, thank you, council members. I know you have a full agenda. I just want to express my gratitude to be fortunate enough to live and work in the city of Santa Rosa and serve its community. Work with some great councils, including the one I'm looking at right now. Great city managers, housing authorities, redevelopment agencies. And you're right, we have a great staff. We're solid as a department. We can continue the work without delay. And so, again, full agenda tonight. It's already 9 o'clock. I just want to say thank you for the recognition and thank you, Sean, for taking the time. Thank you.
Well, hello. I didn't realize my sense of humor had such an impact. It was kind of a fun thing for me to do every once in a while. I too want to thank everyone. Working for Santa Rosa Fire Department was just a dream come true when I was a young man. And I feel that way today. Very privileged. It's been my honor to serve all of you and the citizens of Santa Rosa, and I will miss all of you. But I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to live here in Santa Rosa, and this is where we choose to stay because we love the area. Always have, always will. I do want to thank Sean McGlynn. He's been a great boss. Really appreciate the support. Appreciate the support of all the council members. You guys know as well as I, it's been a rough 4 years or so, and I could not have done it without all of your support moving through it all. So, and really the department that you have, the Santa Rosa Fire Department, they are a top-notch department filled with great people that strive to deliver the best service possible for the citizens of Santa Rosa. Should always be proud of them. I always have been, and they prove it day in and day out. And the managers for the fire department are the same way. They are truly dedicated to the city and making the department as good as we can be. So I feel really good that I'm leaving on this really good note with strength in the management of the fire department and the department itself. A great department. And then finally, thank you to my dad for making me the man I am. And lastly, my family. I could not do this without the support of my wife and my kids. It truly is humbling and difficult at times, and I couldn't have done it without them. So I just want to thank them and all of you. You know, it's just, I'm very, very proud to be where I'm at, and I'm very proud of the department. And so thank you for that. Thank you very much.
Thank you to you both. With that, council will move on to item number 9. Are there any statements of abstention for the remainder of the agenda? Councilmember Sawyer? Oh, nope. He was just waving goodbye to Tony and Dave, I think. All right, seeing none, we'll move on to item number 10, mayors and council members reports. Who wants to start? I'm seeing, there we go. Councilmember Sweathelm.
Thank you. I'll be real brief. I said I'd report out. We had our continuum of care, the reinstituted 15-member body. We did elect a chair and a vice chair. The chair is Ben Leroy from Santa Rosa Community Health Center, and the vice chair is Jenny Lynn Holmes from Catholic Charities. So I think it'll be a nice combination to help us move forward and hopefully coordinate some of the activities countywide that we are doing here in the city of Santa Rosa. I also just want to give an update on groundwater sustainability plan, just to plant some seeds about, there's some big movement that will be coming this year to approve the plan. There's 6 different areas that each groundwater basin need to approve because we don't have any seawater intrusion. We don't have to develop a sustainable management criteria, but we've approved 2 of them, or a draft one of land subsidence and water quality. And then the 3 that'll be coming up in this year are chronic decline of groundwater levels, depletion of interconnected surface water, and reduction of groundwater storage. So those are all beyond our agendas this coming year, in addition to the registration program that will also be coming. So I'll be trying to give little snippets of information to council as we start addressing those on the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Sawyer? No report. Councilmember Alvarez?
Quick question. Is this where I inform my council members of any appointment that I've made?
Yep, absolutely. Go ahead.
Then I did it at the right time. Well, with great pleasure, I want to inform my council members in my city of Santa Rosa that I've appointed a Tony Giraldi to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Board.
Thank you, sir. And congratulations, Tony. I know he will serve this community just as well as he always has. I'll do a really brief update for folks. We had a Sonoma County Transportation Authority meeting yesterday and a Regional Climate Protection Authority meeting as well. We did hear an item to try to align some of the county's goals around climate change, and in particular carbon reduction. And we ended up aligning it with Santa Rosa's goal. So as we had talked about previously, Santa Rosa leading the way and making sure that we are pushing for carbon neutrality by the year of 2030. There is more information that's on social media, as well as the full staff report for folks who are interested. But we did pass our climate mobilization strategy to try to reach those goals. They include decarbonization in reduction of emissions for transportation, reductions of emissions for buildings, reductions of emissions for solid waste, which obviously we worked on a little bit earlier today, which feels like a week ago. It focuses on carbon sequestration. It focuses on resiliency and adaptation. And then similar to a previous conversation we had tonight, it also focuses on equity and community engagement, which are critical aspects of getting this plan implemented. The other thing that I'll report out on, again from SCTA, is that we did have an ad hoc meeting on the future of public transit. As a brief reminder, we are looking at potential coordination and consolidation between the 3 transit agencies, Santa Rosa City Bus, Sonoma County Transit, and Petaluma Transit. We walked through the TIES study, which is a step-by-step process for how we might better align those efforts and move into that coordination at this meeting. And we have asked staff from each of those agencies to bring back to us the specific steps that they would need to take in order to do joint brand and joint marketing. So for example, standardization of fees, or a consistent logo, those sorts of things. Those conversations are moving fairly quickly, and we are looking to come out of COVID in a stronger place for our public transit that we obviously heard the importance of earlier today. So I will keep the council appraised as we move forward on those fronts. Anything else from the council? Okay, we have no minutes tonight. We will move on to the consent calendar. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, item 12.1, resolution, Santa Rosa City Bus Public Transit Agency Safety Plan. Item 12.2, resolution, COVID-19 related homeless services extension of non-congregate shelter program. Item 12.3, resolution, approval to add 1 FTE limited term position in the city clerk's office. Item 12.4, ordinance adoption, second reading, ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa amending Title 20 of the Santa Rosa City Code by reclassifying the property for 3575 Mendocino Avenue project located at 3575 Mendocino Avenue, assessors parcel number 173-030-001 to the Transit Village Residential Resilient City TV-R-RC and Transit Village Residential Senior Housing Resilient City TV-R-SH-RC districts, file numbers PRJ 20-002 and REZ 20-002. Item 12.5, ordinance adoption, second reading. Ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa, rezoning of the properties located at 324, 324, 328 /340, 330, 350/358 Yolanda Avenue, also identified as assessor's parcel number 044-081-029, 044-081-024, 044-072-006, 044-072-007, and 044-072-008 from the CG General Commercial Zoning District to the IL Light Industrial Zoning District and the property located at 0 Yolanda Avenue, also identified as assessor's parcel number 044-030-061 from the R-3-15 multifamily residential zoning district to the IL Light Industrial Zoning District, file number PRJ 19-002. 12.6, ordinance adoption, second reading of the ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa, amending Title 20 of the Santa Rosa City Code by reclassifying the property for the T&L micro cannabis facility located at 3515 and 0 Industrial Drive, assessors parcel numbers 148-050-027 and 148-041-049 to Light Industrial IL Zoning District, file numbers PRJ 19-039 and REZ 19-010.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Council, are there any questions on the consent calendar? Councilmember Alvarez, do you have a question?
Yes, on regards to 12.6, can I pull that item for recusal?
Yes, we can do that. Madam Vice Mayor, I will ask that you take item 12.6 separate from the rest of the consent calendar. Madam City Attorney, do you need Councilmember Alvarez to state a reason for his abstention?
Yes, I do. If you please state the reason for the record. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. Reason for recusal is I am involved in the cannabis industry, and I believe that would be a competing or conflict of not interest, but what would be the correct word in this case?
If I understand correctly, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you would like to avoid the perception of a conflict of interest.
That is correct. I would like to avoid the conflict of interest and therefore I am abstaining.
Okay, and so I believe that's items 12.4 through 12.6. So am I incorrect?
No, my understanding is Councilmember Alvarez will simply recuse on 12.6.
That is correct.
Will vote on the other two ordinances.
Okay, great.
That is correct, 12.6, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions? All right, are there any comments from the public? This is your opportunity to raise your hand on Zoom, and you'll have 3 minutes to address the council on the consent calendar. Okay, seeing none, Madam City Clerk, did we have any voicemail comments?
No, no voice message public comments were received on this item on the consent calendar, as well as no voice message public comments and no emails.
Perfect. I will bring it back then. Madam Vice Mayor, if we can get the first motion.
I move items 12.1 through 12.5 and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
So we have a motion by the Vice Mayor, a second by Councilmember Sawyer. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Alvarez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes and Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
Okay, and Madam Vice Mayor?
I move items 12, I move the item 12.6 and waive further reading of the text.
Second.
Motion by the Vice Mayor, second by Councilmember Sawyer. Let's call the roll.
Councilmember Fleming. Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
Is that you, Councilmember Fleming?
It was.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. And Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
Okay, that motion passes with 5 ayes. Councilmember Tibbetts absent and Councilmember Alvarez recusing.
Thank you, Council. Let's go on to item 14.2.
Item 14.2, report professional services agreement with MV Transportation for ADA paratransit services and deviated fixed route service. Yuri Koslin, transit planner, presenting.
Mayor Rogers, I don't see Yuri on the line. I have promoted Rachel Eid in the event he is having technical issues.
Perfect.
That may be the case, so I can go ahead and lead it off, and hopefully Yuri will pop on, and I'll turn the presentation over to him at that time. So this item is for seeking award of a professional services agreement with MV Transportation to provide the city's ADA paratransit services and deviated fixed route services. Next slide, please. Just by way of a little bit of background, as with any public transit operator, we are required to provide an ADA paratransit service for people who are unable to access the fixed route service due to a disability. Our service here at the city has been in place since the ADA went into effect in the 90s. Paratransit provides next day, 7-day-a-week service during the same hours that Santa Rosa City Bus operates within a quarter mile on either side of existing city bus routes. We also operate through the current paratransit service contract, a deviated fixed route service in the Oakmont community, which has been in place through a partnership with the Oakmont Village Association since 1998. You'll see below just a general idea of the ridership for that system. Pre-pandemic, we were carrying about 35 to 40,000 people a year on our paratransit service and just over 5,000 people on the Oakmont service. That has decreased significantly with the pandemic, and we anticipate it'll take a while to recover, but we'll do so over time. Next slide, please. MV Transportation is the city's current contractor. They have operated both the ADA paratransit service and the Oakmont service since 2002. We have found them to be a great partner for the city, providing safe, reliable, efficient, and courteous service. They've continuously gotten good reviews from our paratransit users group, which is a group of regular paratransit riders who works with the city to advise us on our paratransit service. MV's current contract expires at the end of this month. We did conduct an RFP process in accordance with the city and federal purchasing guidelines, given that this is a partially federally assisted contract. We had 8 firms attend a pre-proposal video conference, many questions received. In the end, we received 2 bids, and the selection committee identified MV as the most responsive, technically advanced, and competitively priced of those 2 proposals. Next slide, please. So the proposed agreement includes a 30-month term effective January 1st with 4 one-year renewal options. And the reason we selected a 30-month term, which is shorter than we would usually have for an initial term of a contract of this nature, is to leave the option open to have further discussion of potential integration of paratransit services in Sonoma County. And this relates back to the comments Mayor Rogers made about the TIE study and the ad hoc committee process going on at the Sonoma County Transportation Authority, looking at opportunities to integrate or even consolidate services, including paratransit service in Sonoma County. So we selected this term to align with the City of Petaluma contract, and it would already be in alignment with the Sonoma County Transit paratransit contract. So we wanted to make sure that by entering into this new contract, we didn't preclude any of those conversations that are beginning to happen regionally. This contract includes a monthly fixed fee and variable costs totaling over $3.8 million. This assumes 17,500 revenue hours, which are actually the hours that the vehicles are in service, providing paratransit trips. Just a really important note, and actually I think the next slide covers this. We don't anticipate in the coming year having anywhere near that amount. Our paratransit riders or paratransit hours are down about 50 to 60% at this point in time. So we expect our costs actually to be much lower in terms of the variable costs associated with the revenue hours. There is a 7.7% increase in year 1 of this new contract and a 1.5% increase in year 2. Next slide, please. This next slide shows a comparison of paratransit trips pre and post pandemic, and the labeling is a little confusing, but basically the green bars show what our typical paratransit service ridership levels are in a particular month. The blue bar shows what that has looked like in 2020 as the pandemic hit and we dipped our ridership in April. It's gradually increased to a bit of a plateau coming into the fall. And we anticipate that paratransit ridership will continue to be significantly suppressed as long as the shelter-in-place orders are in place and the pandemic continues. So we do anticipate, even with the cost increase at the 17,500 hour level, we'll still have lower costs in the coming year due to the much lower level of actual service provided. Next slide, please. So MV's proposal includes a number of improvements, including upgraded computer and network at their facility, which they're in dire need of. Appropriate proportion of costs allocated. That's just a minor change to how they allocate costs appropriately between the main ADA paratransit portion of the service and the Oakmont portion of the service. It does include some modest driver salary increases, options down the road to improve some of our technologies. For example, as ridership recovers, we have the option to provide kind of an estimated time of arrival, call out, or text to riders, which would be a really nice improvement. We're cost saving right now since ridership is so low, but that's something that we look forward to rolling out in the future. It also includes the possibility of continuing a call-ahead service that MV is currently operating for us for riders who live in areas where fixed routes are not operating because of some of the reductions we've done in response to pandemic on the city bus system. So for example, in the Fountain Grove area, we had a very low frequency, very low ridership fixed route that is currently suspended. We've replaced that service with the ability of residents in that area to access this call-ahead service if they can't get to a regular fixed route. So it's just for the members of the general public to be able to have that level of access to the transit system. The contract also provides the option for future additional deviated fixed route services like we have in the Oakmont neighborhood. As we evaluate the fixed route system coming out of the pandemic and look at what's working and what's not and what may have changed, we do have the option through this contract to provide additional services that are responsive to demand that are a little bit different than our regular fixed routes that run on a fixed schedule. And finally, we also have the option to have this contract provide the ADA access component of any future partnership we might have with TNCs such as Lyft and Uber. So essentially, if we were to contract with Lyft or Uber or another similar firm to provide mobility services in Santa Rosa, because of the ADA, we need to make sure we have an ADA accessible option within that service for people with disabilities, and this contract could provide that. Next slide, please. And then there's some additional language included in this contract, specifically relating to the realities of the coronavirus pandemic. There's some special federal language that we've included. So if additional federal emergency funding is received, such as the CARES Act we received in the current fiscal year, we would be able to apply it to this contract. It also allows us at our direction, if we feel that, and I don't anticipate this will happen at this point in the pandemic, but if we need to provide ability for there to be some sort of administrative leave to paratransit drivers in order to lose those highly trained staff members anticipating a restoration of service, we can do that. We haven't done that yet in the pandemic, so I don't see that coming into play, but the contract allows it. And it also ensures that we have PPE and cleaning supplies available as required and necessary to maintain safety on that system. Next slide, please. I think we got to go back one more. Thank you. So the benefit to award of this contract is the continuity of our high quality paratransit service for people living with a disability, and as well as continuity of our Oakmont service. Some new contract provisions that allow for flexibility in the types of services that we operate through this contract as we emerge from the pandemic and reevaluate some of our mobility needs within our community. Next slide. So the recommendation here today is that the council by resolution approve a professional services agreement with MV Transportation of Fairfield, California for the delivery of ADA paratransit service, deviated fixed route service, and supplementary call ahead service for a 30-month term in the amount of $3.8 million. And I'd be happy to answer any questions. And hopefully Yuri, I don't know if Yuri's made it on, but he would be the best person to answer any questions if he was able to get on.
He is connected.
Okay, great. Oh, there you are. I'm gonna mute myself.
All right, with that, council, do we have any questions for Yuri or Rachel? All right, seeing none, we will go to public comment. If folks are interested in making a public comment on item 14.2, go ahead and raise your hand on Zoom. I am not seeing any hands. With that, Madam City Clerk, if you could go on to voicemail messages.
There were none received for this item, Mayor.
Great. I will bring it back to the council then for any additional questions or comments. And Councilmember Sawyer, I'm going to begin with you as you have the motion on this item.
I have no questions or comments, just the item.
All right, let's get a motion on the table.
So So before I introduce the resolution, I wanted just a personal comment. Although I'm not displeased with Pete Buttigieg being Biden's transportation secretary, I was concerned that Ms. Ede was going to be tapped first and that she'd be going to Washington. And since that didn't happen, we're lucky to be able to still have her here in the city. And with that, I'll introduce a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa approving a professional services agreement with MV Transportation Incorporated in Fairfield, California, to provide ADA paratransit services, deviated fixed route services, and other supplementary service, and waive further reading.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Sawyer, second by Councilmember Schwedhelm. If there are no further comments from the council, we will call the roll.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Alvarez. Councilmember Alvarez.
It looks like he may have disconnected.
Aye. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Yeah, aye. Aye.
Thank you. Councilmember Fleming.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes and Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
Thank you, Rachel and Yuri. We'll move on to our next item. Mr. City Manager, item 14.3.
Item 14.3, report COVID-19 health order-related fee reductions, modifications, and waivers for outdoor business uses. Gabe Osborne and Raisa De La Rosa presenting.
Alrighty, I think I have myself rejoined. Okay, good evening, Mayor Rogers and members of the council. On behalf of the Economic Recovery Task Force, I'm here tonight with Development Services Division Director Gabe Osborne, Parking Manager Kim Nadeau, and Recreation Supervisor Jeff Tibbetts to go over the details of this COVID-related fee modifications request. And we also have our Chief Building Official, Jesse Oswald, on the line for questions at the end if you have any. Next slide, please. So as you know, since March of this year, we've been subject to a series of health order declarations that have placed an ebb and flow of restrictions on whether and how businesses may operate. And when I say ebb and flow, I really mean, of course, it's a flow between being totally closed and unable to operate, all the way to being able to operate with modifications, but generally at a greatly reduced capacity. This has caused huge stress on the stability of businesses or even their ability to stay open at all, as well as, of course, stress on our workforce. This is a little bit of a sidetrack, but I want to take just a second to talk about the pandemic's impact on our unemployment numbers, which, if you recall, way back in 2019, hovered around 2.5% for Sonoma County. The county's October 2020 unemployment rate is 6.2%. This compares with an unadjusted unemployment rate of 9% for California and 6.6% for the nation during the same period. And while our unemployment rate has been trending downward since its height in April, unemployment security remains tenuous in some sectors in particular. At the high in April, when we had the most restrictions on business before health orders allowed some reopening of the economy, and before we passed our urgency ordinances in an effort to accommodate businesses, unemployment was just over 14%. And I bring this up because it is the sincere desire to do whatever we can to stabilize and salvage in any way those businesses that are especially hard hit by the pandemic and the jobs those businesses support. And that's what led us to this next step in recommendations by the task force. Specifically among the hardest hit industries that will benefit from the recommendations we're about to go over is the food industry, food service industry, restaurants, bars, cafes, and such, that has seen a dramatic reduction in businesses and employees due to closures, layoffs, reduced hours. There was a September survey that was done by the National Restaurant Association in which they found at least 40% of operators stated it was unlikely in September that their restaurant will still be open in 6 months without some kind of creative response. I will say in our case, we were creative, or we tried to be, and we remain creative in what our response to the pandemic is. And just as a reminder, the council acted on a pathway to allow restaurants and the like to move their services outside, accommodating up to an equal capacity as what would have been serviced indoors. And what we're addressing today is the permit costs associated with that. Similarly hard hit is the retail sector. While retailers have not generally moved their operations outside, but rather have increased their online presence, they are looking for any incentive they can to retain a level of in-person visits. This is especially true given that there's a huge jump in online shopping. Of course, we hear about that all the time, combined with the expected decrease in holiday spending overall. And it's the downtown merchants who are driving the request to extend parking fee modifications. And lastly, also targeted in the proposed changes you're about to hear is the fitness industry. You may have seen or read recently that some of our local fitness providers have been able to continue operating through online platforms. And while this is great, we have had an uptick of interest in our parks and public spaces to provide adequate outdoor spaces for in-person classes as well. So I just want to note finally that we are tying the end of these fee waivers to and modifications to a July 1st, 2021 end date, or when Sonoma County reaches the state's yellow tier, which is determined by the California Department of Public Health, whichever comes first. So under the yellow tier, most indoor business operations are open with modifications, and it is the lowest risk tier under the state's blueprint for a safer economy. And with that, I'll hand it over to Gabe Osborne for the next slide, please.
Good evening, Mayor Rogers, Vice Mayor Rogers, and members of the council. As Rosa mentioned, one of the more significant COVID impacts experienced by the business community has been associated with the inability to perform traditional interior operations. This has resulted in the need to temporarily relocate traditional indoor services such as dining, retail pickup, and personal services to exterior spaces. These temporary relocations have been occurring over the last 6 months, and most of that has occurred on available space on both private property and on public sidewalks and public streets, which are located in the public right-of-way. Under federal, state, and local codes, the placement of business operations within the public right-of-way or exterior spaces on private property requires either a building permit for the private property locations or an encroachment permit for uses in the public right-of-way. The purpose behind that requirement is to provide a means in which the local jurisdiction can ensure that business operations are set up in a fashion that is safe not only for the patrons, but also for members of the general public passing through that area. This component is fairly critical when business operations occur in the public right-of-way. The permit also provides a mechanism to ensure that installations meet accessibility requirements addressed in the Americans with Disabilities Act. Under our current published fee schedule, both building and encroachment permit applications require the payment of processing, plan review, and inspection fees. For a typical outdoor seating area, the encroachment permit results in a total fee package of $128 per application. The current published fee on the building side is a little bit higher than that. It averages at $650 per application, with a percentage of that fee going to the fire department. And I do apologize, we have a minor typo in this slide. the percentage of the fee that the fire department receives is actually 50% of the total, not the 35% presented. The 50% is accurately shown in the staff report. As Rosa mentioned, of course, the goal of this item is to do whatever we can for the business community and provide financial relief to a segment of the community that really has struggled. Our specific proposal tonight is to provide additional assistance through the waiving of any processing, plan review, and inspection fees associated with both building and encroachment permits, which will ultimately be associated with a temporary relocation of business operations to exterior areas. Tonight's proposal also involves refunding the fees paid on temporary outdoor seating permits that were issued prior to tonight's meeting. And we do have a handful of those. Those permits and the associated fees are addressed in the council package, specifically as an attachment to the resolution. Permitting fees are initially adopted to recover staff costs, and anytime we present a fee reduction or waiver, it's also important to discuss the financial impacts associated with that action. In this particular situation, the financial impact we typically determine by estimating the total number of permits that we may receive through that program, then determining the total fee that would be generated by that, and looking at that in relation to what our annual average revenue is for our permitting program. And as we can see on the slide, when we look at the encroachment permit fees, the total amount of fee reduction that would be involved in this action is less than 1% of the annual fees that we receive in a year, 2% for fire and 1% for building. Those are very minor. Typically year to year, we see a much more significant fluctuation, just simply due to the fact that new permits are not very predictable. So based on those totals, we are not anticipating that the action today and the associated fee reductions results in any significant or any impact at all really to service delivery through those permitting programs for the remainder of the fiscal year. Next slide, please. At this point, I will hand the presentation over to our parking manager, Kim Nadeau, and Kim will go over the proposed parking fee modifications.
Thanks, Gabe. Good evening, Mayor and Council members, and welcome to our new Vice Mayor Rogers and Councilmember Alvarez. Paid parking resumed in Santa Rosa on July 1st of 2020 with parking fee reductions that were approved by Council through December 31st. As you know, this item proposes to extend the majority of those parking fee reductions. They include the first hour free in all 5 garages, free garage parking Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 a.m., free parking at all 5 garages on Saturdays and Sundays, 1 free metered parking session using the Passport mobile parking app, and that would be to a value up to $3.15. And I would like to make a plug that the validation code to take advantage of that free session is PARK-SR. And then finally, continuing the waiver of meter reservation fees for temporary parklets. The only existing parking fee reduction that would be ending at the end of this year would be the rates in the value zone, the parking meter value zone, which would return to $1 an hour from the reduced rate of 75 cents an hour. These recommendations were developed with input from the merchant community and are intended to support the downtown during the challenges that are presented by COVID and align with planning and economic development temporary permits that support physical distancing and business operations. It's difficult to measure the impacts from these parking fee reductions. However, our best estimate is approximately $50,000 per month in revenue reduction to the parking fund. There is no impact to the general fund. And with that, I'll turn it over now to Jeff Tibbetts in Recreation and Parks.
All right, thank you, Kim, and good evening, Mayor and council members. For the park permits, it's really a pretty simple request that we're making here, recommendation that we're making, but we're hoping that it could have a major impact for some of the businesses here in Santa Rosa. If you look at the park permit fees, we currently have a 15% discount that ongoing permits are eligible for. What we're looking to do here is increase that discount up to 80% for Santa Rosa businesses that are applying for an ongoing permit under COVID-19 hardship. This would not be retroactive to permits that we have issued, but we would amend current permits for any future dates with the updated fees for businesses that qualified for the increase in the discount. As you can see on the fee structure here, our fees for park permits are based on per park, per day, and then based off the number of attendees. So given our current status with the pandemic, certainly most of these are going to be a 0 to 25 attendees. although we also listed 26 to 100 as hopefully we progress into better tiers here in Sonoma County. We could possibly see some business permits going for larger than the 25 groups. You can see the fees there, $25 per group. Again, that's per day per park. With their current discount, that would be reduced down to $21.25 per day per park. But with this approved, that would be a $5 a day fee, which we're really hopeful. Kind of the goal is that we can assist the businesses who need assistance in keeping their head above water and giving them another alternative option of conducting their business out of the parks. And, you know, a fee that's not traditionally part of their business plan, that hopefully this reduction in fees would help them look for that alternative. There's kind of another side of the goal for us is we also see that our community, for physical health, for emotional and spiritual and mental health, they need things, positive activities that they can do. And so hopefully more businesses seeing this as a viable option also means there's more opportunities for everyone in our community to get outside, get exercise, get participate in activities that they have participated in the past. So we certainly aren't limited to only doing exercise groups, dance groups, those types of things. Park permits is kind of a catch-all, but that's certainly who we see targeting with this fee reduction, is those types of kind of studio programs that can't conduct indoors but can move their operations to a park in Santa Rosa. And with that, are we going back to Raisa, I believe?
Yeah, next slide, please. And that's it. It is recommended by the Economic Recovery Task Force that the council by resolution authorize a temporary waiver of building permit and encroachment permit fees, the reduction of certain parking fees, and the reduction of park event fees specific to COVID-19 health order requirements on businesses reducing or eliminating indoor business operations. And we're here for questions if you have any.
Thank you, Director. I will bring it to the council if there are any questions for staff on this item. Madam Vice Mayor?
Thank you. It might sound like a weird question, but do the businesses for the park permits, do they have to be established businesses already, or can anyone apply for the park permit would be my question.
Yeah, so we are looking for them to be Santa Rosa resident, but we would offer it to anybody. We've kind of left it pretty generic so that we're not having to make a judgment at the staff level of each business. So the requirements are pretty generic. If they're an ongoing permit, we're not establishing this for one time use types of permits, because again, park permits serve a lot of different types of events and programs. So we're looking for the ongoing businesses that would be operating out at parks, and whether that's an existing business or it could be someone who closed their business of a brick and mortar type operation and they want to try to open something new. That certainly would be something that we want to accommodate and help in this circumstance.
Any other questions, Madam Vice Mayor? Okay, great. I'll go on to Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Thank you. And thank you for this report. I really appreciate staff and the task force looking out for the best interest of City Santa Rosa businesses. And I really appreciate, Mr. Tibbetts, you're talking about the importance of getting out and exercising. And on that related note, I know we have another park in Santa Rosa, the Bennett Valley Golf Course, that I know those of us on council back in September received a request that kind of, I think, falls into this arena here. And I guess my question is, did the Economic Recovery Task Force take a look at the situation out there? Because I believe the golf course was closed for 7 weeks, but still maintain the maintenance of the course. And if not, how might that go about getting on the agenda for the Economic Recovery Task Force?
Well, we've been talking about that park or the Bennett Valley Golf Course and the Legends separately at a staff level, looking at it with our real estate manager and understanding and the park supervisor and understanding what the best options might be for that. Also, Mr. Tibbetts, if he wants to, or Supervisor Tibbetts, if you want to talk about, we have also looked at allowing the use of food trucks. We dealt with a couple of things that we could apply there through the Resilient Cities Ordinance. And so we may not need to do another policy change or another resolution in order to begin addressing that. But that has risen to the level of discussion currently. Did that answer your question?
Well, not really. The original memo that I know many of my colleagues also received, the request was first made back in April. Then all of council was brought in on September to say we're just now talking about it. I'm not sure what message that sends to the operator, and if there are ways that we can assist a business operating in Santa Rosa. I just have an interest in the discussion.
I think I may have misunderstood your question, because if it's, I was referring specifically about what we're doing with the Legends piece of it, and I'm not sure I have an answer for if there's a golf operations piece of it, and I apologize.
Well, it is tied in because obviously it's an impact to the golf course with our discussions we had regarding Legends, but the challenges that the operator has already experienced are there. And so I'm just looking, are there ways that we can assist that operator in that operation?
We staff can
Mayor,
bring that
might I
to
ask Mr. Schwedhelm to clarify a point?
Sure.
So just to be really clear, are you asking if the Economic Recovery Task Force would take up the question around the golf course side of the operations park?
Well, and I'm not sure if you remember the memo that was sent or the email.
Yeah, no, I don't. I think that's maybe where I'm lost here.
In essence, the way it was characterized during the period when the pandemic first came and golf was not able to be operated, right, for about a 7-week period, but we still had the maintenance of the course. So the provider was absorbing costs. And so I'm just looking at ways, how can we assist with that operation? Again, given our current nature of, okay, we don't have a restaurant there, are there ways that we could help this local business person there? Whether that would be from the Economic Recovery Task Force to have that discussion or another methodology. I'm just a little concerned that, you know, it was first brought to our attention in April, September, council was pulled in. And I'm just wondering if a decision or some action can be taken or some strategy as to what we're going to do with this. What level it is, whether it be at the task force or staff level.
Yes,
I'm open
yeah.
to discussion.
We will bring that up at the Economic Recovery Task Force.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
All right, council member, any other questions? All right, I will go to public comment. For folks who'd like to speak on this item, go ahead and raise your hand on Zoom. And council, I'm not seeing any public comment on this item. Madam City Clerk, were there any voicemail comments?
No, there was not.
Okay, I'll bring it back to council then. If anybody'd like to make any comments on this, but first let's go ahead and get a motion put on the table, and that is Councilmember Schwedhelm who will make the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa authorizing the temporary waiver of building permit and encroachment permit fees, the temporary waiver of certain parking fees, and the reduction of park permit fees specific to COVID-19 health order requirements on businesses reducing or eliminating indoor business operations, and waive further reading of the text.
I second.
So I have a motion from Councilmember Schwedhelm, a second from Councilmember Alvarez. Let's go ahead and call the roll.
Thank you. Councilmember Alvarez.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming.
Aye.
Councilmember Sawyer.
Aye.
Councilmember Schwedhelm.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
Mayor Rogers.
Aye.
That motion passes with 6 ayes and Councilmember Tibbetts absent.
Great, thank you so much. We don't have any written communications tonight. We will open it up for one more opportunity for the public to provide public comment for items not on the agenda. And so now is the time, if you'd like to make your last comments, go ahead and hit the raise hand feature on Zoom. And seeing none, I don't believe we had any additional voicemail comments, right, Madam Clerk?
You are correct.
Okay. Then with that note, this is our last council meeting of the year. I want to wish everybody a safe, emphasis on safe, and happy holidays. And this council will see you in January. And with that, we are adjourned.
Thank you.